1 full year, and hopefully more to come.
Hello, my darlings. Welcome on in. Oh, fuck. Sorry, hold on. I just realized I have not done that. I haven't checked my gain! I'm so sorry. Hold on, I have to yell really fucking loud for you to hear me. I actually don't. I just... Hold on a second. I forgot to do that. I've been in voice acting class all day. Okay. Oh, fuck. Sorry. That peaks.
Lizard.
Okay. Lizard. Oh, we have matching eyeballs. This bodes well for my ability to... Lizard! Yes! Let's go! I'm a fucking legend!
Oh! Dirty onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
Thank you for my song, Amazing Apparition. Thank you for my googly eyes, beautiful Bublin. Do you enjoy them? I enjoy them. I actually think they're very, very fun. I get to just watch them roll around. You can't actually see that I'm blinking. Oh man, I wish I got blinking ones. That'd be so funny. Welcome in, my darlings. How are you all doing? It's so good to see you. I hope that no one forgot that we have slightly late start by 2 hours for the next 6 weeks. I think it's six more weeks after this week, maybe. For my voice acting class. Got to enjoy that today. We got another lovely person who found me on the Blue Skies and was like, "Hey, I'm part of your class, town." I'm like, "Oh shit, come on in." So we'll see if they show up. But if someone from my VA class comes on in, please, everybody give them a warm welcome as well. Amazing Abisa. Good How are you doing, City Pie? Let me see here. Oh, thank you for the care package. Oh, fuck, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to fill my water.
7. Like Jetstreak 7 a Hugo.
Thank you so much, hon. I really do appreciate it. Actually, let me give you guys the hearts that you deserve. 1 second. Let me... Sweetest Shadow is first up on my list of people thank for things. Amazing Shadow, thank you so much for a whole entire year together. It has been such a pleasure to have you. I cannot believe that you have been here for just that amount of time. It feels like you've been here the whole time. Thank you so much for supporting us for 12 whole months, darling, an entire year. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness. Click.
Hi, Tao. How are you doing this Thursday night? Checking in from work. I got 44 minutes left of my 4-hour clock tonight. Gonna Uber home? Get me a bowl of ramen noodles made. Hit the sack probably around 1 o'clock in the morning too. Just depending on how I feel, and then I'm back at it again.
Oh man, I hope you get some good rest, Ember. Thank you so much for coming in all the same. But also, apparently before I even got in here, beautiful band with a $100 bill, just putting that in the tip jar. Fucking what? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, beautiful band. I really appreciate it. That is so fucking generous of you. Even before we started, before we hit band. Thank you so much, beautiful band. I really appreciate it. That is really generous of you. Holy. Thank you, sweetheart. That is very, very kind. What a very incredibly sweet Good Friday gift for the Australians who are currently at Good Friday. Thank you so much, darling. That is so sweet of you. Thank you so much for being so bloody supportive and just like randomly throwing money at me. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you so very much. It really does mean the world. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Additionally, speaking of incredible support, Awesome Aussie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to Gorgeous Gundam Guy. I do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you for supporting your fellow pals with that one. Thank you, lovely. Thank you guys for the pal attacks. Sweetest Shadow, Awesome Aussie, Nito Nix, Precious Politely with the 55 stream streak. Thank Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, darling. I cannot believe the dedication. Thank you so much, Precious Politely. You are precious and beautiful. I appreciate that. Storm, thank you for the lizarding. Radical Radish, thank you for the pal check. Amazing Apparition, thank you for the censored song. Amazing Umbra, thank you for the care package. Joyous Jet, thank you so very much for 7 months of resubby. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. That is absolutely awesome. I do love that we have finally attained the rank of 7 months, which matches your name. As you said, Jetstreak 7U. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. Ow! That was just the sound of me hitting my head on my mic. No worries. No worries, it's all good. Don't even worry about it. Pretty lady. I'm also debating whether I should like crank this up. Hold on. I'm gonna get really quiet for a second. I'm just going to like. Pretty lady. I have an auto gain function on my interface, and I'm gonna click it, and it like quiets me down. But I want to make sure that I'm not gonna peak, but also you guys can, because I should be just barely in the red, and I'm not. So hold on, please. I just gotta do this. Oh, actually, I guess over here. No, it is. It is doing this thing. You guys would love being in my booth. That is pretty much, oh my God, it's like, no, you gotta be lower. Okay, I'm actually not going to listen to what it wants me to do. It's different. It's different when you're voice acting versus when you're streaming, okay? I can't fuck around with it too hard. Okay, never mind, that was a waste of our time, sorry. Sorry about that. Also amazing, Umbra, thank you for my clicky song. And incredibly Tandy. Thank you so much for the 5 streams, Tariq. Much appreciated, darling. Thank you, thank you. And hello, amazing Ultima Rays. Hello, my darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, raiders. If you need to raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. You have just gotten in at the entryway to a 7-hour stream, so I hope you guys are ready for some fun arting, relaxing, some music. You guys, this is the amazing Ultima Rays, who is currently gracing us with their presence, having just completed a session of Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. This streamer seems to enjoy a variety of games, including Sonic Frontiers and BG3. They may occasionally rage or require assistance, but fear not, their streams are sure to be entertaining. Hi there, terrific Travis, welcome on in. Sent from the King.
Thylacines baby.0.
Thylacine Dracthair baby, let's go! Cutie Kata, what are we naming our Thylacine Dracthair baby? I must know. Thank you so much for your amazing generosity and kindness, sweetheart. Thank you so much for 9 months. I can't believe it. I'm so ready for this baby. Biako, how are you? Dearest Divine, welcome on it. Yes, a 7-hour stream. Are you excited? I hope so. I'm excited. Excellent. Emogoth, welcome on in. Gideon. Hello, gorgeous Gideon. It's great to see you again. Dakang. Hi there, old Summerays. Sweetie, how was your stream? Also, if I may ask, when will your next one be? And hey, while you let us know, I have a little video, if that's okay, for you.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. you enjoyed that, sweetheart. Striker! You guys, Striker is my next victim from the voice acting class. Hey, sweetheart, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for feeding me divine. It's good to see you. Sweetest Striker, welcome on in. Everyone, please give a very warm welcome to my voiceover classmate, Striker. It is a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Oh, amazing, Ozzy. Thank you so much, honey bun. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for gifting that sub to Sweetest Striker. Amazing, Ozzy. Absolutely incredible. Thank you for your awesome generosity to a fellow pal. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. You just got home from work. How was work? I like that I am a victim. Yes, you are a victim. Don't tempt me. Hello, Striker. You can never leave. Aha! Correct. That's okay. You just got home from work. No one will be calling about him for at least one day because you work tomorrow. No, it's Good Friday. You have the whole weekend. We get you for the whole weekend. Hey, Tao, physical therapy is going well. I'm so happy to hear that. Excellent, Emo Goth. Excellent, excellent. How good. Let's see here. Beautiful Blue, welcome on in as well. Let's see, Amazing Umbra. Thank you so much for welcoming Sweetest Striker. I do appreciate it. Let's see here. I did see that our lovely writer, oh, Timorese, it was fun. My next stream is on Monday. Awesome. Do you know what you're gonna be playing on Monday, sweetheart? If not, totally cool, but if you do know, maybe we can grab some more people to go and see you. All the same, sweetie, thank you so very much for the raid. I do appreciate it, always. If you need to go take care of yourself, go to the bathroom, shower, exercise, stretch, go to bed, eat, whatever you gotta do, please make sure you go practice some self-care, and I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Work was good. Still have work tomorrow? No! I won't hold out for too long on that one. But Saturday is going to be fun. I'm going to be going to the Rangers and Sirens games. Very cool, Sweetest Striker. Very, very cool. I hope you have a blast. Do you have some people you're going with, or is it just like a personal interest? Also, excellent Emo Goth, darling. Thank you so much for that 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. That is outstanding. Absolutely amazing. Let me see here. What would you say if I replaced your 20-piece from McDonald's with vegan nuggets? I actually don't think I'd mind too much. Do you know what my favorite snack was when I lived in the States? Was Morningstar Farms vegan food. I loved their sausages. To this day, I like Morningstar Farms vegan sausages more than I like real sausages. So I might not be the best person to ask. I actually like a lot of vegan and vegetarian food, even though I'm not either of those things. Let me see here. Oh, thank you guys for the hype train there. Hey. Oops, wrong side there. Thank you. Welcome to the Tau Cult, Striker. Beautiful band. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. And yay, Striker. Welcome on in, hun. Thank you so much again for the for the gifted sub to lovely Striker. Awesome, Ozzy. I do appreciate it. Oh, I just got a message from my neighbor saying, Happy Easter to you and Maeve. Oh, it's very sweet. Just myself, I like hockey. Sick! Love that. That's awesome. I'm so excited for you, hun. I hope you report back on which team won. Who are you barracking for? Either of them specifically, or do you like them both? I'll redeem Uppies later. They're probably drowned out right now. I am scrolling, sorry. I am scrolling at the moment. Also, thank you guys again for the hype train. Radical Red, welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Have I told you the knock-knock joke I made? No? If it is appropriate for the pouch, I would love to hear it. If not, perhaps be careful about telling it. But I do like a good knock-knock joke. You know what? Nate's dad literally called me yesterday for the sole reason of telling me a very dad-like dad joke. What? No. How did the hamburger introduce his wife? This is Patty. Yeah, that was belated for a reason. Okay, knock knock. Who is there? Emo Goth, who is there? I'm a goofy pal, yeah. You're a goofy pal, yeah. We're all goofy pals, yeah. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Striker. You've come in as I have had some caffeinated chocolate. I'm hypersensitive to caffeine and hyped up for a 7-hour stream today, you guys. Awesome, Ozzy wants some uppies. Good, Ozzy. I'm hoping both teams win. Oh, great. Okay. The Rangers men's hockey and the Sirens women's hockey. Oh, they're different teams. Oh, they're not versing each other. I see. That's cool. Okay. Well, I will barrack for both of them on your behalf because I know nothing about hockey. I'm sorry. Although Striker, if you are interested in talking about hockey, I don't know how many like hockey fans we have. We may have some though. If you join the Discord, we do actually have like a sports forum. And I did make a hockey thread in there if you want to talk about it. Give us a play-by-play in that channel. Sweet Asalfa! Welcome on in, sweetie. Thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. I do appreciate it. And lovely Lift, how are you? Uh-oh, Tau's been munching on her hyper chocolate again. How can you expect anything less? I am going to stream for 7 hours today. I have to. Caffeinated Tau is like a Tau, but more yap yap and energy explosion. That's true. That is true. Nyx, cutie pie uppies. Good, Nyx. And lovely Lift wants uppies too. Uppies? Yes. Good Lift. Check DMs. Okay, one moment, please. I can't go back that far. I am unable to go back that far, unfortunately. But that might be correct. I'll reinstate. I will reinstate that. You should art. I will have a look, sweet setter. Just remind me when we get to the art part of our stream. Pretty please. Let me see. Boop. There you go. We have the Valley Girl redeem back. Let's see. Honestly, with some of the other streamers I watch, this is normal. That's crazy, man. I don't think I can keep up with someone who's going faster than I am. Oh. Knock, who's there? Emo Goth? Tau doesn't realize she's big enough to threaten hockey yet. Maybe when you are Ronaldo. Okay, I'm so sorry. That's a reference I don't understand. Who is Ronaldo? B who? We'll be in and out slaying zombies with friends. Let's go, amazing Umbra. Let me know how many zombies you slay, okay? Also, Umbra, is it okay if I put your commission on the list for potential workage today? Sweet Striker. Meanwhile, my streams are tame, sort of tame. I like a sort of tame with a little bit of a, you know, people show up because they're like, oh, are they gonna lose it today? Are they gonna lose it today? You are so beautiful. That's very wholesome and cute. Emogoth, I love that. That's adorable. Very cute. Thank you guys for that hype train. Much appreciated, sweetie pies. Okay, so as you guys know, last week you were insanely generous and you hit that sub goal 3 times over. So we actually have three chibis to raffle off. And then we also have, and I'm actually gonna flip on over here so that I can show you guys where to go. Sorry, my Zoom for my class is still up. Hold on. I want to show you guys where to go in case you would like to potentially win some game giveaways in the Discord as well, courtesy of lovely Yuki. Let me see where that is. Hold on. Okay, I found it. It wasn't that hard. Okay, my darlings, let's head on over here real quick. And I will get your music up and running as well. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this? Oh, I know why this is. Sorry, hold on a second. Ow! Hey, why? What did I do, Alex? Mean. Okay, I think I did it. I do need to fit this into the right section though. There we go. Hopefully you can work on mine once I have the post down. Yes, absolutely, for sure. We are hosting the Soccer World Cup this year in the US of A. I'll be making a lot of soccer jokes once it starts. That was a warm-up. Oh man, I'm gonna read them and have no clue what you're talking about, but it's worth a try, I suppose. 7 hours of art? Well, it's at least 5 hours of art, and then I will stop for half an hour to go and have dinner, And then you guys will get to decide whether you want to play Persona 5, whether you want to play Final Fantasy 14, whether you want to play Monster Hunter Stories 3, whether you want to do a demo night, or whether you want to keep on going with art. It is up to you entirely, but for at least 5 hours, we are doing art. And it is a 7-hour stream. Let's see here. Okay, so this is just a reminder. We're gonna wait to do this raffle until we do our chibi raffle. But if anyone is interested in winning Nice Day for Fishing, you have at the moment you have a 33-ish% chance of winning because there's only 3 people. All you have to do to enter is join the Discord and react using this react, okay? The next game is Lost Skies. This one also only has 3 people on it right now. You can react to as many as you want. You can only win 1 though, so if you win 1 of these and you've reacted to the others, I will subtract your name from the other ones. Does that make sense? So you got Lost Sky. You also have game 3, which is Sonic Frontiers. That is region locked though, so please do read which region lock is locked. Very articulate. Excellent. Imogoth, sweetie pie, thank you for the thanks, sweetheart. Let's see here. Okay, that's all of them. So, reiterating, we have Nice Day for Fishing. You have the chance of winning that. Lost Skies, you have the chance of winning that. And Sonic Frontiers, you have the chance of winning that. Keeping in mind it's region locked. Okay? So please, all you gotta do is join the Discord, go to the Pouch Couch, and scroll up just a little bit. So this is the bottom. If you scroll up, boop, here's Sonic Frontiers, here's Lost Skies, and here's A Nice Day for Fishing, okay? Now, before we do that, we are going to go to our Wheel of Names! Thank you guys so very much, by the way, once more. Thank you so incredibly much for your absolutely amazing support. It really does mean the world, and especially because of this is like my main form of income, along with like voiceover stuff and art stuff. And I could not be more grateful that you guys are being so incredibly you've been so incredibly generous. Thank you so much. All right. How many spin? We got 3 spins. You guys did 300 subs and we have a 100 sub minimum now. So for like a spin. So yes, you get to pick that. I want someone else to take my prize if I win. Are you sure, beautiful band? The Wheel of Brown Batons. So many names. 300, yeah. All right. First chibi is... I can't actually see it. Yuki! I don't know if she's lurking because I know she's got a headache, but we must let her know, lovely Yuki. This is Tauta! Congrats, lovely Yuki. Yay, Yuki! Nope, she's not here yet. I will let her know. Thank you, Stride. I appreciate it. All right, for our second one, we got 2 more of these. And then we will do your game ones, which are courtesy of Yuki. Umbra! Umbra, are you getting sick of chibi stuff yet? Hi there, lovely Leo. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Please tell me I didn't miss out on something for free from this wheel thingy. No, so this is it's been a while since I've explained this. So every week we have a minimum of 100 subs to spin the wheel. And for anyone who has contributed to those 100 subs, they get put on the wheel that many times. So if you subscribe with Prime, you get put on here once. If you resub, you get put on here once. If you subscribe for the first time, you get put on here once. If you gift subs, you get put on here for however many times you've gifted subs. Yeah, things like that. So, and that's pretty much how it works. I'm actually working on another way to include other forms of support that you guys are giving, like donations and bits and stuff. But I haven't quite figured that out for our tracker yet. So I can't, so I can't quite commit to that just yet. But we will. I'm working on it. We're working on it. Subscription goodies, yeah. Oh, and whenever we hit follower goals, so that's how you can win, even if you aren't like spending a dime on the stream. For every time we hit 1,000 more followers, I put every single follower in there, and as long as when we roll the wheel, then as long as someone has been in here in like recent, like if we recognize their name, like we've seen them at some point in the last 2 or 3 months, then they win something as well. I may have a possible solution, but I will need to test it. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Strat. Let's see. Did Umber say, hold on. Can I donate my chibi to Lav? Oh yeah, you can, sweetie pie. Let me, just so that I don't forget, let me, 1 second. I'm just gonna, Lav, don't mind me. I'm just like peeking into our conversation to write that and say, I owe you another chibi courtesy of Umbra, from 030426. Okay, Froom 030426. Hello, precious Patricia. Welcome on in. Bianca! Hi, cutie. Okay, so our final chibi goes to Talon! Terrific Talon, are you here, sweetie? What do you call a bee with a bad hair day? A frisbee! That's so wholesome. I love that emote. That's adorable. Terrific Talon! Hi, sweetie! Welcome on in if you are here. If you are not, then we will still let you know. Okay. Oh my god, I am so sorry, Lith. I am the worst. we put the Valley Girl on here again and I forgot to do it. Oh my god. Okay, we got 5 minutes of this. Thank you so much for letting Talon know, Strat. I do appreciate it. Okay, so amazing work, you guys. Genuinely. I know I don't sound like super genuine in this voice, but seriously, babes, I trust. Like, I am so bloody grateful for every single one of you. Okay, thank you so much for your absolutely outstanding support. You are making this so that I can, like, potentially, like, depending on how the next few months go, like, oh my god, wouldn't it be cool if I could, like, add a day of stream? Like, that's crazy. Our Valley Girl voices sound alike. Let's go, Striker. That's so fetch, babe. Remember Tao. Lav has a different account on Discord. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's right. Sorry, I have like a nibbling between these ears. 1 second. 1 second, babes. I'll just, let me just put that. Let me just like put that in the right one. Hold on. 1 minute, please. I found you! Let's go! There you go. Okay, definitely the right one that time because I see that you're like online. Sorry. I love it when you're hyper. You're beyond adorable! Oh my god, babe! That's like so sweet of you. Thanks, sweetie. Thank you so much. Amazing emo guy. Oh my god, you are just like, you're just too sweet. You're just too sweet, babes. House Valley Girl voice is very pleasing to listen to. Oh my god, like holy shit, you guys are like on a compliment roll today. Holy crap. Thank you so much. But I think my Valley Girl accent has a Long Island accent. Oh my god, I actually would be very curious to hear what that sounds like. Like I can do like a mafioso, like a Chicago, like New York, like mafioso, like more of like a stereotype one though. Like it's you know, it's a little bit different. But like my Valley Girl is definitely from like West Coast for sure. Yeah. I'll just say this now. If I won, my TV would have been donated as well. Oh my god, we have so many incredibly generous sweetie pies in this chat. It's outstanding. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your kindnesses. Thank you for everything. Your donations to me, to the community. Like, you guys are the sweetest community on Twitch. I swear to God. I'll just say this now. Sorry, I literally said that compliments are the least we can give you. Oh my god, no, not at all. Don't forget your Jersey goal sheet. Isn't that, well, that's kind of the one that I was thinking about. But no, you are right. Actually, they're a little bit different. Yeah. Okay, so now, give me just a second. I'm gonna put, now this is just your reminder one more time, like literally one more time, okay? If you would like to win any of these games, Nice Day for Fishing, Lost Skies, or Sonic Frontiers, but please be aware that it is in fact region locked. Please go over here and react. Okay, react to each of these. Okay, if you're interested, keeping in mind that you can react to all of them if you want, but if you win one, you cannot be put in for another one. That was the Yuki rule. That's the Yuki rule. Okay. Is it just me, or does her Valley Girl voice go more Valley Girl right now? I think it's going more Valley Girl right now, babe. Oh my god, it's because I can focus on it more. Also, I think I'm trying to just subconsciously make up for the fact that I totally fucked over Lith. I'm so sorry, Lith. Lith was like, why is the Valley Girl redeem off? And I was like, oh, sorry, I thought it had been a week. And then she redeemed it 10 minutes ago. And then I was a shithead who totally didn't see it. And she's just so patient. Thank you so much for your amazing patience, lovely Lith. Look, sometimes I eventually get to, and if I ever don't, just TTS me and be like, bitch, I redeemed this 10 minutes ago. It's my turn to listen to your Valley Girl voice, please. Okay. It's region locked to Europe. Okay, gotcha. All right, you guys. So I've given you enough time. I think we're gonna start with a nice day for fishing. Let me just see who is going on here. So we got. Let me just move this over real quick. Oh my god, I don't know how the computer works. Hold on. Okay. We have Shadowgun. We have, okay, I didn't spell that right, but we know who you are, babes. Don't worry. We got Vash. We got, oh, hold on. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I guess I'll write, I'm not sure who Cinny is, but we'll put Cinny because they'll know who they are. We also have Storm. This is Storm Psych, that is. We have Jet, and then we have lovely Lev. Okay. Knock knock. Who's there, emo guys? And I'm back. Thank you so much for genuinely, thank you for your amazing patience, darling. I do appreciate that. Is very, very kind of you. And you're home! Valiant Vash, how was your day, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Do you have a Good Friday off? I certainly hope so. You deserve it. Hugh? Hugh. All right, you guys. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have 6 people over here. Yep, perfect. Hugh, have an amazing smile! That's very cute. Oh my god, I love that. 1 in 6 chance, not terrible, not at all. All right, cutie pies, let's see who wins a nice day for fishing. A nice day for fishing, sorry. It's the Storm! Storm Psych has won! Congrats to Storm Psych. Congrats to Storm Psych. Low key though, Tau Smile is amazing indeed. Aw, sweetheart, thank you so much. Every time I have to wonder, was that the real Tau? Wow, and I'm talking like this. Oh, a sweetest striker! Oh, honey! Thank you so much for the $5 reduce just because! That is so sweet of you, darling. Holy crap, thank you! Thank you so much, sweetest striker, for your generous donation / tip. Thank you, honey bun. Much appreciated. I have 2 more days off of work left. Work lab. Fuck. Okay. I have 2 more days of work left this week. Then I get 1 day off. Then I'm back to work again. So your Valley Girl voice was just the pick-me-up I needed. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, level with. I'm so glad that you like it. Again, thank you so much for being so patient. There's a lot of people who would have been like, oh my god, actually fuck this bitch. Like, not only did she rip me off of turning the redeem off a whole fucking day early, but she also ignored it. I'm so sorry. I genuinely will never actually ignore things maliciously. I ended up working late a few days as well, so I ended up working 60 hours this week. Oh, honey. I'm sorry. 60 hours? That's crazy. And Vash, I do work on Friday still. I also need to go in for a bit on my day off on Saturday. What kind of Easter weekend is this? That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Hold on. I'm just going to reply to this and say, sweetest Storm won this one. Thank you. Can't type. Thank you so much, Yuki. All right, and next we have Lost Skies. We actually have 8 people for this one. Let me see. We got beautiful Briggy, who is Geeks. We have Vash. We have lovely Loner. We have, since Storm won that one, we will skip you, lovely Storm. We have Edelweiss. We have, who is this? Oh, it just says M. Oh, Jester. This is Jester. Okay. Jester. And Pina. Pina. Okay, so we should have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. All right, ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, spit! So this one is for Lost Skies, you guys. Lost Skies. Oh, you already made a note of it for Yuki. It's good for me to. Vice! Congrats, Valiant Vice! Well, now you have to call out sick tomorrow or Saturday because you just won a game, babes. You just won a game. I'm just saying. Oh, it is you, Jester. Hi, Joyce, Jester. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Let me see. Anyone who tries to give you shit after you give us so much already isn't worth listening to. Oh, Lith, you're so sweet, honey. Thank you. I do try to give you guys as much as I possibly can, but I also recognize that I have, like, I am in the 0.32 percentile of good memory in the entire world, so sorry. Cutie Kata, also just thinking of the stream baby name, Sheila, the draconic Thylacine. I'm so sorry, Cutie Kata. That is not how your Australian accent sounds. I can't do an Australian accent. I've lived here for 6 years and I still can't do it. Sorry. Forgive me. But yeah, I will say that saying Sheila in I can't really say it in like my more American Sheila. I can't say it. It always sounds Aussie. I just wish to say that I have been having the worst week due to the car accident, my landlord causing problems. And then there's just an issue of trying to pay rent, trying to get through physical therapy, get the settlement with the person's insurance company. You have honestly made me feel better and made it easier to stop crying. Oh, Emogoth, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I cannot imagine the stresses you're going through right now, darling, but I am really grateful that you are doing nothing but literally coming in here and being such a sweetie pie, giving me these adorable, super wholesome jokes. And it makes me really happy and feel very humbled to know that I can kind of warm your
Well,
heart a little
time to
bit.
draw
So,
the dragon
thank you so much.
Thylacine and Legia Crucnix.
Do it, sweetest Seti, do it. But seriously, darling, thank you so much, Emogoth, for being here. And I'm so sorry for what you're going through. But just remember, this too shall pass. And we'll be here the whole time, okay? But yes, congratulations to Vash for winning the Lost Skies. And hello there, Valiant Vegeta. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Thank you for the care package. How are you doing? I do actually need to get some more water when we go on a break. Ooh, and thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Thanks, sweetie pie. Let's see. Strika, all right, Tau and chat. I have to get ready for bed. Absolutely, honey, no worries. Still have to record my assignment for class since I work during the Zoom sessions. That is totally fair, hun, totally fair. You go get nice and comfy and cozy, and then record that assignment, and I will look forward to hearing it. And hopefully I can comment on it. I'll need to hopefully find you on there. We shall see if I can find you. But darling, thank you so much for coming on in. It is a pleasure to have had you in my chat for any amount of time. And once you get around to going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you later, okay? Also, Vegeta, some uppies for you. Yee, good Vegeta. You're Joe in there. Okay, perfect. Awesome. I will have a look for your stuff. Because I know that this week we're supposed to comment on at least 2 other people's pieces. Sorry, I'm an artist, so I think of things as like segments or pieces of a project, of an art piece. Yes. But yeah, sweetie pie. Best of luck. Not that you'll need it. You got this in the bag, and I'm excited to listen to it. Also, lovely Lobbit, welcome on in. Radical Ryoko, hi, sweetie. Welcome. All right, so this one is Vash. Valiant Vash. One. Didn't spell that right. Wrong version of one. This one. Thank you, lovely Yuki. There we go. And our last one. Did we have anybody who actually reacted to this? Oh, we did. We had 2 people. 50-50! Let's go. Okay. I ran into this. Do you know what that cats are subjected to unwilling kisses? And I'm not sure I agree. My cat abuses me for kisses. She meows very loud if I don't hug and kiss her. That's so cute. What? That's so cute. Also, dearest Daniel, welcome on in. Now that I think about it, what type of dragon is everyone's favorite? 4 legs and wings, wyvern with arm wings, eastern dragon with a long body. Does it count if I say a Kirin? I like horse dragons. I suppose if I have to go with like a classic dragon, it would be the one with 4 legs and wings. I like being able to, I like the idea of a dragon galloping like a horse and then taking off like a Pegasus. Yes, Tao, that is a dragon. Yes! Okay, Kyuden. Kyuden is my favorite. All right, we got a 50-50 on this one for Sonic Frontiers. Loner. Woo, I win it! Wee! Sweetest Solar! Sweetest Solar! Alrighty. Let me just respond to this one. And Sweetest Solar won this one, darling Yuki. Okay, perfect. Absolutely awesome. All right, my dears. Congratulations, and one more time, thank you so much to lovely Yuki for donating those games to us. It's so generous of her to do that. That is really, really sweet of her. All right, let me, hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Mirroring. Okay. 1 second, I gotta turn on the mirror. Is this working? No, it's not saying it. Hold on a second. I have too many of these. First you draw an S, then a slightly different S. Close the top with a sort of face. Then, using consummate V's, you give him some teeth, some scales and spikes. And let's give him some angry eyebrows too. What is that from, hon? Okay, 1 moment, please. Actually, before we start on a vote, I really want to show you guys this piece that I recently finished after almost 35 hours of work. 35 hours of work. This is a commission that I finished for Amazing Umbra. I'm really quite proud of this. This was insane, but it was like insane in the best way. Insane in the membrane, you know? Yeah, I really, I'm such a big fan of how this turned out. I think it looks pretty fucking sick. 1 second, I'm just making sure it fills the screen. And we're gonna do a little walkthrough of it because, yeah, almost 35 hours of work. I must, I must show you guys. Looks so amazing! Yay, Ozzy, you like it? You guys like it a lot? Came out so well. Yes, I think so too. Amazing Umbra. Here, let's zoom in for some detail shots. So look, I'm having fun rendering like jewels and light. Ooh! Magnificent, Meg! Throw some at my hand! Yeah. More please on my okay, I'll just eat this one. Thank you! Hi, Magnificent Maid. How are you? Also, hello, motherfucker. Hello, Incredible Iridius. How are you? It's great to see you. This is awesome. Who drew this? Oh. Is that what you think of me? Great job. It looks amazing. Love the colors. Thank you. We got like a skylight that I think you don't quite notice unless you zoom in and you see like the glass. The purple gems there. The pattern's so pretty. Thank you. Thank you so much. And here's his OC. I had so much fun with this hair, dude. Oh my god, such cool hair. Can't stay long. I'll be here till my song plays. Oh, that's so good, sweetheart. We only have like There's like 2 songs in the queue right now. And then some detail here. I hope things are going well for you though, lovely Lawbit. Oh, it's almost midnight in my country. All good. Totally fair, Dawn. I hope that your day was good. We have a little pal. This was the request of Amazing Umbra. He was like, can we get a little pal in there? I was like, sure, can. We also have some very valuable books here, as you might be able to see here. A few of these names you might not quite know, but you might see 1 or 2 that maybe you recognize, maybe a little bit, maybe a little cheeky happy birthday book. We got we have 3 volumes of Vash here. Would love to read some of them. We also have another, could it be? Yet another pal's name? It could be. It could be. That book will forever haunt me. And this is, I'm here. You can barely see it because it's like just my signature. It's where I signed, but what do you and the sun have in common? You both are radiantly beautiful and make things better and brighter just by being you. Thank you, sweetheart. That's so sweet of you, lovely emo god. Thank you, darling. You're so darling. I really do appreciate it. That's so sweet. Hey, Tao, who drew this awesome, amazingly, absolutely beautiful picture? Whoever it was is extremely talented and wonderful and deserves all the love and support in the world. Well, it would be Umbra then. Sorry, I'm almost done showing you guys all the details. I wanted to show you this pillar. Please look at my pillar. You guys, do you like my pillar and my rocks? These aren't rocks. These are like marble, like ancient marble stones. But I think they look pretty cool. I kind of like this guy. I like the crackles and the shinies and the reflective. Like the reflective up here with the light coming from the fireplace over there. We got some more cool gems here. We got a cute dog. It's a wolf, sorry. That's Locust. She's pretty and she's very smart. You like my pillar? Yay! Thank you for liking my pillar. Aw, Joyous Julius, you're so sweet, honey bun. I'm so glad you like me and you like the art. Thank you. But yes, this is a piece. Actually, let me see if I can show you guys. I think you would really like this if I can show you this time lapse. Hold on, if it works. I'm just making sure there's nothing that I've like. Okay, so I did take some notes while I did this. Do you guys want to watch? Are you interested in seeing the time lapse of this? I'm not sure why, but my blue lines are really, well, I do know why, because I do keep them really light, but I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to see them. Sure, please show it? Okay. Let's watch our time lapse. So for those of you who, you can kind of see my blue lines if you like really zoom in, but I literally put them at like a 2%, so it's very hard to see. Magnificent Mate, sneaking in while at work. They've been cracking down my phone usage. Oh no! Sweetheart, please be responsible. Please be responsible for like with your phone usage and stuff. Oh, this is quite loud. Does it stay this loud? Only the first few verses? Okay. Is this a time lapse? It's so cool. Yeah, do you like it? I did show you guys, I think you guys did see when we were doing like the base sketch, but like 2 verses. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I did show you guys when we were doing like the base sketch. Does time lapse be sick? Do you like it? It's a little bit boring until we get to like, there we go. I turned up my guidelines a little bit louder there. There was a song that got a bit screaming earlier, but for one verse at least. Oh, sorry, I must have been talking over it. I think that's my problem. I should commission Tao one of these days. If you want to, you're welcome to. But I'll never, you know, push my services on anybody. I'm not messaging people being like, hey, do you want art from me? Also, I don't even know if you can really see it, but up here, this right here is the real amount of time that it took. So it's just speeding through it. But at this point, it's 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and so on. Here, I'll zoom in so you can see what's happening here. Bot got the song wrong? Okay, let me fix it for you. 1 second. I think I got it. Okay. Alrighty, that's fixed for you, sweetest strat. Oh, this is an AI song? Oh, I actually should probably adjust the, if this is AI, we definitely will skip it. We don't really like AI here, you guys. I do need to actually modify the rules for that. I didn't know it was AI. No, I'm sure you didn't, sweetheart. Don't worry. That's, that unfortunately, it's just getting like to the point where it's borderline indistinguishable. But we do have people who like to check, which I do appreciate, you guys. Do you guys want me to like speed through this at all? Because we're still, remember, I spent 34.5 hours ish. And we're only at 4.5 hours. Do you want me to speed ahead? Up to you. If you don't want me to, I don't have to. Is there a way to avoid AI songs, like setting for it? No. I really wish that, I wish that you could like filter out AI, like search results, art, quote unquote, all that stuff. Speed ahead, yeah. Speed ahead. We do our, I don't know what this was for. We got a little puppy. Oh, wait, we were talking. Okay, this was on stream. I remember now. And I think actually we're gonna have a space cat appearance real soon, because this would have all been done during stream. I think most of it's done from stream. No, all of this was offline, never mind. There we go. This is a space cat art. This was that was Redline that we did for a lovely space cat. On stream. It's understandable. I am also having a harder time deciding if a song is AI. Yeah, unfortunately it is hard to tell. Yeah. Yeah, so this was for Space Cat, and then this took a long time. We are now officially at 10 hours and 41 minutes. Here, I'll speed ahead. Lots of different like blending modes and stuff, getting into the flats. Oh, this is and this is the symbol that Umbra wanted on the ground, so I just kind of recreated it. Actually, that reminds me, Umbra, if you want me to, I did do like a high-res version of this. If you want me to send that to you, so that you can like send it off to any artists that you wish to commission. The problem with custom AI songs is that once you've heard a couple of them, you've heard all of them. They're all generic and bland. That's fair. That's fair. Someone said mac and cheese, so I was summoned. Hello, witch. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Time to sit back and relax, watching Tao while I eat corn puffs. Yummy. Oh no, a little bit. Please don't feel embarrassed, hon. That is not your fault, hon. It's okay. There's been a wide variety of pals who have completely accidentally redeemed an AI song. But no, don't worry. You're not in trouble, sweetie. Let's see. I would love a high-res version, but you will be one of the 2 or 3 artists I commission now. Thank you! That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're at 18 hours now. 19 hours. 20 hours. 21 hours. 22 hours. 23. 24. That's okay, so that's what happens if I were to like literally nonstop work for 24 hours. That's the point we get to. So it is in hours. Yeah, like right up here, you can see so it's at 24:11, 24:12, 24:13. We're still going though. So now I'm doing like rim lighting and stuff. 25. Wait, why does it say 25? Because when I go to... Hold on. When I go to the canvas info and then we go to statistics, it says 34 hours. I swear I didn't lie to you. Umbra. I'm guessing that maybe there was an extra 10 hours there for like where I fucked up, maybe. And so this records that, but the replay doesn't, possibly. I do believe that I spent 34 hours on it, though. That sounds right. Okay. You say it is in fact break time. It showed 34 to me. Yeah. Well, that's why I was like, wait a second. I don't know. Yes, break time. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. We will go on break momentarily. Hold on. I'm just trying to get this fitted. Before we go on break, though, I do want to run by you guys. What would you like to work on? You're going to get to vote. You will get to vote momentarily. I'm just going to show you what your options are. Okay. Number one, we can work on... I actually don't know if I have any sketches that are... We have a... Is it okay, Umbra, if I show them, like, my really garbage sketch that I did for you to get, like, the framing, for your next piece? Is that okay? I don't know where I put it. Where is it? Okay. Yes? Okay. All right, 1 second. Let me go. I don't know where it went in my iPad, but I will just go to the Discord and grab that. Okay. So, we can do something quite creepy, but it won't be, like, violent, per se. But this is for Umbra. So this is Umbra's number 2 commission. This is basically, like, this is one of his D&D characters in a humanoid form. Again, this was very, very quick. This is just, like, to get a grasp of what he was looking for. So, this will obviously involve a lot more elaboration. But when I put Umbracom, that's what this will be, okay? So vote for that if you like the vibe of this. It's gonna be like the Golden King, if you guys have seen that. It's quite an eerie character, but very cool. So that's Umbracom. We also have a Precious Politely Com, which I'm really excited for. I don't know if Precious Politely is listening in over here, but it's gonna be like an evolution of her current outfit. Oh, Yellow King in yellow, my bad. Sorry, Umbra, my bad. I don't have anything for the Politely Com yet. This will be from scratch on stream if you guys vote for that. Okay, so there was just a Politely Com. Oh, I'd be excited. Yay! Now the Politely Com is gonna be like a pose, like a cute kind of flirty pose. And she'll be in like a new outfit. Okay, so that's what that will be. So we have Umbracon for this really cool king in yellow, like eerie one. We have Politely Calm for this new outfit and her kind of being like, ooh. We can vote for your outfits, which are like so. So this is my Geralt outfit. You guys would like to continue to work on that. We also have our Seru outfit, which we can continue to work on, which is like this. Or we can work on the Monster Hunter Starting Soon screen, which looks like, hold on, where is it? Which is looking like this. Okay. Zelrog! Hi, there's Zelrog and Pena! Welcome on in, how are you? It's good to see you, darling. It has been a minute, it's so good to see you, Pena. Obviously, 'tis I aboard my friendly Kieran. And, of course, the other alternative is our chibis, all right? So, if you guys pick chibis, we will have a whole sub-poll based on that, okay? But if you would like to work on something from scratch, we have Amazing Umbra's commission, we have Precious Politely's commission. If you want something that we've already been working on, we have the Monster Hunter Stories 3 Starting Soon screen, or one of our outfits, or you can vote for chibis. So, what shall we work on today? We have MHS 3 starting screen. We have Umbra Calm, we have Politely Calm, we have outfits, or we have chibis. There are 2 outfits options, and there are like 30 plus chibi options, okay? I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes. Please do vote. The poll is now live. We're gonna go on a quick break. And during that break, I'm going to set you up with a with some words on stream, if you'd like to play that, and also with a boss battle. Okay? Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Please do vote in the poll. We only have 3 votes, which means we have a 3-way tie at the moment, so please vote. I will be back in 3 minutes. You guys have 5 for the poll. Please vote, please vote, please vote, please vote. That decides what we do for the rest of the day. So, love you like this terribly.
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
alternatively,
Scary lady.
enjoy. I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies! Yay! Good, precious pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious pals. The timing on that, dearest Tim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Look at me go.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop off...
Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it. Hurry up. Fuck. Where's the spot that ballista took off? Ah! Fuck you!
That shadow was crazy.
Okay, hold on. Let's try and get rid of it. Okay. That makes sense, lovely. That makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. Oops, hold on. Hairi mochi to nama choko no nameraka no kuchidoke, meaning the smooth melt in your mouth texture. The smooth melt in your mouth texture of choco-filled mochi and raw chocolate. matcha senbei? 7. 7 streaks. The approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. Thank you, lovely Ryo. You're very sweet, darling. Thank you so much. Discover an essay. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. But I'm wide awake now with the pouch pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me again. Yay! Take my infection. Have them. Hi, cuties. Welcome back. Let me put this Zim avatars back on there. Welcome back, lovely love. You beautiful being uppies. Yee, good laugh. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. You beautiful being uppies. Good Aussie. Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Next, Matos slash Jam Slice, welcome back. Uppies. Yee, good Nix. Welcome back, Precious Patricia. Uppies. Yee, good Patricia. Amazing Umbra. Welcome back, sweetie Uppies. Yee, good Umbra. And beautiful Bubbin, welcome on back, sweetheart. How are ya? The bot redeemed the wrong song for Jester. Okay, let me see here. Which song? Okay, found it. Hey! Wait a second, band! Did you do that again? Band! You snaky devil! Did you just tip another $50? Sweetheart! Oh my god! Thank you so much. Jesus. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 1 second, I'll put this on there. There you go. I have queued up the correct song for you, hon. No, it was Umbra? I don't know. I'm looking at my activity window here, and it says banned from chat tipped $50 3 minutes ago. So I think you might be lying to me. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it, though. That's really, really kind. Even if you paid us to keep it quiet, Tao will still see it. It's true. I actually do. As the streamer, nothing gets deleted that I'm not able to see. Sorry! But seriously, thank you so much, beautiful band, for another $50. That's crazy. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. That's very sweet. Umber did what? Band is trying to blame his generous donations on you. Also, we have a tie there, so, try again. You get to pick between the Monster Hunter, starting screen. Okay, hold on. MHS3 screen or Chibis. You only have 2 minutes for this one. Please do vote. That was what the tie was between. That was all him. I see it. Hi there, Mac. How are you? Good to see you, darling. You guys, please do vote. You got 2 minutes and only 2 options. So if you voted last time, if you voted in the poll that was happening during our ad, please do make sure that you oh, I see. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I just realized that I'm doing things wrong. Okay, I fixed it. You shared art? Awesome. Real talk though, what happens if we finish Monster Hunter before we finish the starting sin screen? High likelihood. Yes, very high likelihood. Edelweiss, how are ya? It's great to see you. Welcome in. Feels like the song is a regular feature on art streams. Oh, 100%. It's a banger. Also, let me show everybody's beautiful artworks. It looks like we're probably going to be working on our Monster Hunter 3 screen. Monster Hunter Stories. We got some art, right? Let's look. We got some bubbling art. This is a very cute, I love this pose. This is a very, very cute. It's almost like it's a pony, but it's like a bunny. It feels like bunny vibes, you know? It's my favorite MCR song. Let's go. Was hoping we tie it up again. Not quite, not quite. Looks like you guys want to work on the MHS screen. That's beautiful. That's really pretty. Whoever keeps sending this song, you're a goat. True that. This is so pretty, Bublin. I love this character. Ooh, oh damn, it's a Sedu Riz. Sedu Riz. I like how you render your or rather line and texture your scales. They're very cool. Very cool, Sedu. And then beautiful Bublin doing some more beautiful artworking. Very pretty. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Ooh, okay, more Riz. Nice. Oh, I love that Sedu's got like a Dread Queen Rathian form now. Very cool. Pretty sure Monster Hunter Stories 3 would be a very different kind of game if the Rathian looked like this. The art I have done today. That's so cute, Tommy. Oh my god, is it a is that a oh my god, what's the Pokemon's name? Fuck. What is the Pokemon's name? It's the Mimikyu. Mimikyu. That's it. Mimikyu. Mimikyu Shinx. Yeah, cute. It's so cute. That's awesome, Tommy. I love it. Ooh. Oh, this is one of Lady D's daughters, I think. Is that let's see here. We got Patricia's latest model. Let's go on through the progress. I like the like rim light there. It's not rim light, but you know, rim patterns. Ooh, cool. Oh, is this your old to your new? Yeah, really solid improvement, darling. Nice work. That's very cool. I really, really like that you can literally put them side by side like that. How long ago did you do the one on the left? Oh, and you guys, please do vote on how the music volume is. Let me know if it's too loud, too soft, or just right. Ivory Lagiacris Nyx, very cool. That's sick. I can't wait to see this when it's all done too. Lovely Sedu. Excellent work. Excellent work. Okay, you guys have voted for some Monster Hunter Stories artwork, which works for me. Let me see. Yeah, okay. All right. That is my very first model I ever made. I made the one on the left when I was around 5. That is incredible, hon. That's so fucking cool. Holy. That is awesome. Sorry, I'm just, I have 2 different files with my kid in it. And I want to do the shading on him completely before we move over to the shading on me. All right. This song is so cute. So yeah, I've had a few years to improve, and I'm very happy to see how far I've come. Yeah, absolutely, as you should be, hun. 5. You made it when you were 5. It seems that way. Also, hey, well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Okay. Remember, I want to animate this a little bit, so you're gonna see a fuck ton of layers behind me there. Whee! I forgot where I was with this, damn. Let's see. Oh, I think I finished the shading on the base character. Oh god, a Kyunin, one of my Banes in Monster Hunter. Yes, that's why you befriend it instead of fight it. Outstanding Orca! Holy honey bun, thanks so much for the 120 streams. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Outstanding Orca. I really appreciate it. That is amazing. Thank you, thank you. Incredible, genuinely incredible. Nah, I'm like Rajang. I take its horns for power. No! My poor Kieran! What did it ever do to you? Okay. I'm invisibling myself, and we're gonna do some... Did I do the shadows here? No. Okay. I don't know if I decided on a... That's a soft light. I don't know if I decided on a specific color here. Ooh, Orca! Thank you so very much for the care package. Thank you, darling. These art streams are my biggest barrier to a mill. Oh, come on, Strat, they're not that bad. You'd have to redeem like 50 songs in order to even break what you would make as a subscriber and a mod for like 2 days. Jester, random French accents are welcome. Bon oui baguette. Okay, let's see here. It's so interesting. You don't realize how much, as you probably noticed, Saru and Bublin and Patricia and all of my other precious pals who are extraordinary artists, you have probably noticed that you sometimes go back to work on something that has been put on the back burner for all of, 2 weeks, and then you're like, oh shit, I actually have learned something since then. And that's actually where I am for this. The only problem is that the new shading method that I have acquired I decided to flatten it because I'm an idiot. So we're gonna have to, we will just do my new shading method with my highlights instead. Tragic, I know. Oui, j'espère. But I am so close and yet feel so far. Yeah, you get that? Gotta go prep for stuff later today. Be back in a bit. All good. See you to Strat. We'll see you soon. Oh, I wanted to run something by you guys. I don't think this is the right audience for it, because, like, a lot of people who come in for these streams don't really come in for, Final Fantasy streams, but I would love the discussion. How would you guys feel about, I know that I said I wasn't gonna do any more, like, night streams, just like generally speaking, and generally speaking I won't, but there's a very special occasion as far as like this coming week, which is, as you may know, Good Friday and Easter, and Nath is actually off on like, well, he's actually off today as well, but he's off on Monday and Tuesday as well. So obviously I already have Monday off, but he was like, can you stream on Tuesday night so that you can spend Tuesday day with me? And I'm like, oh, I guess so. It will sacrifice my sleep and my preparation for sleep, but I could do that. And I'm reckon that a lot of the pals wouldn't mind. That's our Final Fantasy day. So, and again, we'd go back to our daytime one after that. It would just be this one-off. But I think that there are some pals who haven't been able to attend because they're like at work. And so it might be a nice little occasion. But of course that does also mean that there are some pals who are really enjoying the new schedule and they won't get to participate in this one particular one. But I just want to know what you guys thought of that. That's all. If you are fine with it, we are fine with it. I don't mind at all. Wonder what this button can do. Uh-oh, Cutie Caution, what are you pressing? I definitely don't mind. We would be happy to see a night stream again, even if it's a day off for me anyway. Okay, or skip a stream. No, I cannot skip streams. That is folly. Kitty Cyber! Welcome in. How are you? Oh, Orca. Did I miss a? Thank you, sweetheart. So you're saying we'll get a night stream because Nath wants to see you? Absolutely. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. Yummy! Hi there, Yummy. How are you? It's good to see you. Automod claimed another? No. Cutie Caution wanted to use the vanish command. 'Tis not Automod's fault in that case. The what? The vanish command. If you do exclamation point vanish in my stream, you will disappear and your messages disappear. It doesn't like time you out or anything. There you go, Ozzy. Like, I don't know if you guys see it, but on my end, it comes up with stream elements timed out Aussie Petrolhead for 1 second. Reason, Aussie Petrolhead vanishes in a puff of smoke. It just does it. Have fun, Orton. You had a nap, beautiful Blue. Thank you so much for coming in and saying hi. It's always a pleasure. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Ciao, Blue. Speaking of weird and funny commands, I tried to order 66 on my phone and it actually worked. Wait, what is 66 I do? Varnish. Vanish. Wait, really? That'd be interesting. Yeah, it doesn't work for every stream because I think a lot of people have it turned off because they don't like that it makes people think that something like bad has happened. But no one's like abused it in our stream, so I just figure why not, you know, like until you guys do start abusing it, I'll just I won't stop you from having fun. I was like, wait, what did caution do? Because for us it says message deleted by a moderator. Yeah, no, it's just it's a fun little thing that you can turn off. And like I said, if people start like abusing it, then I will probably turn it off. But it right now it's just been a little thing. But no, that's something that you can just do that here if you want to just vanish. I'm also trying to figure out when we'll do our karaoke stream. I can't do it next weekend. We're actually going to have, so we obviously have our Sunday stream this week, but I'm going to be out of town for Sunday stream next week. I will be seeing you on our normal Friday stream, but yeah, I'll be out of town for Sunday, so. Blue fell asleep in the most adorable position ever. Cute, love. Do karaoke on the stream you're gonna skip. Aha! I'll just sit here and sing to myself and be like, okay, it's done. I did it. I finished it. Order 66 is basically turning off something. Oh, really? That's interesting. This song is really matching the vibe of the game I'm playing. Ready or not? Nice. It's fine. You gotta do what you gotta do. That's true. That's true. I just like to keep you guys updated. I actually have a question for you guys. So Nath gives gifts on Easter. Not even on Easter. Well, I think it's like Good Friday or Easter. So I got up this morning and he was like, look, I got you this. And he got me like a sketchbook and like a new pencil and a little Entei. I would like to actually, you know what? It might be fun to assemble Entei on stream. A little Entei model to like the Pokemon to assemble. Yeah, and so I was like, is this an Australian thing or a Czech thing? Because he's Czech as well. Like, does anybody give gifts for Halloween, for Easter? Or is that just Nath? I watched Save and he has a great voice. He does have a great voice, doesn't he? Oh, Sedu! I meant to tell you. I am currently lurking in Save's stream. And he has your artwork on a button. He has your artwork on a button. And it looks awesome because he does occasionally bring it up on stream. He's such a sweetheart, dude. Like, I'm gonna give him a shout out real quick. If I could learn how to type. There we go. Ah, fuck! There. Yeah, he has a wonderful voice. He's super soothing to listen to. He's very interactive. He is not nearly as hyper as me, but that's not a bad thing. You know, he's very relaxing. Like how the troopers turned off the Jedi's life signs.
Whoa!
Oh.
They made the save icon in real life! Whoa! They did!
Nath just gives gifts flat out. He does, that's true. He's very sweet. Nath is a gift. True, Ozzy, true! A Pokemon model kit, yeah! You give chocolate to my sister. Yeah, I've definitely, like, obviously I know about like bunnies, like the chalky bunnies and like the eggs and stuff, but does anyone give like, you know, other gifts? I wear purple all Holy Week except on Friday. If the gifts are candy, then yes, that's usually how Halloween is celebrated. We have family dinners for Easter, not gifts, but mostly just outing and family time. That sounds lovely, Strat. You give me a shout out too. He's so sweet. He's a lovely, lovely down-to-earth man. There's someone that drives around a vintage car on the Strand in Townsville during Easter and offers Easter eggs. That's cute. He's probably doing his rounds now. That's so fucking wholesome. Depends on the family with no real cultural thing, I think. In primary school, there were a few kids who got presents on Easter. One was British, one was German, and the other was Thai. Interesting. Okay, so maybe it is a cultural thing. Yeah, I wonder if his like Czech grandparents gave him gifts or something. Maybe that's where he got it from. Every single year, I forget that that's like a thing. Yes, we do give gifts on Easter. At least in my family, we do. Interesting. What kind of gifts do you guys give, Lovely Lav? Easter eggs are a thing, but mostly for the kids. Yeah, hi there, excellent Eugene. Welcome on in. How are you? In Catholicism, part of my culture since I'm Mexican, we don't eat red meat on Fridays. Yep, that makes sense. I've got some exes who are who practice the same thing. I put a pic of Blue in the Discord. Ooh, I will have a look. It's kindness, Tao, kindness! I think it might just be a thing some families do. My family doesn't give presents for Easter other than chocolates. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my dad always gave us like little Easter baskets, but it was never, it was all sugar, all sweets and chocolates and stuff like that. It was never like, you know, like Nate's gotten me like a sketchbook, and like an Entei model, right? So, yeah. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna go look at a cute picture of a cat. Let me see. Cute picture of a cat! That is a very cute kitty. I can like feel how soft he is. Oh my god. He's a Russian blue, right? So he has like thick, short, super soft fur. Is that right? He looks so soft. Oh, you look so soft. I love you. Oh, you've been getting a year's subscription to Spotify for the past few years. That's cool. Okay. This Friday's last Friday. We give up red meat because it's Good Friday. Oh, so what then for the rest of the year you don't do that? I was making a model. For me, Easter is a time to spend time with family. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. For sure. I'm not a gift person, giving or receiving. No clue what to buy anyone, and if someone wants to buy me something, I say no, because I'm the type of person who stands by the if I want it, I'll buy it mentality. Okay, I could see that. Corn puffs are also in foods. Hi there, Omnom, welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. We get chocolates, and that's pretty much it. I think family dinners are a big thing, especially when you have a huge family that comes together. That's fair. Yeah, definitely could see that. I want these so bad. Oh, it looks real good. Now look at the corn. There's some good corn back there. I love that you've got your storm, like your stormy desk mat here. Behind it, it just looks so intense. Corn puffs! Incredible. I recently bought an old US Air Force uniform shirt from the 1990s, and I'm currently working on restoring it as it's missing quite a few components and patches and such. Very cool, Patricia. Have you ever had caramel corn? I have, lovely Julius. My dad loves to like collect and consume a fuck ton of caramel corn. Roast chicken flavored corn puffs looks pretty fucking good to me. Air popped, not fried, Australian farm corn. Yummy! Yummy, yummy, yummy. Where's my drool? Where's my drool? There's drool. I should actually make a drool emoji.
Yummy.
Purple earring Holy Week symbolizes penance, mourning, and spiritual preparation for Easter. Aha. If someone ignored me and did end up buying me something, I'd work out what it costs and discreetly pay them back. Oh, wow. Dang, Sliver, you really don't like gifts. All right. Let us continue our Kierin. Let's see. Love the awesome and epic storm background on the corn puffs. Me too. Me too. It's a dangerous skill. Melt sugar and pour it over corn. Yeah, popcorn. Yeah, it's pretty good. Now listen, my dad was never interested in doing that like from scratch. He was always more interested in buying it, for better or for worse. But it did mean that we often got to try those rather delicious, what were they called? They were like, what were they called? They were like, oh, gourmet popcorns, where they come in like that big like tin, and then they're separated in like, 7 different sections or something. And this one is like candied popcorn, and this one is caramel, and this one is like birthday cake flavor, and then this one is M&Ms. Like, oh, that was tasty. That was tasty. I love the caramel popcorn I had recently. I need to have more of those, but I need to do it in moderation. It's been a sweet overdose since Christmas. That's true. You got to be careful. Oh, and the cheese. Oh, God, I love cheese popcorn. So good, man. So, so, so good. Delectable. Yeah, I think my favorite cheese popcorn has been, I've tried a lot of them, and I think I like the white cheddar. White cheddar is probably my favorite, like, topping type of, cheese on, like, powdered cheese. Yummy powdered cheese! Oil, olive oil, real butter, etc. Yeah, this is, making me so hungry for popcorn. I'm so sorry, hon. Wait, this song is AI as well? Fuck, really? Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything about this person. Dang. Is it really? Okay, well, there it goes. There it goes. Gotta go multitask and be a lurky turkey. All good, sweetest Strat. We'll see you soon. Can't even hear the songs? Oh! Well, we had the poll up and like what? 10 people said that it was at the perfect volume. Do you want to do another round of the poll? White cheddar popcorn is crack to me. It's so good. It's so good. I also love like anything that's like puffed with white cheddar. Yummy. I used to love going to the Colonel's kiosk in the central coast of New South Wales. Caramelized popcorn was my go-to. Fucking nom. It's all just different rappers AI voiced on different beats, sometimes with other rappers in the same songs. Oh, that sucks. Oh, thank you, Strat. Okay, you guys, the poll is once again live. Let me know if you're happy with the volume or not. In the Gospel of John, it is said that Jesus was put in a purple robe by the Romans when they had him in chains. Oh, I see. Okay. I think it's a good volume for background music while listening to you, but not so much the volume for I want to listen to this music volume. Right. Yeah, and I definitely will not be I definitely will not be doing any of the like, scrolling it up and down based on whether I'm talking or not. I just can't keep up. Wait a fucking second. You called Eminem AI? We gonna have a fucking beef chat? No. It didn't say it was Eminem. It actually said that it was E. Hamudin, which is not Eminem. as far as I know. It was AI of Eminem. Yeah, Eminem imposter. Uses someone's AI to use his voice for the song. Yeah, big no-no. Yuck. We do not like AI. Okay, so we have more people who think that it's too soft, but we also have a few people who still think that it's just right. So I'm gonna turn this up a bit, and you let me know how that is. Is that okay? Are you still able to hear me quite well? And because yeah, like the idea of the background music is obviously to like hear it, but I don't want it to like overpower me because I'm at the littlest like when I'm like, this is probably about as low as I'm going to get, like tonally and like volumetrically in volume. So if you can still hear me when I'm about right here, then it's probably still a good volume. If you can't, I might need to turn it down a little bit more, but you let me know, okay? No, we won't, Ozzy. It's on a different track. That's why we're able to do this, and why we never do YouTube streams on our art days, because YouTube doesn't separate them. YouTube does not separate them, unfortunately, but Twitch does. Thank you, Twitch. Done one good thing, Twitch. Your talk of gourmet popcorn made me look it up. Turns out there's a place that sells it not too far from me. Guess I gotta do some shopping down there. Oh, ha, ha, hey. I need that popcorn sponsorship. Turning my precious pals onto gourmet popcorn. Yum, 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 yummy, yummy. It's been a while since I've heard this song. Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I just need to see your guys. There you go. There's your chat. A little hard to hear when you're that low. Yeah, I can hear it now and it's not overpowering you. Okay, so we have two people who think opposing bits then. Speaking of Christ, are you familiar with Caravaggio? That sounds familiar. Not off the top of my head, but I think as soon as you tell me, I'll probably be knowledgeable.
Tao, happy 1 year anniversary, lovely.
Swedish Shredder, honey bunny, thank you so very much for the whole year. We've spent a whole year together. Let's go. Thank you so much, Swedish Shredder. I appreciate it. That is so kind of you, honey bun. Thank you. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness and support, darling. I do appreciate it. Sweetest Shredder, thank you. Thank you, lovely. How are you doing, Sweet Shredder? It's good to see you. Let's see. I think it's a difference of headphones versus speakers. I've got you on speakers, Tao, and you come through much more than the music does. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. As we've discussed before, up to you if you executive override the 6 minutes for that one. Oh, is it? Oh, it's Blackmore's Night. I just have that on my list, so I'll just do this. There we go. He is known for using a technique called tenebrism, which emphasizes strong contrast between light and dark. Ah, yes! That is why I know that. That is why I know that phrase, that name, I guess. So, when is the Tao Singy song karaoke? Great question, beautiful band. I am trying to figure that out because I have some friends coming out to visit. I was going to do it, like, a week from tomorrow, but I'll be out of town. So, I'm gonna see if I can find some time either during this week or definitely during during this coming week, or definitely week after this coming week for sure. We will definitely have our singing stream before the 20th. I don't know when, but it will be before the 20th of April. Okay? That's my promise to you. I will make that happen. Because you guys are very sweet, and you guys definitely do deserve that, and I hope that no one unfollows because they're like, God, I can't believe it. I have come into this woman's stream and she's screeching like a fucking bat. Of course, lovely. Yeah, I'm doing all right, thanks. Just got home from visiting my pop in the hospital, sweetheart. He's having an issue with his blood pressure, but he's hanging in there. Oh, I'm sorry, Shredder. Is his blood pressure too high or too low? I'm wearing headphones and the music is on the same, if not more present than Tau's voice. Really? Like even right now? I'm looking at my mixer. And it does look like at the moment, I'm quite a bit higher than the music, but let's see. Cutie Coldfoot! Hi! Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you, darling. Time to provide the most based music recs you've ever heard. Let's go, Colwood. Show us what you got. Let's see. Someone was thinking of getting people together for karaoke on Sunday. That's fun. Wait, like in the Discord or in your life? In your life. Lo, he passed out the other day. Oh my gosh, do they know what's causing it? You are higher than the music, at least for me? Okay, cool. Sounds good. If anything, people follow you more when they hear your beautiful siren singing. You're so sweet. Thanks, cutie lip. Thank you, Sunny. You're so lovely. I too am on headphones, and the music about 75% of Tau's volume, so seems about right. Yeah, that's about where it should be for an art stream. On my phone speakers, Tau is louder than music by a good enough amount. Okay, cool. So I'm pretty clear to pretty much everyone. Right now it's not as bad because the volume of the specific song has gone down a little, but yeah, still. Oh, okay. Sorry, Patricia. Just because I'm seeing like, you know, literally like 19 out of 20 people saying it's fine, I'll probably leave it where it is. But if more people have any issues hearing me, let me know and we'll put another poll up. I am so tired. I just packed 7 boxes with Mom and preps for hoping to get a place to move to. Oh man, cutie cat has shit. I bet you're tired. Did you get any sleep last night? He is 94, Shredder. He's 94? Dude, I am so impressed with that. You have some incredible genes, sweetest Shredder, and that is amazing that he's that is an incredibly good age. That's a good age right there. That's awesome. I hope that they can resolve his low blood pressure issues though. It sounds like he's in the right place though. Tau is loud and clear. Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, you're fine. Don't jeopardize just for me. No, that's okay, precious Patricia. I appreciate you letting me know though. On my headset, I'd say the music is about a 2 out of 3, while Tau is more like a 6 or a 7. Oh, okay. Or two or 3, and Tau is like a 6 or 7. Why? Why would you do that, Caution? That was very mean. Thank you for my googly eyes. Why are you beating the googly eyes? This also depends on the song as well. As this song I requested seems quieter than the last. Oh, okay. We could always do a poll to make sure the majority is just right. Yeah, well, I mean, we've done 2 polls now in as many hours, so I'm not sure if we and most of the input I'm getting from you guys seems to be that it's good now. But if enough of you want to, I'll put another poll up. That's fine. Lovely love. Thank you for the 6, 7 bits. Thank you for the 6, 7 bits. Piece of candy. Fun fact, Fortnite had to lay off 1,000 staff in order to get the rock in the game. No way. Oh, but those both happen at the same time. That's crazy. Let me see here. I meant to pick bald and I didn't read it all the way.
7 already.
That's very funny.
Fast.
Oh, terrific. Tell me. Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for 7 months. You better start thinking about our sub baby name because you are approaching the 9-month point. Thank you so much, darling, for your awesome dedication and support, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. I can't believe it's been that long. Beautiful band. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Another honey band. Thank you so much, hun. That is way too fucking generous. Thank you. Hold on, I'll read your message. I'm so sorry. I'm just kind of reeling. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Beautiful band. That is fucking insane. Thank you. Okay, okay. I'm counting on you for my retirement. Everyone with voice acting connections, help us out. We just want to be bad. I really do hate to tell you this, but I'm afraid that betting on someone who is an artist, a voice actor, and a streamer, probably not the best for your retirement plan. I promise I'll do what I can. But seriously, though, beautiful band, thank you so much for that absolutely extraordinary donation. That is crazy, crazy talk. $100. Thank you so much. Another $100, I should say. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, beautiful band. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, if anyone has voice acting connections, let me know. Thank you, beautiful band. I really appreciate it. Holy. Ah! You don't understand my luck, Tao. Just watch this happen. Beautiful band, yo. If I could take advantage of some of your luck, I would love to. Please, give me some of that luck, my friend. I've moved way too much in my life. Never liked doing this packing and unpacking process. Absolutely, cutie cat. I'm so sorry you're having to do it again. Are you gonna be in like the same general area? Or are you moving like states or what? Oh, enjoy walking the puppies, precious Patricia. Same town because of both Zelda and I have jobs here. Just want to get out of this wretched building. Oh, that is so fair, cutie cat. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Is it the building or is it the landlord or is it both? Break time coming up in before Siri, but thank you, Ozzy, appreciate it. We will go on a break once I finish this this quick little airbrushy look on just the neck, I think. I am likely going to be moving a city over in the near future too. Are you looking forward to it, Yami, or is it kind of anxiety inducing? Who remembers when the in before trend was everywhere? I actually don't know if I remember that. I remember like the hipster thing, that people called it hipster back in the day, where it was like, oh, you're a hipster because you're like, well, I liked them before they were popular, you know? Just saw one of my cats sniffing a turd in the litter tray. Why? Oh yeah, Coda. We went on a walk with Pubby today, and he found some poop on the ground. And he was like, "Ooh," and we were like, "Oh, dude." It's a weird thing. So the place was originally an aged care place before being converted to studio unit things. So there are 45 rooms, and most have 2 people, and some have more. And plus, the town I'm in, there's some sketchy people in this building in the not so good. Into the not so good stuffs. Okay, fair enough, cutie cat. Fair enough, hun. Well, I'm excited for you to get out of there then. Does the new place look promising, or are you going to be like moving out temporarily until you find a place you like? It was in so many YouTube comment sections back in the day. Oh yeah. Both. Good news because moving, because finally employment, but always nervous. Yes, that's totally fair, lovely Yummy. That's totally fair. But I'm really excited for you, darling. You are moving up. Pew, pew, pew. All right. I think we can go on a quick break. Let me see how this looks when we go. Okay, that's like hideous. It's hold on. There, that'll be easier to see. You guys will see my new shading strategy momentarily. We're gonna go on a quick break, but not before I thank you for the you, excellent Eugene. I appreciate it. Still looking for a place. So we are pre-packing the non-essentials to make the actual move easier. That makes sense. Horse so pretty. Do you like him, lovely Lith? This is a Kirin. It's an Oroshi Kirin. It's like a different manifestation, different element of the electric Kirin. All right, you guys, we got to go on a very quick break. For those of you who don't know or who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. And that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you don't have to, because I walk away from the computer for those 3 minutes and run those ads. But there's no content being made, you see, so you don't have to worry about missing any, even if you're stuck in ads. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Darling sisters, I'll see you Metso Minder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah! Fuck! Where is the spot that ballista took off towards? Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you!
That shadow was crazy.
Okay, hold on. Let's try and get rid of this. Thank God.
Get his ass! Yeah!
Speak. Speak. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Oh, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Okay, hold on. Let's try and get rid of this. Thank you, God.
Get his ass! Yeah!
Let me. Oh, we made it! Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! Scary lady. Redeem.
Legacy of Kate, and that's it, Ducky.
Meaning the smooth melt in your mouth texture. The smooth melt in your mouth texture of choco-filled mochi and raw chocolate. Hi, Pie, they're lovely. Hi, welcome on in. That sounds bomb. I'm so excited to eat this, lovely Yuki. Rating for the matcha senbei, 7. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat, as in can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. 4 hours ago. Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying. Say hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Okay, that makes sense, lovely. That makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. Be different. But I'm wide awake now with the Pouch Pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me again. Yay! Take my infections. Have them all. That's probably not really the way to put that. Have my infections. Hi. I'm gonna let you guys finish this. I'll let you guys finish the words, and then we will come back to our stream.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not.
Welcome back.
do you
Thank you,
guys
Sweet
hear
Strat. Welcome back
that?
to you too.
Why do you have? Oh, there's a voice mod.
This clip is crazy,
I don't know
dude.
why there's a voice mod on, to be honest.
We the awesome Aussie. We the amazing Umbra. Hi, welcome on in, Cutie Core.
What is it?
Amazing Umbra. Some ubbies for
Is it
you.
chipmunk voice?
Hold on, I'll just
not good.
mix it out
I'm
of
not
this
sure
real
why.
quick.
Hold on. Who gave me?
All right, back over to here.
I like our cows.
And I'll bring your little guys there. There you go. Ubbies for Umbra. Yee, good Umbra. Welcome back, Sweetest City. Welcome back, Yummy Yummy. Welcome back, Sweetest Shadow. Welcome back, Lovely Liv. Ubbies for Jet. Yee, good Jet. Nix, Potato Slice, Jam Slice. Ubbies. Yee, good Nix. Lovely Liv. Welcome back, Lovely Liv. Ubbies. Good lab. Awesome Aussie. Welcome back. Ubbies. Yee. Good Aussie. Lovely little twins Ubbies too. Ah! Lith, you get vibration head pets. How do I get uppies? Yummy, you can either ask for them, or if you have a sub, then you can use the little uppies emote that you guys that you see everyone using there. But you also don't have to subscribe if you don't want to. You can just ask for uppies, and I'll still give you uppies. Nix, Matos/Jam Slice, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Kitty Kappa, uppies, yee, good kata. Deserving of the uppies. All right. I also have just heard from Nath that it is tradition in Australia to get fish and chips on Easter. Is that correct? Or Good Friday, rather? And lovely that's so sweet of you, honey. Thank you for gifting that sub to, sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Uppies, heart uppies. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Yummy Yummy. That's so sweet of you, hun. Just for those uppies, just so that we can have the little emote. Thank you so much, Lit. That's very thoughtful, honey bun. Very considerate of your fellow
I would
cow.
go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Sweetest Storm. Also, Yummy Yummy wants uppies for Yummy Yummy. Yee! Good Yummy. Good Yummy. Let us see here. Yes to the fish and chips because it is a thing of not eating red meat. Right, not sure where it came from. Got it, that's a Catholicism thing. Sweetest Startle!
Oh.
Hello, lovely Startle, how are you?
Girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus, sucker.
Thank you for my song, Sweetest Seal. How are you? Anything that is white meat, chicken, seafood, etc. can be consumed. Yeah. But I didn't know that was like specifically fish and chips. Is that like an Australian tradition? Like specifically fish and chips. I know that on Good Friday, if you are practicing, then obviously it's anything that's not red meat. Fine. Like wherever else in the world. But is that like a specifically Aussie thing to be like fish and chips exclusively? Aussie Nath would definitely say hi to you. Mac, could I request Night Ride Across the Caucasus by Lorena McKenna? I would like to request it, but it goes over the song limit. If you would like to, did you already try? I personally really do love Lorena McKenna, so I would be happy to do that. I think that the only time that I'm gonna let the songs go over that limit is when I know them. So yes, I will add that. If you can still request it so that it still uses your points, so it's like fair. But like Blackmore's Night, I know them. Lorena McKenna, I love her. So those ones I'm accepting of. That was funny. Thank you for the lurk, Sweetest Starnel. I appreciate it. I would get fish and chips, but everything is shut. Oh, actually, that's a very good point, too. I wonder if they're going to be open. I can't eat fish, so I just go chicken. Okay, pretty sure it is a huge Aussie thing. Interesting. That is fascinating. Yeah, because when I was back in the States, people weren't that into fish and chips, or at least not so much as Aussies are. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Wonderful work. Abstain from eating red meat on Fridays is a form of penance, especially during Lent, to honor the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. The practice is rooted in tradition and is meant to encourage self-discipline and reflection. Yes, exactly. Beef, pork, chicken, turkey, and lamb are not consumed. Yes, yes. Are not consumed? Oh, yeah, are not consumed. Wait. Chicken? Chicken? I would not consider chicken or turkey to be red meat. Looks like my kind of horsey. Oh my god, band. He's a unicorn! There's a difference. Thank you. All right, Mac, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, I have just queued that up for you. Zinni! Hi there, Zealous Zinni. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Very good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are ya? We got chippies over here that all sell fish and chips. There's a place in London, I think, called Jack the Chipper. Take the piss, why don't you, Brits? That's very funny. Oh, man. That specific fish and chip shop definitely was not around in the, was it the 1600s? Or was it later? Was it like the 1800s? Fuck, I forgot when Jack the Ripper was around. Chicken and turkey are not considered red meat as far as I'm aware in any country. That's what I thought, Om Nom. Yeah, I was like, wait a second, those aren't red meats. Always happy to catch a Tal stream. Always happy to have you, Zealous-Zinni. How have you been? Depending on what culture upbringing of Catholicism, chicken isn't allowed. Wow, okay. Huh. Yeah, I didn't realize that that was considered red meat in any religion or country. I thought that was, like, about as red meat as fish is. This song is pretty fucking cool right off the bat. Been well, just taking things step by step. Revealed my new swashbuckler costume and people liked it. That's great, Zinni. Congratulations. Very cool. Very, very cool. Are chicken nuggets from McDonald's considered meat? I think that depends on your perspective. Chimpkin is chimpkin. I need to put this back to normal so I can see where I'm erasing. Change it to the version. Bot messed up again. Thunderbringer. All right, fix that up for you, Pseudostrat. There we go. According to Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Jack the Ripper was the late 1800s. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that would have been when there was like... Ow! Why? Why am I bad, Alex? Don't want to eat red meat? Do worry. If you cook it long enough, it's not red anymore. Core. Technically, chicken nuggets are bone and meat and cartilage. Ugh, I don't like to think about it. The fillet of fish was introduced by McDonald's to accommodate Catholics who abstain from meat on Fridays. Ah, that makes sense. Makes me happy to see you dancing to the song requested. Yeah, it's really good, Jester. I really like it. It's definitely the type of music I would listen to when I'm working out. Ah, water. Assassin's Creed is my go-to for history stuff. Are they pretty accurate in that? Here we don't have non-veg, and no, chicken isn't considered red meat. It's just considered a day of fasting. Right, that makes sense. I do listen to it when I'm working out. Perfect. Same brain there, Jester. I don't know if Assassin's Creed would be the best history teacher. I think because a lot of their stuff is built around actual events, but then don't they kind of like alternate history it a little bit? I'm genuinely asking because I haven't played very many of the Assassin's Creed games. Assassin's Creed is accurate enough to help people pass history class. Is it really? They generally are, but they intermix Assassin's Creed lore into it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Go be a lurky turkey so you start no worries. There are some things I should not say. That might be a good call, beautiful band. Depending on what you're thinking of saying, you might be right to refrain. I appreciate you letting me know that you're that you're reconsidering it though. You're a smart man. I love this kind of music for weights. I have such a specific cardio routine depending on the time of year, so no fun music there. Interesting. Can I ask what your specific cardio routine is, Cutie Colwood? A lot of it used the historical events as the backbone for the story. Right, yeah, just like with some alternate history stuff. Every game starts with inspired by historical events, so they may not be 100%, but they add facts to it. To be fair, I reckon there are plenty of people who probably wouldn't know about a lot of these historical events if it weren't for Assassin's Creed. They may not necessarily know exactly where Assassin's Creed lore begins and the real history ends, but if it's good enough to like get them to know more than they would if they hadn't played it, then yeah, I think that's pretty good. Not too bad. I wouldn't want someone at a museum having their sole education be from Assassin's Creed while they're giving people tours and being like, okay, so in 1793 Ezio, I mean. Thank you for the capitalism! Outstanding Omega, welcome in. How are you? Yes, the command does still work. I am doing well. How are you, CD? The year you assassinate a major story person is the year they died in real life? Oh, that's kind of interesting, Jester. Okay, so that would be it. Like, if things happen during those years or months or like event, like dates, even if it didn't happen with the assistance of the Creed, I hope I'm saying this right. I don't know anything about Assassin's Creed, really. I have played, okay, I lied. I have played like 2, like the number 2, I think, but I played it when it came out. I haven't touched it since. And you know, my memory is pretty dog shit. Like, so I don't remember anything that happened. Anyway. Then that would still be really helpful, because then if someone's like, oh, fuck, I do not remember the date of this. And it's like, well, you played this game for 50 hours, so now you do remember, you know? I don't know, maybe it'll help one dive into certain history, but to use it by itself, that's dicey. I totally agree, Cutie Caution, yeah. But I mean, it's good to, it's nice when things help people get into stuff, you know? Let me see here. The Assassins are a hidden society and are the real reason behind the deaths of certain historical figures. Interesting. I mean, accidentally killing George Washington is one of the Assassin's Creed game is an immediate game over. Well, I think that's, yeah, they were like, this ain't D&D, but I cannot get you out of this one. All those figures are actually Templars. Right. Okay. Got it. I'm doing well, just been chilling at work and just vibing out tonight. That sounds delightful, Outstanding Omega. I saw a post about one guy on a class trip to Italy whose teacher got lost, so he used his knowledge of the area from AC to get them to where they were headed? Really? Like hundreds of years later? That's pretty cool if that's true. So during audition season, December through May, I rip through audition rep while on the e-bike or on the treadmill. Full voice to ensure I can perform it. Off season, I work through sheet music while on the treadmill to keep up on my theory. Wow, Colwood, that's you're busy lady. Actually, it's not a bad idea. I feel like I'm quite lucky because since I grew up in a super high mountainous region for like all of my life, I still have pretty substantial like lung capacity. Like I think when I went to the ER like last year or something, they tested my whatever it's called, when you blow out really hard, you go right, and they were like, oh, you're in like the 99th percentile for lung capacity. And I was like, damn, I'm glad that stuck around. Let's see. This piece of art dates back to the 1400s. It was painted very shortly after the Assassin's Creed ended the regime of the monarch. Yeah. My first tattoo was a part of the Assassin's Creed on my arm. That's very cool. Like, I like when people have like fandom things that mean so much to them, they want to get them on their bodies. AC3 was really out of touch with itself. Really? How so? Tao, I hope you don't mind me asking, but I remember hearing about the whole job issue and was curious whatever became of that. If too personal, then my apologies, but was just curious. That's okay, Omega. No, I got made redundant because of because of Gen AI. Generative AI took my job, and my boss got rid of me. So I am officially a full-time streamer, voice-over artist, general fucking graphic designer and illustrator, and ESL teacher. So I have 4 jobs instead of 5 now. This feels like royalty-free music. Is this another? Wait. Is this another AI one? Kudozen? Is that a real person? Is this a real person? Instead of being hidden in the background, they just throw you out there publicly murdering people. Jesus. I literally learned about police corruption from playing GTA San Andreas. There you go, cutie caution. There you go. Honestly, it was through Assassin's Creed 4 I learned about the lesbian pirate couple, which were real pirates. That's so cool. I didn't know that. Hi there, Terrific Try. Welcome on in. How are you? Incredible Iridius, thank you for the care package. Literally, as a kid, I was baffled about why the cops in the story were on CJ's ass so much, and when I looked into US history in the early 90s involving police, the reality hit me like a tornado. Interesting, isn't it? That's capacity test. There you go. I used to be around the 5 to 6 liter mark. Is that pretty good, Storm? It also keeps me from being bored. I hate cardio, so I need to have my brain working, but I can't read books or watch TV. It pisses me off if mountains be doing that. My lungs are nuts. Yeah, let's go, cutie Colwood. Let's see. That means I gotta stay subbed. Oh, thank you, Cindy. That's so sweet.
Let's go 2 months with my favorite Thylacine I know. Yes, you're the only one I know, but that doesn't change my point XD.
Oh, outstanding Omega. Thank you so much for 11 whole months, darling. That's so sweet. Oh my goodness. You're the only one I know, but that doesn't change my point. No. It does not degrade the point at all. Thank you so much, outstanding Omega. That's so sweet of you, cutie pie. I really do appreciate your guys' amazing support. It really does build up, you know, like when you guys decide that you wanna sub. And again, this is not, as I told you guys, I never want, and I will never compromise the fact that I want people to be able to enjoy this content to the fullest, whether they can afford to subscribe or not, which is why we always take those breaks. It's also healthy for both of us. But it also ensures that, you know, if you cannot afford to subscribe or you don't want to, then you will still never miss out on content from me. But if you are able to, and you can afford the however much you're spending a month, whether that's a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub, it really does, like, having like 50 or 100 or 200 of you. And once and if we can hit the plus, then I get more revenue from it, more of the revenue split. And that is incredible. So I really do appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much for keeping up your subs. It means the world. It means more than you know. Thank you so much to every single one of you who decides to sub. It means the world. Thank you. Oh, the previous song was called Royalty Free. Oh, my bad. It was the Hail Mary one that felt royalty free. Very YouTube vlog music. I need to see Hail Mary, actually. I think, Nathan, I might go see that on Monday. Possibly. AC3 has an alternate timeline thing where you can do where Washington is the bad guy. The tyranny of King Washington. Oh man, that would be fun to play. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. That's great, Terrific Charm. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. Let me see. The lesbian pirate couple were Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't even know about that. I think another game that really helped spark my interest in history was the first ever Black Ops in the Call of Duty franchise. Was that more accurate than most of the rest of them? God, it's been almost 2 years since I've known you. Where has the time gone? Great question, Omega. But it is always appreciated, CD Pie. 5 is the peak of the bell curve. Oh, at the age it was tested. That's great for males. Wow, let's go, Storm. Well done. I am only 100% sure the From Kirozen is AI songs released way too close together. Sorry, I didn't quite. I am only 100% sure the From Kirozen one. Oh, is that one another AI quote musician unquote? The first Black Ops took place in the 1960s. Oh, wow, that's actually more recent than I thought it was gonna be. Banned. I am also 100% sure that the song from Kurozen is AI songs. The songs are released way too close together. Oh, okay. All right, well, that's not ideal. It's so unfortunate because I do want to ask everybody to make sure that they check and make sure that the songs they're requesting are not AI because I don't want to support AI in any way. Gen AI is trash. But obviously I also understand that like 99.9999% of the time, you guys aren't intentionally requesting AI music. I'm totally aware of that. So if I'm ever calling out or someone's ever calling out the song that you've requested is AI, please don't take it personally. It just means, you know, remove it from the repertoire. And it is, like I said, I know I am aware it's kind of a hassle to go research whether or not the song you have requested is AI or not. But it would be really, really appreciated if you guys, with how invasive AI quote music unquote has gotten, it would be appreciated if you guys were willing to do that. But again, I'm not going to punish anybody for like accidentally requesting AI music. I just, as soon as we identify it as AI, I'll skip it is all. I hate that Spotify allows AI artists in AI in the first place. Yeah. I do hate it. But I think we live in a world now where I just really, 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 really wish that AI stuff was labeled and that you could filter it. Like, if we have to have this shit, at least let people opt out of it, you know? It's kind of like, you know, you can tell Google to like blur potentially disturbing or like nude or like whatever else images. It should be an option, a slider to let you also blur or like maybe highlights if it's AI, right? AI images, AI music, AI sound, AI video, whatever. Yeah, it does suck though, Lith. I totally agree. It's why I primarily request songs from my playlist and nothing modern. I get that. Alex Mason, during the 1960s Cold War, he tries to recall memories related to a Soviet plot involving a number station that activates sleeper agents to deploy chemical weapons in the US. The story unfolds through various locations, including Cuba and Vietnam, culminating in Mason's confrontation with the rogue Dragovich. Oh, interesting. I was so mad when I realized 2 songs on my playlist were AI, right? It is extremely hard to differentiate now, 100%. Even to a trained ear, it's disgusting that Spotify and other websites even allow it. I do agree, Cutie Colewood. Oh, thank you so much, Strat. Awesome. Thank you for editing our rules there. That's perfect. The common vernacular for Gen AI stuff has become slop. Yeah, I feel like, you know, it kind of gets looped in with like human-made slop, which is infinitely more valuable than AI bullshit. So, I'm trusting. So please don't think I'm attacking anyone. No, of course, Nix. No, I know. I'm not like targeting you either. I'm just letting whoever has requested any of these songs that we discern as being AI that maybe just don't request that or from that artist or anything like that again. And you know, we're not like singling you out. I think the only reason that I would get upset with somebody for requesting AI music is if they do it multiple times, because that means they're doing it knowingly, and that's not okay. But it's a lot like when if someone sends me, like at this point, when clients send me like AI generated images that they did not generate. If they generated it, we have a problem. But if they are Googling, you know, anthro werewolf man with top hat or whatever, if they're Googling that and then they see it in the search results and then they send that to me, I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. You know, they don't necessarily know. And they're literally coming to an artist, a human artist, to pay me. So I know that they're not fucking around. But it is one of those things where you're just like, fuck, it's getting harder and harder to tell. It's so scary. Let's see. Did I fuck up? Did I request AI songs? What? I'm actually not sure, beautiful band. I don't know who requested that one. I'm just kind of going on a little semi-rant because we've had I think two that we've discovered today that are AI. Literally, an opt-out would be easy if they made people disclose that it's AI, but 99% of these AI artists don't, and that's the difficult part. That's true, Coldwood, that's true. It's like, if you really believe, because so many of these AI people, they're like, it's just a tool. I'm just as valid as someone who played guitar and learned music theory and composition for 5 years because I typed it into the fucking prompt. No, you're not. And so, but I think it's so ironic that they're like, it's just a tool, but I won't disclose what tool I used. You know, don't you think that's kind of a little bit fucked up? It's almost like you realize and you're insecure about the fact that you're a talentless nobody. Almost. Spotify makes too much money off of them to bother regulating it. Also, sadly true. Advertisers don't want their content next to explicit content, so filters exist. They don't care about being AI content, so there will not be filters for it. Yeah, it sucks. What's the cooldown on requesting songs, by the way? Is it one song a person? No, I think it's a 1 or 3 minute global cooldown. It's one of those. Human-made slaps, like Adam Sandler movie. That is a subjective opinion, cutie caution. The relationship between Anne and Mary was up to interpretation, though there were small hints to it, nothing big or confirmed. As the IRL Anne, and I believe the Anne from the show Black Sails, had a thing with Jack Rackham. Anne and Mary even get out of being hanged by claiming they're pregnant, only until the due date, however, so they had to bail, so to speak. Interesting, okay. You can go to the artist that you know is AI and hit the 3 dots and then press don't play this artist. Oh, that's good, cutie Kata. Okay, good call. I don't know if that works on my end, with the songs you guys are requesting, if you know what I mean. But that is really good info for if you guys request a song and then we discover it's AI on stream, then you can go there and you can say, I don't want to see anything from this artist again, and that way it won't show up. But I don't know if, because it's obviously our bot here is requesting, and even if we didn't have the bot, I would be, you know, copying and pasting what you've requested into my Spotify and just saying queue. So even if I said don't play music from this artist, if, for example, 3 weeks ago I said that, and then this week you guys request something from them and I paste it in there, I'll probably still get it, right click and add to queue, and then it's still gonna play because I've requested it, right? But if you guys would like to help me with that and help, not eradicate, but as close as we can eradicate AI music from your playlists and mine, that would be great. I want to see you doodle a werewolf wearing a top hat. That'd be so much fun. I would love to do that. Tao, I just the phone number, I'll take care of it. Wait, what do you mean, beautiful bam? Sorry. Which song? Was it one of mine? I'm not sure, sweetheart. And I don't want to like call anybody out either, because again, if you accidentally request AI music, I'm not gonna be like calling you guys out. I just want you to like listen in, realize that, oh shit, okay, I did a whoopsie there, and then delete it from your playlist and say do not play this artist again and stuff. I did that once by accident. I used what I didn't realize was an AI picture as a reference for a character once. I was just Googling tiger werecat girl, and it was one of the pics closest to what I wanted. Exactly. And that's totally fair. Like, when people send me, like, links to this stuff, and I'm like, oh, you just Googled it, you poor thing. I'm not, like, pity, you know, I'm not pitying you, but I'm just like, oh, fuck, like, I know that you, if you knew that was AI and know that that's not what you would have done, right? So, I try not, I very rarely, if ever, call out clients. The only time that I've called out a client is when they have come to me and said, I just wanted to show you better what I meant, so I used AI for it. And I'm like, but I would rather read through 17 pages of size 8 text, and copy, so that I could understand what you're going for instead of look at a single AI picture. Please just send me extensive writing. Do not use ChatGPT for it. I want to see your creativity. You know what I mean? And I respond, you use the word jest, which means you know your argument is tenuous at best. True. We did have one person banned because they made an AI song of Tao. That is true. Yes, that was because I gave them multiple warnings and I said, I do not care. I don't care if you are making fan art of any kind of me or the pouch. the most insulting thing you can do is use AI for it. Gen AI is a big no-no. I don't want a theme song using AI. I don't want art using AI. I don't want a video using AI. I do not want a game using AI. Involve me or the pouch in any of it, and that is like one of the fastest ways to get banned from this community. I do not want it. And again, like I said, I gave this person multiple warnings, right? I was like, hey, is that AI? Because it sounds like it. Oh, and they lied to me. That was the other thing. I contacted them privately and I said, hey, is this AI? I'm not trying to accuse you of anything, but is this AI? Because I've put it through a censor and I know that those are not like 100%, but this thing was like, yeah, there's a 99% chance this is AI. And I had some other people listen to it with like skilled ears and musicians and Dave, and everyone was like, yeah, that's AI. And this was like a year and a half ago, so it wasn't quite as good, like convincing is what I should say, not good. It wasn't quite as good as, it wasn't quite as convincing as it is now. And I asked them and they said, no, that's insulting. I would never use AI. And I'm like, okay, if you're sure. And then they messaged me back and they said, I made another song. And I'm like, oh yeah? And they sent me another song. And I noticed that their voice was completely different. Their voice. And I was like, is that you singing? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, can you explain, like, or show, actually, can you separate out your vocal track? Or send me like a spoken, like a word message. What am I talking about? Where you talk into the microphone. And they were like, oh, no, my microphone's not very good. And I'm like, well, it's very good if you just did this. Like, you should be in like a rock band, like a rock band for real. And finally I was like, okay, you have to tell me, is this AI? And they were like, well, yeah, but it's just because I'm not good at anything else. And I said, okay, you have wasted so much of my fucking time. You have wasted so much of my mod's time and my partner's time. And you've been lying to me for like, at this point, like 3 days. And I was like, you're banned. I'm done. Like, oh, so frustrating. Anyway, sorry. I've been blabbing. Let's see. Sorry, I'll scroll a little bit. I would never intentionally. No, I know, sweetheart. I know, yeah. I usually create a character from Notepad and try to create as close to it as possible via AI generator until I have something acceptable to use a reference to give to an artist so they can draw for me. Ideally, don't use an AI generator. Most artists will be pretty offended. I think like 99% of human artists would rather you just send them that whole notepad, and work with you to like refine that rather than have you utilize an AI generator at all. If I ever use Gen AI, I want you to shoot me in the head with a gun. Sorry, I really did fall behind. When I send you pics from references, I try either from the actual game or show or my cosplays, or for just examples, other arts from actual people, like I did with Invixia art. Yeah, exactly. What did I do now? Banned did what? Who got banned? I behaved so damn hard. Don't worry, beautiful band. We're not talking about you. All my stuff starts as a minimum 1 page of text in Notepad. I love that. That's great. If we don't listen after two times of being warned, they are a lost cause, not willing to listen and or be an adult. Yeah, that is true. I just have a voice memo. That's it. A spoken word message, a poetry slam. That's what I wanted them to send me. I was like, if you can produce music to this level, 2 songs in 2 days, can I get a poetry slam? It's 6:40. Shit, Cyber. Why don't you go to bed, sweetie? Let's see. The art I have had people do for me, I literally have my Discord attached so I can literally type them my life story so they know what I want. Perfect. Yes, know that if you post stuff in the pouch, it will most likely be scrutinized to check whether it's AI, even for written content. So please just avoid it. It is perfectly fine if you don't post rather than post Gen AI stuff. 100% strat. 100%. I'd rather eat a whole essay. Well, that too, but I would also rather read a whole essay with 100+ pages to understand your receipt. 100%. My refs at the beginning were characters I designed in Gacha Life like 8 years ago. Totally fine. I would rather someone go download the free trial of WoW and then like take screenshots of their character and then be like, okay, so it's like this, but a different species and a different height, and I don't want it in this style. If you have no refs to send to an artist, there's this thing called written descriptions where you can describe what you want and the artist draws it. True. Eat an essay! Did you get any news about the new model? How's the work coming along? No. I don't even bother asking. I just let them let me know because it's about 6 to 7 months before I hear anything each time, so. I like my low quality slop. Made by man! Yes! Yummy! Give me the slop. You did the wow thing! You did, Cutie Cata, and it was perfect! It was exactly what I needed. That's genius, actually. Cutie Cata's a genius. What can I say? I just got scared until I refined my search. A game I enjoy, I decided to check if it uses AI, and it returned yes. So I checked, does it use generative AI? And it came back, hell no. The AI is the creature activity. Yeah, that's why it's always important to, like, discern Gen AI versus AI. And I have said this before, but I'm happy to say it again. We like AI. AI is programmed by people. It does not learn. Like, it is artificial intelligence, but it is artificial intelligence to convince you that it is intelligent. It has bounds that human beings, human programmers have put in that say, walk over to this spot in the span of 8 seconds, look around, this is the cone of your vision, walk back to the other side, do the same thing there. You know, if you see a person, or if they are not in crouch position, or if they fire a gun, you acknowledge that. Gen AI is the dangerous one. Gen AI is the thing that's taking jobs, literally took my job. Literally took my job. It's the thing taking jobs. It's the thing, one of the many things ruining the environment. It's the thing driving up every single one of your computer components as well. Yeah, so we don't like Gen AI. AI is fine. AI is good. Behavioral AI is different from Gen AI. Yeah. Let's see. I literally would give somebody a whole mood board of images for for specific things like hair, clothing, possible accessories, etc., then use a generator. Yes, I love mood boards. They also tend to actually make things a lot easier for people, like for artists, because you get a vibe for things, and like a trained artist's mind will see your 20 different mood board things, your colors and your textures and your poses and your mountains and your cat and the coat that you like, and their brain will just go ba 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 ba. Way better than any Gen AI, and they'll be like, I got it, thank you, perfect mood board, excellent, I know exactly what I want to do. I lean into not being good at drawing. I have not put any time into actually improving. I think it's fun being bad sometimes. It's so funny that it just let that link through, or did one of my mods let that through? Which is totally fine. But I love this. This is so cute. This is so cute. Hold on, I'm gonna show everybody your beautiful artwork. That's so cute. It's me. I think it's me. Is that me or me? Speaking of character customization, should I make your dragon Thylacine child have a human form? Yeah, if you want to. For the chibi that is in the works now, it is cosplay and other art people have done for me for references. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful bunny! Hi, hun. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Thank you for the care package, darling. Bayek! Hello there, beautiful Bayek. Welcome on in. How's the artwork going? It's going great. Thank you so much for asking. I do appreciate it. Yeah. No, we're having a good one. Sorry, I'm just gonna catch up with you guys. Sorry. Bunny! Hi, lovely. How are you? It's so good to see you. You guys, we did go right into Beautiful Bunny the other day. Absolutely darling streamer. You do love Artin. Are you also an artiste? Is this a paid piece? This that we're working on is not, but Band, did you get to see my most recent completed piece that I did for Umbra? Did you test the Legend of Khilmori yet? No, but I did try the demo of like beta tested it like months ago. It's hard to make a laggy Acro smile. That is true. You are. That's amazing, beautiful bunny. Do you stream a lot of art? Yes, it was amazing. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, that's my most recent completed paid art piece. But this is actually going to have me in it. So this is actually for our Monster Hunter Stories 3 starting soon screen. So I ideally will have this done before we finish the game. We'll see. You do stream art on occasion. That's awesome, beautiful buddy. How good. Mad Arts. Hello, magnificent Mad Arts. Welcome on in. Hey, Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. Welcome on in, TNT Tabletop, magnificent Mad Arts. It is a pleasure to have you. You're here to treasure me. I'm here to treasure you. You guys, this is the magnificent Mad Arts Treasures. This chaotic yet charming streamer is all about good vibes and community building. From celebrating birthdays to battling it out in games, they're always up for some fun. And don't be surprised if you hear some Spanish during their streams. It's just their passion shining through. Are you bilingual, honey? That is so cool. Magnificent Mad Arts, I would love to know when your next stream will be, if you're interested in telling us. And while you do let us know a little bit about me, hi everybody, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also an artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, we do art for like up to 9 hours. On Sundays, we are playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time, so please no spoilers, but we have a great time with it. On Tuesdays, we are playing Final Fantasy 14 with you guys. I'm also new to that. Please no spoilers on that one. We haven't even hit Heaven's Ward yet, so we're babies in that too. But you guys are welcome to join me. On Wednesdays, we are playing through Monster Hunter Stories 3 for the very first time as well. So yeah. Terrific TNT, thank you so much for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Yes, I am. My second language is English, and my first is Spanish. Most likely it'll be Saturday. That is so cool. Well, hola, ¿cómo estás? I'm so sorry. I actually don't know Spanish anymore. I moved away from my Spanish-speaking friends about 6 years ago, and now I don't know how to understand it. But we do have a few people who speak Spanish, although we do only allow English in chat because none of my mods speak Spanish, and neither do I, unfortunately. And we have to be able to, like, regulate everything. But all the same, it is a pleasure to have you, sweetheart. Do you know what you're going to be streaming on Saturday, out of curiosity? Languages like that, use it or lose it. That is so true. That is so true. I think even if you were to go back to like our first 6 months of streams, I think I may have said a couple of things in Spanish that now I would not have any clue what they mean. That was perfect. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Oh, you truly are our treasure. You're so lovely. Thank you, darling. I speak Spanish. You were banned. It'll probably be my be community with some friends. It may be a chaotic game like Repo. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds very fun. That's awesome. Well, you guys, please do check out Magnificent Mad Arts, who is going to be doing some kind of a fun, chaotic friend game probably on Saturday. Thank you so much for bringing your awesome community in, sweetheart. I promise to take the best care of them until you come on back for them. And also, Magnificent Mad Arts, darling, you have been pulling those long streamer hours. Please make sure you go take care of yourself. Practice some self-care. If you got to go to bed, go grab yourself something to eat or drink, go to the bathroom, go shower, whatever you got to do, please go ahead and do it. And yeah, welcome on in. Pleasure to have you. I hate when I go to type something, get halfway through typing, and then I get a customer that takes so long that by the time I'm done with the conversation I was chipping in on, it's like, oh, so over. Oh, I'm sorry, Liz. I'm sorry, hon. What is this? Ooh. This is pretty cool.
Lizard, lizard,
Ooh,
lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, and lizard.
lizard.
Fuck. I was so close. I knew they were safe here with you, and I always love to share people doing art. Thank you for being awesome sauce and keep up the great work. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. Do you also do art, sweetheart? But thank you. I promise, yes, I promise to take amazing care of your lovely community. And thank you so much for trusting me to do so and for bringing them in. What do you think about having a stream day dedicated to completing shorter games that take around 6 to 8 hours max? I am just curious about the idea, not demanding anything. Mac, I think that would be cool. If I started, at the moment, I'm kind of trying to figure out how to supplement the income that I've lost by being made redundant from my other job, due to Gen AI. So, if it winds up being that stream is a substantial for like probably a period of like 3 to 6 months, if it winds up being like the main like 80 or 90% of my income or something, I will probably add another day. But I don't want to commit to anything. So that's why at the moment I've got like these one-off days where I'm like, okay, we're gonna do a stream on Saturday where we're gonna do we're gonna eat food, or okay, you guys have earned your karaoke stream, so we'll do that on a Monday or whatever, you know? So yeah, I'm not, definitely nothing on the cards right now, but that's the wonderful thing about being a streamer and having a growing community is that dependent on how my life is kind of going, I can pick up or put down different days to do different things. The thought of it is not a bad thought. I do generally like that thought. Let's see. Sounds like something Prince of Persia. I could see that. Tau lizarded too soon, but don't worry, Tau. Chat isn't mad. We're just disappointed. No! I do some art when I can, but mostly the art I do is restoring silver from tarnished and shiny mirrors I like. Mad Arts, that is so cool. Do you do that on stream? That sounds so sick. Is it okie dokie to trace outlines? What do you mean trace outlines, Jet? Because if you think about it, like, that's how... I might still have it here. Do I have my... Yeah. So, like, if you're talking about tracing outlines, like, this is my... Like, this is me tracing outlines, right? This is my original sketch that I did from my own brain. And then, like, obviously... here's my outlines that I have traced over my artwork. Like, that's definitely not cheating. Most people, I would say that any artist that, no, any artist actually, not even just any artist that works with line art, but even like painters and stuff, they'll put the sketch back there and then they'll like go over it with, you know, initially like gouache and then like, I don't know, honestly, painters are like a god tier to me. I don't even understand how they do what they do. It's incredible. I don't know how to describe it even. Like get an image, trace the outline of it. Yeah, I would generally call that cheating. It's certainly not like Gen AI bad, but it's you won't learn anything from it, if that makes sense. You won't learn anything from tracing somebody else's work. You will learn something from referencing their work. Now that's a big difference, right? If you look at it over here and you're drawing down here and you're looking up and figuring out the forms that make up that piece that you like, you will learn a lot more than if you just put it here and then you're just like, done, I traced it. You know what I mean? And of course, as I said, if you guys, especially during art streams, if you guys are ever interested in having me redline your work and do a constructive critique, hopefully you guys, if you've been here when I've done constructive critiques, you're aware of the fact that I am not harsh or mean about it. I just need you to come in with an open mind, number one, and number two, tell me what you want me to focus on for you. Like, if you're struggling with going from a stick figure to like a fully rendered piece, I can't teach you how to do that. But if you are struggling with how this arm looks, like, why does this look okay? But but like this looks weird. If you're having trouble with that, I can show you, right? But I'm happy to help. But yeah, I never recommend people trace someone else's outlines. Let's see. I was thinking it'd be a way to play lesser known and underrated games. Yeah, for sure. I love the sketch phase. The line art phase makes me cranky as hell. I was actually talking to Nate about this the other day. My favorite phase is probably the sketch phase as well. And then my second favorite phase is like the full-on rendering phase, because I always blow people's minds. I actually had a client a few years back where they commissioned me for the first time. I did the sketch and they're like, yeah, okay. I did the line art and they're like, yep, okay. I did the flat colors. They're like, okay. And then I sent them the full render after all this was approved, and they're like, holy shit, what, that's where that comes in? And I'm like, yep. And they're like, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually quite disappointed with all the rest of your phases. And I was like, when do we get the part where like I love all your other art, so I was wondering, when do we get to the part where I love it? And it's the render phase. I'm like, sure is. That is exactly where it is. Which is fair. I mean, it was a little bit harsh, but I was like, as long as you're happy now. Dearest Drew, thank you so much for the care package, and I appreciate it. Yeah, that's exactly right, Sweetest Strap. We have plenty of ideas we have for stream, but at the moment it's not possible to do it all. We need to figure out things as we go. The best possible outcome would be a full-time streaming with VA and art being consistent. We still have a long way to go, but we are getting there. Yeah, exactly what Sweet Strat said. I do my MS Paint drawing in the pencil tool first, and then use Paintbrush tool, go over the pencil. Totally fair. And that's great, Yami. That's exactly what you should do. Again, going over your own sketch is very different from importing a different person's artwork and tracing their artwork. Do you know what I mean? I love how smug, happy Tao looks on our kid. I am. I'm like, yeah. Oh, gorgeous Ghosty. Hi, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. You like the amazing writing. Thank you so much, honey bun. Sorry, we're not even a fraction of the way through. Oopsies. Are you going to bed, gorgeous Ghosty? Thank you so much for coming in. It's so good to see you. Let's see. As much as I would like to stay the whole time, it is 2 a.m. Shit, yes, gorgeous Jester. Thank you so much for coming in. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. My friend got his start as an artist tracing comic book art when we first were in high school, and from there went to tracing, from tracing to doing things his own art with different poses, and now he's super talented. That's why I'm not shitting on tracing the same way I'm shitting on like AI, like Gen AI, because there are people who gain their confidence by tracing, but I bet you if you asked your friend Lith, he would probably not say that you should start doing art by tracing. I traced when I was young and I was learning too, but it didn't teach me very much. You know what I mean? Like, if what you're trying to do is trace something so that your 5-year-old nephew can color it in, then so be it. You know what I mean? But if you're trying to actually gauge how this character comes together, the proportions of the face, the foreshortening, you aren't going to learn anything from tracing. I genuinely do believe that. Also, Magnificent Man! Hi, sweetie. Thank you so much for the 120 stream streak. Amazing. Thanks for putting up with me for 120 streams. I'm sorry. Thank you for putting up with me for 120 streams, darling. Break is over though, so back to the work minds. Oh no, maid. We'll miss you, sweetie. Thank you so much for the 120 stream streak. That is incredible. Thank you, lovely. Arr. I've been doing the method for a month now. What is that? And thank you for the break time once I catch up on break. Flats to rendering, depending on the art style, can be crazy as hell. You render very uniquely. Your lighting colors are wild, which makes it such an amazing shift. It's dope as hell. Aw, thank you, Cutie Coleman. I'm so glad you think so. Thank you. Lots and lots of experimenting. One of these days, I would love to show you guys some of my like ancient art. I had so many edgy wedgy wolf personas and stuff. It was very fun. Oh, hi, Cutie Charlie. You like this? Thank you. I think I might actually put the awesome Umbra's piece on here so that I can pull it out whenever people are like, this looks so cool. I'm like, if you think that looks cool, let me show you this instead. Whee! Look, isn't that cool? I think if all you do is trace, that's not good, but I think tracing is a good way to build up your own artistic confidence and get used to how proper line work feels, but that's just my opinion. I could see that, lovely Liv. Okay, I'll take back when I said, I might have been wrong when I said you can't learn anything from tracing, but I truly believe there's very little that you can learn from tracing. The amount of time that you would spend tracing to, like the amount of time that you would have to spend tracing to learning.
Oh my god.
Oh, Beck, thank you so much. Holy shit, what the fuck? Oh my gosh, beautiful Beck, thank you so much. Thank you for, okay, so holy crap, beautiful Beck, what? Where did that come from? Welcome on in, indeed, oh my god. Thank you for buying The Legend of Khilmori and for contributing $100 for the voiceover demo for narration. Thank you so much, hon. That is so generous of you. Thank you. That is so, so kind. Holy shit. Thank you, darling. Also, Zella, thank you so much for the headbutt. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bayek. That is so sweet. Am I saying her name right? Bayek? Thank you so much. What was I saying? Oh, lovely life. So the, I would say that the amount of time that you would spend to ascertain the same skill level from tracing versus actual reference work is, let's say that you spend 50 hours doing each. I genuinely believe that your skills with tracing, I don't remember which one I said tracing was. This is tracing now, okay? And this is referencing. Your skill level when you trace, be there. Your skill level if you were to do referencing is like higher than my head. It's just because you're developing not only muscle memory, but like the association of seeing how this stuff comes together in your mind's eye, without being like, I know this is gonna work out because there's literally a blueprint for me. You know what I mean? Let me see. I would say most people start with tracing. It's a start, but not a place to learn long-term. 100%, exactly. I was gonna give some art tax for from the silvers. I do, but I won't till another day, it seems. Oh no, Magnificent Mad Arts, as long as it's safe for work, you're welcome to post it in our art section of the Discord. Tow's God Turret rendering, not gonna lie. Thank you so much, gorgeous Ghosty. I'm so glad you like my art so much, sweetie pie. Zella, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. So hyped that I be the go-to image to be like, look at this face, you are amazing, Umbra. Absolutely. Let's see. Sorry, I'm so far behind again. I saw the horse game, and no, VA stuff can be tough. Hope that little bit helps. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Bayek, awesome, thank you. I'll try to remember that. Beautiful Bayek. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. That's awesome. That's so cool. I really do appreciate it. Can we have the Discord joining rules? Oh, if you guys are trying to join the Discord, we would love to have you. Just make sure that you carefully read the rules, because there is a keyword that you need to involve in your verification message, because it's very important that everyone read the rules for our community, lest you get banned because you were like, well, I didn't know that wasn't appropriate here, you know? But there is a secret code word. As long as you put it in there, we will know that you read the rules. Oh, and it's not an automatic approval. So once you do find the keyword, just give it like 30 seconds to a minute or something, and one of our mods or myself will come on in and let you in. Okay, we gotta go on a very quick break. And actually, you know what? You just got that game. I'll let you guys decide if you want to play Legend of Khilmori for our last couple of hours stream today, because for those of you who don't know or who are new here, actually two things. Number one, numero uno, is on our Fridays, we have these 7-hour streams, right? So we will be going, holy crap, I didn't realize how long we've been going. We will be going for about another 4 hours from now. So in about 2 hours, I'm going to let you guys decide if you want to keep doing art for those final 2 hours, or if you want to play Persona 5, play Final Fantasy 14, play Demo Night, play Monster Hunter Stories 3, or continue working on art. Did I already say that one? There's also Demo Night. Yeah, I said that part. Or play Khilmori. But I will let you decide in about 2 hours, because then I'm gonna go away for about 30 minutes while I have dinner, and then we'll come back and we will continue streaming for about another 2 hours. So we've been here for 3 hours. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Okay, and then the other thing that I want to say is every hour we go on a 3-minute break. And that is just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe to this channel, you still will not actually miss any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. You should probably do the same because it's healthy for you, but also because that's when I run those ads. Since I'm not making any content, since I'm not at the computer, you're not missing anything, even if you get hit with the ads. See what I mean? I'm also going to set you guys up with a boss battle over on Stream Avatars. If you'd like to play, the prompts will come up on the screen. And I'll set you up with words on stream as well. Okay? All right, my darlings. I will see you in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. Healing energy to killing energy. Down with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go. Speak. Speak. Surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good. His posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Sarah Lynn. These type of rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of... Let me... Persona 5, cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, this is our mysteries one. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Thank you very much, Tasmania. Oh my god. Okay. Can you tell that I'm kind of sicky? Sorry.
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
alternatively,
Scary lady.
enjoy. Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! You wanted to. Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome in. How are you? You seem bigger than usual. Oh. Thank you for the watering. Okay, freeze the bitch. Oh, fuck. Yes! Bam! Let's do some showtime.
This is how I really feel.
This is how you really feel. You're so nice. Time for some murders. Did I already do that one? I totally did. while I was chilling, that could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop on... Ah! What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too!
Is this the Strat Sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at, like, not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Ah, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. Say, hada, hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I would get scary lady redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it. The approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh. Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. So cute and tasty. Yum yum. Fuck, dude. 4 hours ago. Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber, and I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies, yee! Good, precious pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious pals. The timing on that, dearest Dim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up this, yeah! Cutie Cacto! Wait, you get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Thank you very much for the Uru. Much appreciated. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat, and by infections I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick, and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Oops, hold on. Hairi mochi to nama choko no nameraka no uchidoke, meaning the smooth melt in your mouth texture. The smooth melt in your mouth texture of choco-filled mochi and raw chocolate. Hi, Pie, they're lovely. Hi, welcome on in. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat, and by infections I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick, and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Scary lady redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it, Ducky. Thank you, lovely Ryo. You're very sweet, darling. Thank you so much. Discover and document genes to increase your Wrangler rank. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Yep, you got that right. Oh my god, this thing run, but I'm wide awake now with the pouch pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me again. Yay! Take my infections! Have them all! That's probably not really the way to put that. Have my infections! Thank you very much, Asamasi. Oh my god. Okay. Can you tell that I'm not I'm kind of sticky? Sorry, I'm so gross. Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the seme, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Approximation. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Ooh, a perfect score? That's awesome. What the heck? That's sick. Okay, we'll just hold on to that. I won't let you guys lose that. Don't you worry about a thing, darling.
No, I'm just worried
Okay,
about
come on
it.
here. Welcome back, cutie pies. I don't know if I've been back here when you guys have done that. That's fucking sick. Oh, my hand's broken. Okay, I found it. I found my hand. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than we thought. As Ozzy noticed, things do be closed on Good Friday. All right. Hi, welcome back. Awesome, Ozzy. You beautiful being. Abby's. Good, Ozzy. Beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, lovely. Welcome back. Welcome back, Sue Strat. Welcome back, Nick Pato slash Jam slash Abby's. Good. Umbra. Sorry, the chat skipped and I was like, Umbra? Yeah, Umbra. And Nix, good Nix, Abby's, good Nix, yummy, yummy, Abby's for you, good, yummy, Bayek, hi, sweetie, welcome back from the BRB, thank you, level 15, that's the first time I've seen anyone get to there, I know, that was incredible, wasn't it? We got through 3 of them, Tao, we did so good, that was awesome. Holy, that was sick. Oh, VX, I'm so sorry I scared you. I do have an alarming presence. Lovely Abby's. Good laugh. Lovely lift gets Abby's too. Good lift. Joyous Jet gets Abby's too. Good Jet. Did you acquire food or did you place an order? Sorry, you get a British accent for some reason. Yes, we have placed an order. I will probably do a half an hour break sometime between 1 and 2 hours from now. That's when our food should be here. If you don't check media for an interesting Umuseve fact about a voice actor. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Magnificent Mac. Often Asian restaurants are open as they are not owned by Christians. Oh, that does make sense. Magnificent Mad Arts, thank you for the goat scream. Much appreciated. Yummy. Did you say media? God, I have the worst memory. Media, yeah. Voice actor of Agnes Tachyon, Sunrise Uesca won the TJPW Grand Princess 26 Ironman Heavy Metalweight Championship. That's awesome. Why scram when? CSP is so goated. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Coldwood. Do you want to look at my art? Sure. Let's have a look. Oh, this is looking awesome. Sweetest Serio. Oh, you're doing a great job on the daughter. Well done, Jet. Yeah, definitely identifiable. I like that. That's very cool. Nicely done. Good attention to detail. Well done. Oh, Cutie Coldwood. Working on a webcomic. That's sick. Hold on. I want to read these. Wood floors. Old home light. Cool. Good. Yeah, CSP is goated. It's so sick that they have the 3D models. You're the best around. No one's ever gonna get you down. Outstanding up too, darling. I am doing well. How are you? Ooh, Shayla. Shayla! This is sick. I love it. That's really cool. Ooh, okay, Mad Arts. Let's see. This is my art, or at least one of the different things I like to do. I get silver artifacts or antiques from a thrift shop and restore it for them to have. That is so cool, hun. That's
22
amazing.
months. Yeah, hello, sweet,
Oh,
terrific
cutie
town.
cat! Thank you
Fucking
so
hell,
very
I'm
much
so
for the
happy with
resub.
all the
22
amazing
months is
friends here.
crazy.
I look forward to making more until if you decide to quit the internet, assuming you shut down everything. Thank you for forming this beautiful community. I could just praise Tao and the Pouch Pals until I'm over 90.
Aw, that's so sweet, cutie cat. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. I'm so glad that you found a place where you feel like you belong. That is all I want for you guys to spend time here. Thank you so much, cutie cat, for Prime for 22 months. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you, honey bunny. Thank you very much. You're way too kind. No, not at all. This is gorgeous. This is so cool. Do you have like a before and after as well? Like, oh yeah. Holy, that is amazing. Wow, look at how like scuffed up it is. And then look at what they do. That is so incredible. Wow, that is awesome. That's so sick. Look at that. That's awesome. The pouch is super cozy. I love it. 7-hour streams. I'm listening. Hi, Hazy. How are you, hun? It's great to see you. How's your wedlock run? Is that right? Those are the before and after of each one. Oh, sorry. I think I'm not paying attention. Oh, I see. Yeah. This is very cool. This is such a cool hobby job. You're good enough at it to make it a job for sure. That is incredible, Mad Arts. I love this. Pristine, look at that. That is so cool. You beat it! Let's go, Hazy! Congratulations! That's awesome! Excellent work! Who was your MVP by the end? It's an honor to have been here for as long as I have. Yeah, almost 2 years of followdom! Thank you so much, cutie cat. I appreciate it. This is really cool. That is amazing. Wow, this one is like not even recognizable. This is so awesome. That's really sick. Only lasts 2 months, a whole run. Damn, Hazy, it's almost like you're a fucking legend in the Pokemon sphere. Clapras the Lapras. Lapras the Lapras. Did he pull the win out of nowhere, or was it like relatively smooth sailing the whole time? I didn't expect to come in here and be blushing from compliments. Gracias, of course, darling. De nada. That's amazing. Absolutely. Muy bueno. Muy bueno. So cool. There's something so satisfying, and I'm sure that it's like times 20 for you, but it's so satisfying to see the before and then know that you spent like such a long time, like, you know, being super, super careful about like not scratching it and getting in all those little crevices and stuff. And then like to see the completed version, that is awesome. If you ever did like a ASMR recording of that, I bet you'd get like, boom, instant fame. Instant virality. If you want to post more of that as you finish them, please don't hesitate to do so. I get a great thrill out of seeing this, out of seeing that progress. Lapras is that good. That is awesome. We went under-leveled on the Elite Four and took my time. Wow, Hazy, that is awesome. Were there any moments where you were like, literally only pulled that win out of my ass because of RNG? Or I doubt that. You know everything about Pokemon, so. Thank you so much, Incredible Iridius, for the POW hat. Lance? Oh, of course, Lance. Classic issue giver, that guy. But Lucky. Okay, nice. Nice. That is awesome. Wow. So what's your next challenge run? Are you going back to collecting some shinies, or what's your go? Aerodactyl made Lapras squirm. Ooh, I bet he did. Yoinks. Zoinks. That's awesome, though. Dang. Great job, Hazy. Great job. Amazing, Umbra. Thank you for the care package, honey bunny. How? Yummy. All right. We'll start working on the thing that's not done. Is everyone done looking at this artwork for Umbra? Are you guys sure? Are you sure? Like how cool it is? I just... It's one of those things where when you spend like tens of hours on a project, you're like, I just want you to look at it for longer. Please stare at it more. Thank you again again for the love, but sadly I gotta go since today turned into tomorrow, and I should have slept yesterday while it was today, but tomorrow becomes today. Good night, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night/day. Buenos noches, magnificent Mad Arts, and I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We will see you hopefully soon, sweetie. Thank you for joining the Discord. Thank you for bringing your awesome community in. Hopefully we will see you again soon. Sleep well, okay? Okay, I'll do my job. I'll do the thing. I'll do the thing now. Oops, I didn't do that right. Okay. Want to praise Tao and this community until everyone is sick of me and begging me to stop. I have so much love for this gorgeous space on the internet. Oh, thank you, cutie cat. I'm so happy to hear that, hun. Well, it is because of all of these precious pals here who definitely make this place such a cozy and comfy place to be. God, I love the Living Tombstone. I am cringe, but I am free. No, the Living Tombstone's sick. Sorry, Hazy, did you already tell me? I'm sorry, I may have missed it. Shiny Hunting Deoxys, full odds, and maybe Gale of Darkness and Emerald. Very cool, Hazy. Hey, Hazy, how are you feeling about Wind and Waves? Are you excited for it? Are you... I mean, I assume that as a Pokemon streamer, which, by the way, if you guys do like Pokemon, you need to check out Lovely Hazy. Just a quickie. Hold on, let me just shout out this bad boy right here. He's a fellow Aussie, and he's an absolutely outstanding streamer. Very interactive, very sweet, very professional Pokemon master. When I think of a Pokemon master, I do think of him. He is who I would pick in a post-apocalyptic world where Pokemon come to life, and if I could only pick one person to travel around with, it'd probably be him. Because I don't know a whole lot about Pokemon. I just think they're cute. So I'll take care of him and he'll battle him. So far away, sadly, year of nostalgia. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, you're gonna blow up when Wind and Waves comes out. I think that, yeah, I would assume that since you are a Pokemon streamer, he's a VTuber too, by the way, you guys. Sorry, we love Save, but he is a flesh tuber, whereas Hazy we love, and he is also a VTuber. He's a fellow VTuber. But I just kind of assume that, like, any time that a Pokemon, a mainline Pokemon game is announced, Hazy, you're like, yes! Tao is just an amazing person who has built such a beautiful community they love being a part of. I am also able to give gifts when I see this talented Thylacine. Oh, you're so sweet, cutie cat. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate you. You were you were such a darling. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you also found this place. Every single one of you, I'm so happy that you guys found this place because you make it what it is. Wind and Waves is literally the Philippines reference. I hope it's really good, Seti. Surely you're going to be playing it. 2027? Oof, yeah. Oof. Flesh. Oh, God. So happy right now I could cry. Oh, cutie cat, don't cry.
Whoa, they made the save icon in real life.
Wow, they did! And he's amazing. He's very, very cool. Let me actually see what that boy's doing right now. Hold on a second. I think he's opening cards. Hold on, we're gonna, yes, he's opening magic cards, you guys! Look at this man! He's opening magic cards. Okay, we won't watch the whole thing, but if you want to know what magic cards he gets, you better get over there. You better go look in his stream because they're gonna go away. There they go. Oh no, I get to watch them though. I don't know why I went into my like Golshi voice, sorry. Oh, let's go, Drew Star. Thank you for gifting that sub to Hazy. That's very cool. Let's see here. Just know that the vast majority of Pokemon that are waifus would very likely horrifically and violently end you with a smile on their face. We always forget that Pokemon are, in fact, basically like legendary world-ending potential beings, but they're cute. So we forget that. I say this way too often, but you guys are my saviors. Seriously, I would be lost without you guys. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. That's so sweet. Thank you, honey. I'm so glad to give you a place to be, to belong. Cutie Kobold, rip it, bro, rip it! He's gonna go see Save in case you need his name again. I already did shout him out, so I won't do it again. But if you want to go see him, just /savefile17. Ideally, keep my window up as well. But if you don't want to, that's totally fair. He's opening them cards right now, and he knows information about them as well, which is very cool. I see lovely Lav in there. Yes, Lav. Go take over his stream. Card gamba. Yum, 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 yum. Zarl, hi there, Zealous Zarl. How are you? It's great to see you. Oh, this is your song, Cutie Coldwood. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll stop talking over it. Yeah, yo, I like this. Oh, fuck, I've been balded! Oh my god! Thank you for the balding. Hold on, I gotta put the song on my liked. This is sick. I love it. Bayek, so I think this may be an odd ask, but did you have a horse named after Geralt of Rivia, perhaps 3 or 4 years ago? Yes! We played through, are you of the Monstera pack, Magnificent Bayek? Yes, we played through Red Dead Redemption 2 with a horse named Geralt. We loved him dearly, and then he died. It was so sad. I know it! Tao is balding! Oh no. Oh no, not again! Some more than others, the legendary / mythical, and a small amount of regular mons. Yeah, true. Put Tao on my liked. Precious politely already on my liked. I got the call. I need to take my leave for the day. Of course, sweetest Strat, no worries. Hang in there. Have as good of a one as you can, okay? And we'll see you later. Same band that does the really popular Psycho Killer cover. Their original stuff is stellar. Yeah, this is pretty banging. I do like it. I do like it. Ozzy, I like you going through the portal to Save's channel. And Lav is dancing with her little sheep emotes. Very cute. He's still opening those MTG cards if you're interested. All right. Ah, cutie Callie! Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. Thank you for the care package. Oh. He's got a duck. An anthro duck? Okay, sorry. I can't watch the stream while I'm streaming. I'll get too distracted. Who requested the song? I actually don't know. That's a good question, love. I've organized the Discord channels I'm in via category, and I have the patch at the very top. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. I really appreciate that. That means the world. Thank you, honey. Bayek, I'm not sure. I think I previously was in here. Your model is very familiar, but I recall a PNG React model and a live 2D one, unless I'm mistaken, and then that is very awkward, and I apologize. I wonder where you may have come from, if you are not from the Monstera pack. Yeah, no, I do have a PNG model that you can redeem. Usually we only use it during art streams when I'm like locked in, because if I'm down here, which looks so funny with my egg head. Then you guys are like, okay, your hair is flying around. And yes, my OG model that I made myself was a live 2D one, but this is my very nice, expressive 3D one. Ah, yes. Also googly eyes as well. Yes. Let's make it better. Thank you. So now I am an egg with egg eyes. Very good. Very good. I wonder if I do this. Hold on. Scary. Scary eyes. Sorry, okay, I'll stop. She looks like she broke her neck when she's locked in. That's true, I do sometimes. Let me find a song for you. Give me something folksy. I like a folksy. Peak streaming right here. Watch out. Watch out. Ow! Get it? Because I poked myself in the eye. Sorry. Tao, get your head out of the lava! This perspective tool is going to save me so much. Oh my god. Perspective tools are so good. I'm so grateful for them too. Need a rainbow clown wig? That would be so funny. Oh my god. I wonder if that's a thing. I wonder if that is a thing. That would be pretty good. Let's see. I think it was originally here then. You said you made your model when I came in with my art professor. My instructor might have asked you about, might have been the person you speak about. Ah, yes. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that must be it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen your professor. I hope they're doing well. And I hope that you are too. I assume that you probably completed their class by now. Oh, fuck. Wrong twill. I do enjoy finding folksy songs for you. Thank you, cutie cat. I love them. I love folksy songs. Especially if there's like a ukulele or a banjo or like an acoustic guitar. I like those like string instruments. Huh. Whoops, don't delete that. Oh. Where's the... Oh, there we go. Okay. Art ended up not being for me, but they are now a good friend and still teach many people the value of human-made creation. Oh, that's so sweet, Bayek. Okay, that's fair. Did you want to tell us what you did get interested in instead of art? Whatever it is, I hope that you're nice and happy, sweetie. You love flogging Molly? I think I've heard of flogging Molly before. I wish I could get back into photography. You can, Ozzy. Why couldn't you? What did Molly do to get flogged? Crooked Still is one of my favorite kind of like folk bands. I have pretty much all their music. Really, really like Crooked Still. I like the song for running as well. Just very expensive, and my ADHD might have me wasting money if I go ahead with it. Oh, that's understandable, hon. That's understandable. Why don't you tell me? You don't know why don't you tell me? You guys, I did talk about this last stream. We were talking about the fact that you guys got your karaoke stream. But I was wondering, what do you prefer? Do you like when you have a more limited song options for me to sing, but they're things I'm more confident in? Or do you like me opening it up, but being like, I don't know that song. I don't know that song. I'm not good at that song. I don't know that song. What is your preference? What do you like? The real question is, do you like stuff that I can kind of maybe sing a little bit? Or do you like to risk it for the biscuit and maybe I blow your eardrums out? Let's see. If I were back in Sydney, maybe? I mean, automotive photography was I was heavily into, whether it be at the racetrack or any sort of car event. Oh, that's fair, Aussie. Not as much stuff in Queensland, or have a set list? Trust me, just pick stuff you know and love. The second option. Okay, we got one for each. Here's my answer. What do you prefer? I'm always more comfortable with giving you guys like 30 songs that I know, but the last time that we did this, I think I let you guys pick, like I informed you when I didn't know something. And then sometimes you would still be like, oh, try anyway. And I was like screeching. There's hardly a car culture up here. Really? I am genuinely surprised by that. Except for when the annual touring car race comes to town. Okay. Then my answer is what Colwood said. Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, Colwood, what do you think about, everyone else cover your ears real quick. Colwood, what do you think about, like, remoting into my PC? And, I lip sync and you sing. How about that? What do you think? Pretty good, eh? Yeah. You sing, I lip sync. I think this is good. I trust the opera singer. I do too. That's why I'm like, you should, remote in. Give me a time and day. First collab stream. I'll ghost sing for you. Yeah. Everyone like, damn, Tao, that doesn't sound like you. You're not. You have a wider range than 0.2 octaves. That's crazy. A collab would be great. That would be pretty incredible. If I'm trying to decide whether that would be something to do at the beginning or the end. I think probably the end. You guys would have to suffer through me, and then I'd be like, all right, guys, I've been fucking around with you this whole time for the last 2 hours. Everyone can sing opera, just most people are awful at it. You know what, Social? Valid. Welcome in, Sweetest Social. How are you doing? Hey, at least it's not Gen AI slop. I would take me trying to screech into the void over Gen AI slop. True. Yes, 100%. Oh, I forgot about these. Spunky music. It is spunky. I'm allergic to it. I'm just kidding. I like songs that sound like AI slop but aren't, like Ram Ranch. Is Ram Ranch, what is Ram Ranch an AI adjacent but not AI song? Thank you for the blessings, awesome Aussie, lovely Nix, lovely laugh, beautiful Bublin. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Check memes. Okay. Hold on. Ram Ranch! Bless you and your singing too. Thank you, Sudaseru. Check memes. Oh my god. We have so many great memes here. Let me see. Now cover your ears, chat, everyone. I'm all ears. That's cute. That's very cute. Look at this puppy. Look at it. It's a wink. Oh, I love the puppy wink. No, it's so funny. The lore, it is not stream appropriate. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, don't tell me then. Allow me to keep my innocence. Alrighty. Thank you for the blessing, amazing Umbra. Bayek, Jack of many trades, not locked in on one. I think would be appropriate. I dream to be an equestrian, but in the meantime, it's just specialized entertainment and a lot of reptile handling with a rescue/ethical breeder influencer. Very cool, Bayek. That's awesome. Sounds really good to me. I hope you're enjoying all of it. It's so funny how Uma Musume fans and JoJo fans can collab with one another. That is crazy. That's pretty cool, though. Oh my god! Suda save!
Whoa! They made the save icon in real
Hi,
life!
honey. Welcome on in. Oh my goodness! Hi. Thank you so much for the raid. All ears raid. Oh my god. Hold on. I have to put on the thing I'm proud of right now. There you go. This is my current pride drawing. I'm so proud of it. Citizen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are you all doing? Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Hi, everybody. I am Tau. I'm going to show you a video about me real quick. But first, I have to insist that you guys go follow the fabulous SaveFile17, a dear friend of mine in the stream. Also, just a genuinely really great dude. He is so fabulous. I was showing, I'm not sure if you saw Save, but please don't like copyright strike me or whatever, but I was showing your stream. I was like, oh, he's opening Magic the Gathering cards. Everybody go watch him. I think some of them went over. But you guys, this is the fabulous SaveFile17 with graced us with their presence. Fresh from the Hearthstone arena. With over 50 times on the leaderboard, they be slaying it like a true champion. Currently, they be testing the waters of the new Cataclysm meta with a sprinkle of sponsored content. It's lit, fam. Hi, citizens. How was your stream? How many wins did you get? All of them. XOXO. Hi, honey. Welcome, welcome. I wish that I had tracking that would let me spin around in my chair so I could clone the save spin. Oh, hey, lovely Lab. Thank you for coming in with the raid as well. Hey, Save. Some people did say hi, but I wasn't aware you were stealing my content. That's fine. I steal from you and 37 other VTubers. I can't complain. I was just like, you guys, I'm not opening cards. I'm boring. Go watch him. Sweetest Save, please do let us know when is your next stream. Did you think that that something went wrong with the stream? No, I just paused the music. Please let us know when your next stream is and what you will be streaming. And while you let us know, here's a little about us. Sing along if you know the words.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassieTiger.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Hi. Welcome back. yeah. But I'm Tiss. Welcome back. Hi, I'm just here to call attention. Hello. Hi. Yeah, it's me. Hi. Big Tau. Gigantic Tau. Woo. Ooh, pretty lady. Pretty lady. Scary lady. Am I scary? Am I scary at large size? I'm here to call attention to save. Also to play the music. Sorry. Look, I can be fractalized. Scary. So more cards in 18 hours. Success or utter defeat. Unknown. But it will all come. Everyone! Go follow him so you can find out. Don't you want to know the next development in the save file 17?
Whoa!
Save
They
file?
made the save icon in real life!
It's true, they did make the save file icon in 17 and made real life. Yay for Pride-brary! Like library and pride, because you're proud of the art. Never mind, this is terrible. No, it's great. I love it. It's perfect. Thank you. It's my Pride-brary. It sounds better when you say it. When you swing over to the right and multi-dimensionize yourself, you are scarier. Wait, I'll be scarier. Yikes. I think we have settled on the term scary cute. I am skewed. Okay, I'll go back to my corner.
Pretty lady.
Yandere Tau. Yandere Tau. Yes! Love me. Love me. Or face my wrath. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Sorry, I'll be back in a moment. Hi, I'm here. All shall love me and despair. Precisely, Galadriel. Thank you for the Baltaxi to Setu. Taudere. Oh, Taudere. Actually, true. We have learned that dere is like the word for love in Japanese, right? So it's a type of love. So taudere is a type of love because I'm Tau and I dere. I dere you. Love me, say that you love me. Love me, say that you love me. But no, seriously, you guys, sorry, I totally lost the plot there. Save. Please go check out Lovely Save. Genuinely, I know that he is a flesh tuber, and I know that he does card games, and mainly Hearthstone. But trust me when I tell you, he is one of my favorite places to lurk and vibe and chill and lower my heart rate. And I suggest that you go see him as well. Even if you're mainly into VTubers, please go check him out. He is lovely. He is such a sweet person. He's very smart. He's got like the biggest memory brains ever. And like, if you go in there, like, I mean, I always welcome people back, even if they haven't been around in stream for like, you know, a year or whatever. But he actually remembers the last thing you said. Go challenge him on that. I dare you. But yeah, he's pretty incredible. He is also very interactive. He doesn't like throw massive fits like some people I know. To be clear, I'm not targeting anyone in chat. I've just seen people who like absolutely like they're gonna give themselves an aneurysm when they lose a game, and even though he'll get like then that's your opportunity to bring out the full Tau charm that you guys have adopted from me and be like, no, you did so great, Save. You're so amazing at this. 50 times a leaderboard. You're so awesome. You are so incredible. And that's what you're gonna go do if he ever loses a game, right? You guys use that sixth sense of yours that I've given you for when someone needs a little bit of ups, and you go in there and you be like, Save, you're incredible. We love you. You're amazing. Incredible Hearthstone player. Incredible man. Anyway. Love Save. He's so good. Please go check him out. He's also, you can go in there and mention my name or mention Precious Politely's name or mention a lot of YouTubers' names actually. And he probably has a button for them. That's how he says button. Most people say button. No, he says button, and it's adorable. Anyway, I'm just telling you all of his fun little quirks and stuff. But yeah, go check him out. He's amazing. He's also like super nerdy in like the best way. So if you like Star Trek, Star Wars, stuff that takes place in the stars or like intergalactic planets or like space stuff, he probably knows about it. And you can probably, I bet you that for pretty much any of that, he can probably nerd out and argue with the best of them about like, oh, actually, yeah, I know that you thought that was on season 15, episode 12 at 5 minutes in, but it was actually on the same season, correct, but on episode 17, and it was actually 17 minutes and 32 seconds in. No, he won't argue with you, but he does know a fucking lot. So if you're ever like, I wonder if this happened during the Empire Strikes Back, you can go into his I almost said his classroom. Go into his classroom where he teaches you exactly what the answer to your question is. Go into a stream. Ask him a question. He probably knows. Tau too kind, just like the last thing Tau said to me, which was, fine, I will go leave and lurk and do what needs to get done, or roughly so. But the secret was I was always there. I'm gonna record that and play it back to myself, but not when I lose at cards, when I like drop a sandwich on the floor and need reassurance. Don't worry, Save. The pals have your back. They will sense when you drop that sandwich, and they will say, listen, Save, I know it seems bad, but it's okay. Only one part of the sandwich is on the floor. Eat the rest of it. It's like enunciating the second G in singing. Oh yeah, it's so cute. I love that. I think it's such a cute habit. Button. Singing. Save, do you say singing or do you say singing? Singing. I can't believe you thought Commander Riker was born on the moon just because he mentioned Lake Armstrong. He was born in Alaska. Jeez, you absolute fool.
Buttons.
We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. Dude dropped a sandwich on the floor. It's tragic. No, don't make him feel like it's tragic. Tell him to, pull himself up by his bootstraps. I'm gonna make another sandwich. I'm sorry, but I desperately want to see your reaction to that clip. Wait, which clip? The pals will sense the sandwich on the floor and send Coda. It's true. If the puppy picks up the sandwich, then you didn't lose anything. There is no proof of that. I see a Gober. Hi, lovely lady. How are you? It's good to see you. Tau, do you realize how not helpful it is for me to tell you I say singing in text? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, next time I'm in your stream, you have to say singing. Oh, I heckin' die. Hold on, let me see. Let me watch this video. This clippy. I like it getting I like being pulled away. That's very funny. That's actually quite funny, Ozzy. That's a good clip. Well done. Well done. Truly stellar, truly stellar timing on the clip. I'll be surprised if the plate does not shatter upon impact. No. It won't. Save file 17. It's in the name. He just reloads if something goes wrong like that. He'll just go, ah, broke the plate. Boop. Look, no plate broken. In fact, save file 17 is probably the most powerful being on the planet. Because he can just reload. You can just reload. You don't even know. You don't even know. Maybe that's why he's so... Oh, that's why you have such good memory save. You can just reload and relive the moment. And then you come back and you're like, ah, I remember that. I'm doing pretty decent. I got good news I want to share. Sure, lovely lady. Happy to hear it. Tao is trying to make the word lose all meaning. Singing, 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 button! Button. Get plastic plates! Boom! You'll never break a plate again. I have managed to break plastic plates in the past. I'm the most powerful being on the planet. Rank! Damn, Save. I forgot I even had that and you remembered the command. Sorry, I'm a sleeper agent. I have to just recite this now. Tao is a general, lieutenant, admiral to the 10th power, cadet, recruit, captain, commander, sergeant, master chief in the Save File 17 army, possessing fire and wind and water and earth and light and dark elements and time and space manipulation too. I mean, I did say time and space manipulation, huh? I guess you can be the second most powerful in the universe, Save. You can be the second most powerful. I'll allow that. Yeah, I'll allow that. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, Save! Look, everybody who came in with the raid! I'm like a child showing off their favorite artwork that they did. Look at my handsome man and my pretty dog and my little pal and my pillar and my glass roof and my marble reflections and my jewels. Look at my jewels. And look at my carpet. And look at the detail on the belt. And look at the picture. Are you proud? Are you proud? Mommy, daddy, do you like it? Seems fair? Good. I'm glad we've come to an agreement, Safe. But seriously, guys, please go check out Lovely Safe, who will be streaming again in like 18 hours. I will not be streaming in 18 hours. Therefore, you should go check him out. Bye, Yeka. Wow, that's like an ultra avatar. Ultra avatar. That title will give me a heart attack at some point. Wait, what was the title? Oh, my rank? My rank. Only if you don't memorize it, darling. Macaroni art on the fridge. Exactly. Do you guys like my macaroni art? What do you think? What do you think? I'm very proud of you, Tao. It's going right on that fridge. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's all I ever wanted. Okay, I'll actually do the thing. I'll do the thing. Oh, it's time for me to do my my new strat here. Let's see. Firstly, I gotta get rid of this. I gotta invert that. I gotta grab this. I gotta move that out. I gotta do this. I gotta... Oh, fuck. Nope. Don't need to gotta do that. No. We do this. And then we could do... Okay. No. What have I done? Hold on. What did I do? No, I did it right. Okay. Sorry. I promise I'm a professional or something. Okay. Here's what we do. Yeah, pretty cool. I like this new strat we've got here. Okay, context. I am studying to be a daycare worker. A required class I need to take is CPR and first aid. As of yesterday, I'm officially CPR/first aid certified. I finished my CPR class and passed with a high B. Nice! And got my certificate yesterday. It's good for 2 years. That's great, lovely lady. I'm so happy for you. Shit, sorry, my phone just told me it's gonna die. No! Hold on. 1 second. I just gotta grab... it's on the other side of the desk! Okay. Good thing I have a strong A strong core. A strong core. Okay, let me, it's not where this goes. I'm not trying to plug this into my iPad. Ooh, zoinks. That was a close one. That was a close one. Oh, let me see here. I do not know the full context of this image, but the character on the left has a sly glance that says, I'm gonna steal all your books. And the right character has a look that says, do it for her. Do it for her. Oh man, see now, Save, you know what I need to actually adopt some of your buttons so that it can be like this seamless transition between your stream and my stream. That way, whenever one of us like, oh, actually, Save, I don't know if you saw this. This is my button. Oh, wait, it's not on this. It's not on this scene. No. Hold on. That was unfortunate. Did not work how I hoped it would. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I have to. Oh, well, that was embarrassing. Hold on. Wait. I'll do it. I gotta find it. Where are you? I found it. Okay, I found it. Hold on. You're all gonna pay. I mean, sorry, not gonna pay. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right, are you ready? This is my button. What? Why is it not working? Button work. Okay, it worked. Okay, it was not quite as. That could have been a lot cooler if I did that properly. Make a save for Sona. Make a save for Sona. Whatever looks good with Halvaria and Luna, that's what we want. I came in and forgot to talk again. Oh, that's okay, Precious Pentatonics. It's good to see you, honey. Welcome. Been a good day. How about yours? Yeah, doing great, hon. Thank you so very much for asking. Thank you, Tao. Thank you, Ozzy. Yay, lovely lady. I'm so happy for you. This button does nothing. Unfortunately. Save, stop clicking that button. It's raining slugs in my town. Ooh, persona power. Oh, the sound on that one was pretty good. Oh. Where and when did you do that? That was a commission I got about 3 to 6 months ago, I think. Sorry, I forgot what verse we were on. Oh, fuck! I have been Googled. Google lead. All Googled. Would you prefer a slug trout? Well, maybe you would. I mean, slugs have water in them, right? I be clicking the button. You do, amazing Umbra. Click that button. Button. Capitalism! Oh, hi, Nate. Button. Look, do you like my googly eyes?
It's very funny.
Whee! Button. They say hi. Ozzy says hi.
Hi, everybody.
I don't know why it auto-modded hello, Nath, but Nick says hi.
The mod doesn't like me.
No, well, everyone else does, so it's fine. Give me just a second, guys. Hold on. This puppy is like, I don't want to go back out there. It's like, I want to stick with mom. You want to stick with me until I start yelling, and then you're like, oh, get me out of here. Nate says hi to all of you, cuties. Oh, thank you, Mimo. Nate brought me some water. Go with daddy. Go, buddy. Go ahead. Good boy. Automod, how dare you say hi to Nath? What am I? Chopped liver! Message not approved! Ryo, hi there, lovely Ryo. How are you? Thank you so much for the care package, Osmozy. All right, we are due for a break, but I'm like 95% sure that I will be hopping off for about half an hour, in about half an hour to 40 minutes for dinner. So I'm not going to take this break. We will just do a couple of extra commercials in the time that I'm gone. Okay. Good at work, and you? Doing well, sweetie pie, doing well. Yeah, having a blast with you guys today. I mean, always, every day. Every fucking day. I kind of want to have that, like, texture that I made for, like, the scales pop out a little bit more. I think we can probably do that with this blending mode. Woo! Ooh, I like that. That's cool. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Stretch as well. Okay. Ah! Ugh, thank you. Give me a break. Give me a break. Or break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. I actually don't know how that goes. Halveria is Worgen. Yes, Halveria is Worgen. We got a Hellhound and a Worgen. Halveria is a Worgen, basically just a Warcraft werewolf, which maybe I could swing. I'm definitely not cool enough to be a Hellhound. That is not true, so to say. Por qué no los dos? Yeah, what if you were like half Worgen and half Hellhound? That would make you pretty badass, huh? That's pretty cool. That's appropriately badass for save, I think. A Hell Worgen! Yeah, I love that. Would you guys like me to build the Entei that Nath got me for Easter on stream? Would you like that? Sorry, I'm just petting the dog, and he's trying to turn off my PC, dude. Holy shit. What are you doing, baby? He's like hiding under my desk. I mean, I'm not going to stop you, but I can feel the OC do not steal watermark on me now. What if you started implementing emotes in your chat that contain your furry side save, and then like just gradually over the next like 2 or 3 years you transition to a full-fledged like VTuber, like furry VTuber. Pats will Coda hugs. He's very baby. What are you doing, baby? Oh, do you want to see the baby? Hold on. Let me see if I can show you him. Hold on. Okay, 1 second. This is the baby. Hi, pretty boy. Hello. He's so cute, you guys. Look at his face. Look at his face. Why does he look sad? Oh, honey. Storm, look, it's the footrest. Thank you for my footrest. Yeah, I don't know why he looks sad. Well, I kind of do. He doesn't like when anyone takes a shower. I'm not kidding. So he's upset right now because Nath is taking a shower. Why are you being Paul Perazzi? The real star! It's true, Coda is the real star. No doubt about it. Zero doubts. Zero doubts. Stinky! Why? What? Why Stinky Boy? Stinky only... Exactly, Cutie Colin! He only wants us if we're stinky. He has his unconditional love is not unconditional. Okay, sorry, I gotta remember how to... What am I doing? There. Hi, we're back. Stinky only. I'm gonna tell that to Nath when... Because we always ask ourselves and each other and him, who never answers for some reason. I have no idea why, but we always ask him like, why aren't we allowed to shower? And we never can come up with a reason. But I think stinky only is a great reason. Alrighty. Whoops. He can't protect you in the shower. It is true that I don't think he does it to Nath, but if I'm home alone, he does lay up against the, like the shower door. It's pretty cute, but then I'm trying to get out and he goes, and then I'm like really gently, slowly opening it because he won't listen to me if I'm like knocking on the glass or whatever. He just lays there. And I'm like, just very slowly and gently opening it, and he leaps out of his skin. He's like, oh my God, you know? I'm like, dude, it's okay. Chill, homie. Thank you for the goat scream, Zeller. Unconditional love. Hygiene. Ugh. Exactly, Save, 100%. Wake up call. Sorry if any of you were asleep. Fair enough, Zeller, fair enough. It's either he only wants stinky or he's sad because you're washing off his scent on you. That is true. He does like to lick us when we get out of the shower, but he likes to lick us when we're not in the shower too. So I don't know. He's a little weirdo. Little weird baby boy. What is it, baby? What is it, sweetheart? Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm pressing buttons. Oh God, I thought that I ended stream. That's always my concern. If I press a button on my keyboard, I'm like, it ended stream! Accidentally hits enter. Oh, I've ended stream! Accidentally hits spacebar. Oh, I've ended stream! Nah, he likes stinky. My cats would lean up against the door. Other times they'll try to reach you from underneath the door. That's so funny. Bear used to do that, and so did Kai and Ven, my other cats. They would like, but the problem is that like, if we let their claws get too long, they would actually tag us, and it would hurt a fucking lot because they'd like grab like our sock or something, and like through the sock our foot, and I was like, wow, Jesus. Does he dislike baths? Some dogs who don't like them get upset since they think their people are being threatened by the water of the same space the doggo baths are in. He actually is quite good in a bath. He looks pathetic. Like, he looks absolutely destitute when he's in a bath because he's a very fluffy boy. So when you get him drenched, he just like, he kind of looks like a chicken when you Like when you wet a chicken's feathers, it's very funny. But he doesn't struggle or bark or pant or anything. He just stands there like a very good boy and like lets you wash him. But he just looks really fucking sad. He just kind of it's kind of like if you had to wash my hair and I was looking at you like this the whole time, but wasn't lifting a finger to stop you. And and I wasn't moving unless you like pushed me gently in one direction and so you could get to this side. And I just do this. And maybe occasionally, no, he actually doesn't make any sound. I was gonna say maybe occasionally going, but no, he actually doesn't make any sound. Pics are needed? Hold on, let me see if I can find pic. 1 second. Oh, 1 sec. I gotta move this over here real quick. Let's see. Coda. Maybe I search wet dog. Wet dog. Wet dog does not return any search results. I've definitely taken pictures of them though. It's like when an owl gets wet, it's very depressing. Exactly. Yeah, or a parrot getting wet. They look funny. They do. Yeah, he deflates. It's very funny. Oh, I actually also wanted to show you guys, his doggy daycare took the best photo of him. He's so cute, dude. Look at his smile. I love him so much. He's so cute. Look at his smile. Beautiful. I just find him so cute. Look at his little snorty face. He's so cute. He's just sitting next to me looking at me like, what the fuck? It looks like he's about to sneeze. He does. He does look like he's about to sneeze. He's so cute. Okay. Adorable. Yes, you very baby. Okay. Let me see if I can find a... Oh, actually, perfect. This is exactly what I'm looking for. This is precisely it. This is what you get. POV, your mom took a pic of you mid-sneezing. This is literally in the dog bath. But yeah, he looks at you like this the entire time, but is super cooperative. So he's not, as you can see, no one's holding him here. He's not even like attached to the tub. Like they have like a spot for you to like buckle him in or like lasso him around the neck so they can't move. Nah, not him. He just stands there and looks sad. He looks disappointed. He's like, I didn't think that you were gonna do this again. To be fair, we only do it, you know, it's quite bad to wash a dog too often. So we only do it like once every like 4 months usually. Like once he's really stinky. And look at his little Dobby ears. I think his Dobby ears are so funny. Bro just accepts his fate. He does. But he won't make you feel good about it because he just stares at you like, ooh. Because yeah, when he, I think it's just natural as a parent or a puppy parent where you just are like, oh, I'm worried about like, you know, signs that he's in pain or like nervous or anxious or scared. But he doesn't exhibit any of them, particularly when he's being washed. Like his mouth is closed. He's not panting. He's not like shying away from anything. He's not even shivering because it's warm water. Yeah, he just stands there and looks so sad. And I'm like, fuck.
Master has given Dobby a sock. Master has given Dobby clothes. Dobby is free.
Exactly, Zeller. That's Coda. I don't think I have any other pictures, but let me see if I do. Oh, hello? 1 second. I don't know why it just zipped over there. 1 sec. I will bring back all of the puppy pictures momentarily. It really is just a bunch of dog pictures at the moment, but I I don't want to dox my house. Or dogs my house. Oh, that one's not as good of a, it is a picture of him wet, but not what I want to show you. Sorry, we're back on the, look at what you guys have done. This is the problem. You guys you like mention Coda or you use an emote or something, and then I'm like, oh, I have pictures of him. God, he's so cute, dude. He's such a happy baby. We love this boy. He's so handsome. You want to see him being handsome when he's puffy and not, oh, well, he's a little dirty, but we like dirty puppy. He's cute. Here, look at this. Look. He's such a pretty angel. Happy baby. I just reposted a photo of Evie in IRL since Dobby was mentioned. Awesome. Thank you, Ozzy. What a happy boy. Yeah, he's just got a little bit of schmutz on his head and his mouth and his face and his chest and his... That's okay. That's okay. Let me see if I can find a wet dog picture for you. I think I probably avoided taking too many specifically because it made me feel bad. So I'm like, God, you think I'm abusing you at the way that you're like staring at me. He's so cute. I'm so obsessed with my puppy. Sorry, you like my art stream? Oh, have I shown you guys pictures of when he's like lanky and oh, this is a great, this was my phone background for a really long time. He's so stinking cute. This is Coda stream now! Panel done in the art channel. Ah, I can't wait to see it, Cutie Colwood. I will definitely have a look once we're done staring at my dog. Yeah, he's pretty cute. I love this little, draw me like one of your French girls' face. It's like, oh, you caught me. Okay, I'll show one more picture when he was a puppy. Not a puppy. I'll show you when he was like an adolescent. Because he was so gangly and awkward looking. It was really cute. God, he was a pain in the ass as a puppy though, dude. Oh, this is a great photo! Okay. Oh, are you whining? Are you whining because you don't want to be in here anymore? Mommy's talking too much about you, is that right? Look at him! Look at this gangly little boy. Oh, hi, Fabulous Flex. Welcome on in. How are you? So cute. Might delete later. Exactly. Handsome! Isn't he so dorky? I love his little face. He looks like he does look like a gangly, like potentially acne-ridden middle to high schooler. He's really got that vibe. I love his ears. I know. I wish that his ears like stood upright a little bit more. They never do that now, but it's very cute. Mom, you're embarrassing me. Exactly. You're okay? Just chilling? Nice, hon. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, he's very cute. Okay. We will resume our drawings. Oh, hold on, Babas. You didn't want to go out. Daddy tried to... Hold on, I have to open the door for him. One moment, please. Hey, Baba. Go ahead, puppy dog. Bye. I want to hear you scratching at the door, though. But he will, because I know him. And that is what he does. He scratches at the door, and he goes, wait, I want to come back in. All right, we'll draw again. Sorry. Got caught up there. Oh, Bayek! Thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for your incredible support already with the narration demo and with the just the general donation of the Legends of Khilmori. Thank you so much, hun. I really appreciate it. Oh, actually, that reminds me. We are going to be letting you guys pick what we do once we go on a 30-minute break for my dinner. I wanted to show you guys what Legend of Khilmori looks like so that you can decide whether you want to play it or not. It's a horsey game! It's probably the only thing that I have, like, nerd out ability, like what what Save has, for, well, what Nath has for music, but what Save has for, like, Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff, I have for horses. So, Also, GH, I'm just gonna call you GH if that's okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you? What about the Pokemon model kit? I can't do any of our hand cam streams without having about a 30-minute setup time, and since I'll be eating for like most of that time, I probably can't set that up in time. But the next time that we do have a hand cam stream, I will make sure that I won't make sure of it. You guys will have to remind me, undoubtedly, because I have terrible memory. But I would love it if you would not mind reminding me. Here you go. Let me show you the scheme real quick. So Legend of Khilmori is, you take on the role of a brave courier rider in the Legend of Khilmori. You bond with your horse and tame the open wilds of 13th century Mongolia. Breed and train horses with specialized abilities to explore every aspect of this diverse and fascinating landscape. It's literally like horse breeder, horse riding simulator. It's very cool. Obviously for someone like me, it is potentially very, very cool. But yes, that's what this would be. So I will put this on as an option. I don't think it'll fit to put the Legend of Khilmori, so I'll probably put Lock, maybe LOK or something like that. You want to see me play it? Well, if you guys, if you want me to, then I will download it, because the absolutely darling and very generous new friend we've got, lovely Bayak, actually bought this for us, which is very generous of them. So I will download it just in case you guys would like to, or we can also do demo night where you guys can decide on demos for me to play for a few hours, or we can continue doing art, which I've been so productive about. Oh, could just put Khilmori. You know what, Storm? You're smart. I'm gonna have some more water. I think my brain is drying up. Did I miss the game voting? Oh no, not at all, lovely. I'm just showing everybody what your options are, because I think that food will probably be here in like, well, it's supposed to be here before 7. Hold on. Okay, supposedly it's going to be here in like half an hour. Supposedly. We call it magic horses. But they're not magic. They're just like actual horses. They don't have any magic. It's all based off of the connection that the like ancient, 13th century Mongols had with their horses, which is very cool. All horses are magical. That is true. Struth, mate. Struth. But yeah, I'll put that on there, as well as like the other games that we play during the week, demo night, or if you want to continue with art. Okay. Hi, gorgeous geeks. How are you? No! You woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare. Haven't done that in a while. Oh no. Oh no! The several arachnids loose in my room sort of nightmare. I'm so sorry, hon. I used to have these very strange dreams that were like hallucinations. I had them for like the first like 4 years that I lived here, and now they're just gone. May they never come back. But where I would wake up and I wouldn't be able to move, but I would see like ants and centipedes and spiders and all these like creepy crawlies crawling right in front of my face, feel them on my nose, like my nose, my eyes. Like, it was very gross and very creepy, and very realistic. And then I would I would struggle so hard to go back to sleep after that. It sounds like sleep paralysis. I did have sleep paralysis in my youth. I think I told you guys about that story about my grandma. That was very strange. But but they've stopped. They just kind of stopped. But gorgeous geeks, I'm so sorry that you had such a bad nightmare, hun. Here, we will dab the sweat from your brow, and we will throw you into the shower so you can be nice and warm and clean. And then we will bring you back out and wrap you in a blanket, and then we'll give you a hot cocoa with coffee. I know you like your coffee. And then we will bring you back into the fold, back into the pouch. But seriously, thank you so much, gorgeous geeks, for the 20 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very impressed. Thank you so much. Sleep paralysis. I used to have that as a kid. A lot of aliens in my room staring at me. Hated those. Yeah, it's never fun. It is never fun. Sleep paralysis is always very spooky. Nightmares I get, I sometimes win. I love that setting. They say recurring dreams are actually associated with certain mental states. Like I have heard dreams where your teeth are falling out are common for people with anxiety and stress. Yeah, I have no idea where my 4 years of like creepy crawlies thing went, but I'm just glad they stopped. That is sleep paralysis, the final boss. I get sleep paralysis semi-consistently if I sleep on my back, so I try not to do that. That is interesting. I always got this specific, like, creepy crawly thing when I was sleeping on my side, which I still do now. Because I always would open my eyes and they would be right in front of my eyes, like, right in front of them. And they couldn't do that, obviously, if I was on my back. So yeah, I was just whenever, I don't know. I have no idea what changed. But yeah, 4 years in, just constantly that, just ugh, yuck. And then they stopped. Seems I woke up at the right time. If there's a break, I can feed donut and feed human before you're back. That's true, Gorgeous Geeks. We actually aren't going on a break just yet. We'll probably be going in like 20 minutes or so. Basically, when food gets here, it's well, it's Good Friday for you too, isn't it, Gorgeous Geeks? Are you doing anything specific for Easter or Good Friday? That goes for all of you, by the way. I'm so sorry. Did I not ask that? I don't think I did. I think we just kind of organically started talking about it. But yeah, I would love to know what you guys, what are your traditions, if you have any, for like Easter and or Good Friday? Even if you're not religious, or if you are, I'm just curious. I have an issue that when I'm falling asleep, but not quite asleep, I'd get the feeling that I was suddenly falling and it would wake me up completely and I'd have to spend some more time trying to fall asleep all over again. Yeah, the, oh, fuck, what is it called? I used to know what it's called. It's like the, what is that? It's the something jerk. The, what is the sleeping, hypnic jerk. Hypnagogic, that's the word I was thinking of. Hypnagogic jerks. That happens to me. They say, and in my experience, it's true. They say that it happens mostly when you are like absolutely exhausted and your brain rather, is skipping the step where it like puts your limbs to sleep so that you don't like act out your dreams because you're so tired. It just goes, whoa. And so then it's like, no, you gotta do that. So it wakes you up. Very rude. I just wait for the next day after Easter so the chocolate is cheaper. That's a good tradition, Ozzy. I like that. I'm going to my mom's house for lunch in a few hours. Got plenty of time to watch stream first. Yes! Awesome. Sounds delightful. What are some traditional meals that your mom makes, Gorgeous Geeks? I'm doing it right now. I'm spending it with y'all. Aw, thank you, Sudasadu. I appreciate you. You're so sweet. My family is religious. The main tradition is we all cook a ham dinner. Nice. I still do it, even after leaving the old faith. That's cool, Red. Is that why you're such a god-tier ham cooker? Ham cooker? Ham chef? I don't know what I'm saying. I feel like this is not how I should be articulating myself. My tradition is rushing to get my taxes done. Wait, when is the financial year for Canadians? I believe she's planned a Sunday roast, even though it's Friday. Oh man, Sunday roasts are pretty fucking good. I only experienced them since moving to Australia, and I've only experienced them like once or twice, but they're pretty fucking good. You're a great hammer, Red. Oh yes, Ozzy, that's exactly the word I was looking for. You're a hammer. Very good hammer, Red. Ham preparer. Roaster? Yeah, I don't know. Noggin! Hi, sweetie. You just had dinner? How was your dinner? What did you have? Ham roaster. Yeah, pesto penne. That sounds quite delightful. Ham cooker. Yeah, ham cooker. Red, oh, when you get called to roast the ham, do they say, it's hammer time? If they don't, they're missing out. You must inform them of your desires to be called the hammer. This is color dodge. Here we go. Hey, ha! Red's like, I'm staying up this late for this shit. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Ham connoisseur, indeed. Where's our food? Hold on. Okay, they're picking up the food. The food is being picked up. Despite not necessarily being deep on the religion end, it was pretty common to watch the Charlton Heston 10 Commandments on or around Easter. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that, Save. Is it like a classically Easter movie? I like food. Maybe too much sometimes. What do you do for Easter or Good Friday, Precious Politely? Tau hangry tiger. I hope I like it. It's fish, but it's salmon, so there's a good chance I'll like it if they don't fuck it up. Please don't fuck it up. Okay. I need to make a mental note of how I'm doing this because it's too bright there. Oh, I think that's the right shade. That looks right? That looks like similar to the butt. Tau, I know you're hangry, but please don't show the delivery driver your source. That depends on how late it is. Overcooking is usually the fastest way to ruin seafood, generally. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's so strange. I haven't heard anyone talk about Chuck Heston in forever. I was just talking about Soylent Green on Wednesday, and no one knew what I was talking about. I never did see that movie, but I know what Soylent Green is because everyone references it. I'm gonna have to jet for like 45 minutes in about an hour. How much longer are you gonna be live for? Lovely Lith, we will be live for about another 2 and a bit hours, probably 2.5 hours or so. But I will be gone for about half an hour in about 20 minutes, hopefully, if food gets here in time. And then I'll let you guys vote on what you would like to do for those last 2 hours or so. Tau, you know what you need to do? Mushroom parmesan risotto. Oh, risotto, and put a cooked salmon fillet on top. That sounds pretty good, Fred. I would try that. Not really Easter, I suppose, since it's Moses, but still brings up those ideas. It is a it is a rather long movie. 4 hours. I don't know if I could sit still that long. I'll be around for the end of stream, probably. Sounds good, Lovely Leth. I hope whatever you're up to, whatever you're going to get up to, is fun. Color dodge. Yeah, okay. Color dodge, I just gotta remember that color. Let's see. Well, you don't need to sit around the whole time. Being an old-timey 1950s movie, it has an 8-minute musical intermission in the middle. Holy! I remember the intermission for Young Frankenstein at work. So just the usual closing the store, cash out, end of the day stuff, locking up the bar and the store and stuff. Oh, fair enough. And then heading home on my bike. Okay, sounds good, Lovely Liff. Well, we will keep you company, my dear. Keep you company. Okay. You know what? I don't think I like the color, the greenish in the eye. I might fix that. Maybe this too. Ah, fuck. Yeah, because I want the sun to be coming from the left, so I think that's probably good. You shared more Riz? Let me have a look. I missed intermissions. What if I want to go get an ice cream? Why don't directors think of that these days? That is very fair, Gorgeous Geeks. That is very fair. Oh, hello, Whitechapel! Welcome on in, my dear. It is a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, though, we would love to have you. Welcome on in, wonderful Whitechapel. It's good to see you again. Chapel Party breaks in. Show us what you got. Oh, okay, we're working on this right now, but this is my most recent finished thing that I'm like super excited about. Have a look, have a look, have a look. I hope you like it. What about you, my dear? Let's see. Wonderful Whitechapel is gracing us with their presence, bringing forth pixelated wonders from the realm of echoes of pestilence. This indie game dev doth craft sprite concepts and animations with great skill, all whilst vibing to the creative flow. Fear not, for their eldritch plague shall not consume us, unless it's lit. Tread carefully, my subjects. Deadpool's fate pick! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Dearest Whitechapel, were you perhaps looking at were you looking at your art because you were doing art? Bingus boingus. Hello, welcome on in. Rosses! Hello there, Radical Rosses! It's so good to see you, hon. How are you? You was arting. Wonderful Whitechapel, would you like to share with us? Please let me know beforehand so I can permit you. But yeah, just let me know when you're ready. Also, not to give you too many things to do, but if you happen to know when your next stream is, we would love to know as well. And while you let us know, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch pal.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Um,
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Fully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, my dear, welcome into you and your wonderful community. Yeah, let me know when are you ready to share? I'm happy to permit you, my dear. Let's see. There you go, sweetie. Also, yeah, if you happen to know when your next stream is, we would love to know. You guys, please do check out the lovely Whitechapel. I'm about to show you some beautiful, beautiful artwork from them. To answer tomorrow is next stream, and I'm ready for art tags. All right, fantastic. Send on through. Oh, yes, let's have a look. Oh my God, this is so cool. Okay, you guys, Whitechapel has actually previously shown some really sick stuff in the Discord, so I'm going to show you that real quick as well while you look at this amazing, amazing pixel art. God tier, honestly, God tier. Let me just see here. If you want to see, like, number one, this is already just fucking beautiful, isn't it? But, I wish to show you the animation skills that this masterful individual has. I've just got to scroll. Hold on. Don't mind me. I'm just going to scroll like to last week, I think. Yeah, isn't that sick? That's amazing. No animating done today, but I did some sprite concepts. Very cool. Can I ask how long these take you, hon? No, I'm just gonna go back and show everybody what you shared in the Discord. That's okay. Now, you guys, you clearly, if you are interested in some stunning, genuinely stunning pixel art, you definitely want to go check out wonderful Whitechapel. Whitechapel is going to be streaming again tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow, in fact. And are you going to be doing art then too? All right, hold on. I'm still scrolling. One sec. Actually, you know what? Hello, I can probably just search your name. What is your what's your user on here? I'm not sure if I'm finding it. Oh, Chapel _ Oh, thank you. Chapel. Why isn't that coming up? You put it in the art channel, didn't you? I could have sworn that we saw it. All right, guys, I'm desperate to show you this because it really is astonishing stuff. It's so beautiful. It's like award-winning levels of gorgeous animation. I'm not even joking. Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, no, they definitely did. Like, I recognize this style, and it's so pretty. Huh. I wonder where it is. Chapel, are you still a part of the Discord? No worries if you're not. But if you are, you're welcome to resend that so that I can show it on stream. Yeah, you definitely did. Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing it, and I remember being like, holy shit! I still am. Okay, cool. Do you mind resending it? You can also send some other animation stuff or other stuff that you're really proud of if you like. And I can show it all on stream. Yeah, no, you guys, please do check out Lovely Whitechapel. This is so cool. And I love, like, the dark... Actually, this is great. I can zoom in a bit. I absolutely love this, like, dark... quite grungy, kind of like borderline like horror almost. Very, very cool. I'll send something fancier. Sure, happy to see it. Gravinello, I can share my Gravinello, you can if you are a part of the Discord and it's safe for work. But to share a link on stream, it's pretty much only for art tax from raiders. But if you would like to share your art, you can definitely put it in the Discord. I do tend to look at things. You found it? Oh, can you send? Oh, perfect. Okay, 1 second. Yes! Oh, that is so cool! Oh my god, dude, that's insane! I love how you animate clothes and the fact that she like... That's so fucking cool. Gorgeous Gravinella, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Pout. You are now a Pouch Pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. That is amazing. Is this a boss in your game? How long do these animations take? Can I ask? Like, I feel like this would take a long time. Make sure that you carefully read the rules, Gravinello, because there is a secret code word that if you do not read the rules, then you will not be able to come in. Wow. I'm just so obsessed with like watch her hands here. That's so cool. You get so much from this character as well. Like how she like grabs the hem of her dress to ensure that it doesn't get stuff on it, and then she like politely, like a lovely Renaissance lady, just goes, This is so cool. That is extraordinary. Oh, I love that. That is fucking incredible. Now the other thing that Lovely said, who pointed out, this is what Chapel shared last time, which is insanely cool too. I love these actions. She took a week-ish. Been a while since I finished this animation. That is so cool. Do you mind if I make it? Oh, that'd be so cool, Sedu. I like horror pixel art. I love pixel art in general. And again, like your understanding of like The animation for the cloth on this character, so much lighter than the other one, obviously, because she has so much more fabric. It's just amazing. That's so cool. She'd be so fancy. She do. And this guy is so sick. I was trying to feed Donut and she got impatient because instead I was staring at that amazing animation. Holy crap. Isn't that cool, Gigs? I'll tell you what, Chapel, if you want someone to playtest this, I'll do it on stream, just because this is so astonishingly beautiful. Like, the animation, I'll probably just stand there and do this 75 times. I assume this is probably... Is this your main character? I'll be getting to my delayed run soon, but those are so cool. Precious Play, they have an amazing run! I hope it's so good. I'm sure it will be. Yeah, so cool, man. That's really, really amazing. Absolute pro. That is so sick. And the dribby droppies of the... Wow. Did you go to school or some kind of program for this, Whitechapel? I'm so obsessed with your work. This is stunning. Man, that's cool. That is so fucking cool. The fact that it's just an animation is friggin' insane. I looked over and thought you were playing a video game. Yeah, no, it's just an animation, but it is for a video game. Yeah, main character, and oh my god, that'd be super cool if you do play it when the demo's done. Yeah, absolutely. You need any voice acting? I'm happy to provide that too. That is so cool. Just had food at Mom's. Went to leave to go back to our room unit thing, and there was a freaking dog charging the hallway. Oh god, like aggressively? It is so professional looking because I think that Whitechapel, yeah, I went to game dev school, but was more focused on 3D art and design. That is so sick. Yeah, you want to try the demo too, Umbra? Let's go. Oh man, that's so cool. I cannot wait to watch this get animated as well. This like smoke. I know, I can just feel that with how smooth your animations are, it's gonna look so sick. It's gonna do like this like waving thing with the circles, the circles, the breaks in it just like easing in and out. So sick. Took 2-ish classes for 2D animations. So all the animations was from trial and error on stream. That is really, really fucking cool. How am I not following you, hun? I'm an idiot. Sorry, I'm following you now. That's so cool. Thank you so very much for coming in and like showing us this stuff. It's so inspiring to see someone so bloody exceptional at what they do. Wow. Wow. Echoes of Pestilence, but no Steam page yet? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. The hyperfixation is taking over! It's about time! Thank you, of course, wonderful Whitechapel. Thank you! You guys, Whitechapel works on this stuff on stream, so you probably want to go follow him so that you can also witness the absolute expert goat at work here. So cool. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That is so sick. Like I said, very inspirational. 100% something that I'm just like, damn. Ha, wait, do you want to see my baby pixel art? I think I've got some here somewhere. It's ancient, absolutely ancient. Hold on, I gotta find it. I don't even know where it would be now. One sec, I'll just go through my... Oh, this is so baby! Oh, it's so baby! I can't animate for shit, but... This is one of my old things. Ancient. Adorable! She breathes! She breathes! Ah! That's still nice. Thanks, sweetie. I appreciate it. So cute. Thanks, hon. Ah, so old. I also have a still piece of my fursona from way back when I had a fursona that I regularly... There you go. Also breathing really lazily. I can't dig this. Thank you, Whitechapel. Appreciate it, honey. Oh man, it's so cringe after seeing your art, but you know, there was an attempt. All right, let me see here. We'll go back to believe it or not, I do actually have a folder called pixel art. It's not good. Never cringe or just embrace it. Donut fed, coffee acquired, feeling human enough to hang until break. Then I'll take my own break to finish becoming human. Sounds good, gorgeous geek. Sounds good. I hope that I hope it's all taking your nightmare out of your brain. Oh, this isn't even the right one. Hold on, I gotta find out where I was. Oh no! Okay, I found it. We're good. We're good. We're back. I'm hearing your voice in the song. Oh, that song? Do you like that one? Adorable doggo. Thank you, beautiful Bublin. I haven't seen any spiders, so it's already better than my nightmare. That is good. That is good. I promise not to show you any spiders knowingly. Knowingly. One second. I'm investigating because I can feel that Nath is gonna come in here and ask where the food is. Hold on. Okay. All right, you guys. Looks like it'll be here in like 1 minute. So, we are going to actually go on a very quick, well, sorry, it's not very quick. It's actually quite a long break. We go on a break for 30 minutes on these Fridays because we're going to keep on streaming and I need to go have some dinner. So, but, a very quick half hour. Exactly. But you guys can play Words on Stream while I'm gone. And we are still going to go for about, probably around 2 hours after I get back. Now, you get to decide what we are doing, okay, for those 2 hours after we get back. Now, let me show you your options. We've got Legend of Khilmori, okay, that was just recently bought for us by the incredibly generous Bayek Wolf, which is a horse riding game. If you guys want me to be a little nerd about horses, this is what to vote for. So we'll call this Khilmori. Okay. We can also continue working on art if you would like. Or we can work on any of the games from our from this week, which includes Monster Hunter Stories 3, Persona 5, Final Fantasy 14, okay? And of course the final thing that we could do is demo night, where you guys suggest demos and we try them, which one day, Whitechapel, we will be playing your game for demo night. I'm gonna set that all up, but Whitechapel, have a good dinner, and thank you for the lovely words, gonna lurk and exist. Of course, wonderful Whitechapel, thank you so much for dedicating so much of your creative energy to your amazing craft and sharing it with all of us as well. The food is here, by the way. But yes, I will. This is the best game about 13th century Mongolia I've ever seen. I know, same me too. I would love to see you try out the demo for Replaced. The sprite art is incredible, but let's face it, I want to see the horse game more. Let's go! Good choice. All right, let me put this poll up. When we get back from break, we have Khilmori, so this is the horse game. We have demo night. We have more art and music, because we can't listen to music if we play these other things, okay? Or something from the week, okay? So something from the week, I will do a quick poll when we get back if you vote for that, and that will be one of the many things we do during the week. So again, Monster Hunter Stories 3, Final Fantasy 14, or Persona 5, okay? Now, I'm gonna put this up for 10 minutes, and I'm gonna be gone for about 30, okay? I'm gonna go have some dinner, and I will see you guys in about half an hour. I will miss you guys lots and lots, but I will see you soon. I'm gonna start you off with a battle royale. How about that? Let's do a battle royale. over on fucking stream avatars. There we go. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you for contributing to the Discord Movie Night Challenge, and I appreciate it. And just in time for this lovely song to finish up. Okay. Actually, do you guys want me to leave the... You guys have a lot of songs on here, if I'm right about this. Wait. How much of this is... Where does... Oh, actually, we have no more. Okay, great. Sounds good. You're going to bed, Swedish Shadow. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. I might actually put a... I'll put the timer on for 30 minutes as well, okay? All right, here's a battle royale. Feel free to have fun with our words on stream, and I will see you guys in about half an hour. Again, please do vote. You have 9 minutes left. The poll is live. If it's not showing up, then make sure that you refresh your page, okay? Okay, love you, miss you, bye, bye, bye. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything and I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole.
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
alternatively,
Scary lady.
speak. Speak. Hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome.
Welcome. How are you?
You seem bigger than usual. Oh. Thank you for the watering. Oops, hold on. Hairi mochi to nama choko no nameraka. Say hara hara. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. I like our cows. Look at them. There's cute cows. Aren't they babies? Look at the babies. Look at them baby. Have a meal from a clay pot. Ow! Hey! Why? Why would you do that to me? Very mean. You're so cute and tasty. So cute and tasty. Yum yum. Fuck, dude. Yes, Cutie Saga, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our Is this the Strat Sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at, like, not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Ah, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. The timing on that, dearest Tim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Maria, fuck. Where is the spot that ballista took off towards? Ah! Fuck you!
That shadow was crazy.
Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the seme, but I'm actually giving you a heart. You absolutely click the buttons. Click the buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that.
This is how I really feel.
This is how you really feel. So nice. Time for some murders.
This one's free. Now that's stylish. Pretty great, huh?
Very Diana, I totally did. Thank you, lovely Ryo. You're very sweet, darling. Thank you so much. Discover and document genes to increase your Wrangler rank. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Yep, you got that right. Oh my god, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed! And I'm about to... Scary lady! Redeem. Legacy of Kane, that's it. The approximation, yes. Time for hatching! Incubate. Wait, incubate the ball! Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. Yes, this is our most recent one. That went from healing energy to killing energy. Tao with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go! Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in two. Oh, we made it! Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! Bloody ooh woo. It's hard to do ooh woo and sound British. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Thank you very much for the ooh woo. Much appreciated. Okay, that makes sense, lovely. That makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. Okay, I'll go back to my corner. I don't have any conditions to manage, so the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Fuck! Where is the spot that ballista took off towards? Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senpai, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Say hara. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one.
There is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop on. What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too. What is it? There's a chipmunk voice? Uh-oh, this is not good. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Who gave me helium?
Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today.
Gooey lady!
Enjoy. Let me. 5, cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, the approximation. Yes. Time for hatching. Incubate them all! Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that this were gonna be different. Is this the strat sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at like not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Ah, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. At me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed. Hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome. How are you? You seem bigger than usual. It's hard to do ooh woo and sound British. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Thank you very much for the ooh woo. Much appreciated. Okay, freeze the bitch. Oh fuck. Yes! Bam! Let's do some Oh, we made it! Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. gonna stay on this path. Whee! 4 hours ago! Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? I could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our oh yeah. I will return very soon, but I'm going to reheat this pizza slice, so Tao does not need to envision me eating pizza. Yuck. Disgusting. Revolting. Inappropriate. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Saralyn. These type of rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kane, that's it, Ducky.
I like our cows. Look at them. There's cute cows. Aren't they babies? Look at the babies. Look at them babies.
Have a meal from a clay pot. Ow! Hey! Why? Why would you do that to me? Very mean. You're so cute and tasty. So cute and tasty. Yum yum. Rating for the matcha senbei? 7. You absolutely
buttons.
We have so many songs and a lizard. Lizard. I'm counting that. Sunshine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Speak. Speak. Can you tell that I'm kind of sicky? Sorry, I'm so gross. My apologies, genuinely. Awesome Ozzy, what's up? Good Ozzy, thank you for the fart, lovely lolbit. Oh, sweetest face, thank you so much for the 7 streams 3. The approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh. Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different.
I like our cows. Look at them. There's cute cows. Aren't they babies? Look at the babies. Look at them babies.
Have a meal from a clay pot. Ow! Hey! Why? Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Fuck! Where is the spot that ballista took off towards? Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Okay. That makes sense, lovely. That makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. Awesome Ozzy, what's up? Good Ozzy, thank you for the far lovely lolbit. Oh, sweetest face, thank you so much for the 7 streams 3.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. please pop on. What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too. What is it? There's a chipmunk voice? Uh-oh.
Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better. I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Is this the strat sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at like not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Oh, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. Quote. Say hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I would guess scary lady redeem. Legacy of Kane, that's it, Ducky. Buddy. Ooh woo. It's hard to do ooh woo and sound British. Ooh woo. Ooh woo.
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
alternatively,
Scary lady.
enjoy. I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies! Speak. Speak. Oops, hold on. Hairi mochi to nama choko no nameraka no uchidoke, meaning the smooth melt in your mouth texture. You absolutely
Click the buttons. Click the buttons.
We have so many songs and a lizard! Ah!
Lizard.
Yes, I'm counting that. 4 hours ago! Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why you'll like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you enjoyed our I will return very soon, but I'm going to reheat this pizza slice, so Tao does not need to envision me eating. Ugh. Oh, we made it! Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! Hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome. How are you? You seem bigger than usual. Oh. Thank you for the watering. Let me... Persona 5. Cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, this is the most recent one. That went from healing energy to killing energy. Tao with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go! Maria, fuck! Where is the spot that ballista took off towards? Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you!
That shadow was crazy.
Okay, hold on. Let's it's okay. Okay, that makes sense, Lovely Lit. That makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. Speak. Speak. Having conditions to manage, so the only infections I matter, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop on... Ah! What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too?
Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome. How are you? You seem bigger than usual. Oh. Thank you for the watering.
I like our cows. Look at them. There's cute cows. Aren't they babies? Look at the babies. Look at them babies.
Have a meal from a clay pot.
Ow! Hey! Nix! Why? Why would you do that to me? Very mean. You're so cute and tasty. So cute and tasty. Yum yum.
Fuck, dude. But I'm wide awake now with the pouch pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me again. Yay! Take my infections. Have them all. That's probably not really the way to put that. Have my infections! I will return very soon, but I'm going to reheat this pizza slice, so Tao does not need to envision me eating cold pizza. Yuck. Disgusting. Revolting. Inappropriate. Yuck. Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senpai, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Sorry, for some reason I thought that this were gonna be different. Oh god, he's scary looking, dude.
I learned that the Emperor had died without naming his successor.
Look at those pauldrons. Man's got the biggest shoulders in history. Surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good, his posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry, okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Saralyn. They used to have rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of... Oops, hold on. Hairi mochi to nama choko no nameraka no... Say... Hara hara. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. I'm gonna give you guys global uppies, because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So uppies! Yee! Good, precious cows. All of you are so good and precious. Precious.
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
alternatively,
Scary lady.
enjoy. It's hard to do ooh and sound British. Ooh. Thank you very much for the ooh. Much appreciated. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our Thank you very much, have some Aussie. Oh my god, okay. Can you tell that I'm kind of sicky? Sorry, I'm so gross. Ozzy. Thank you for the bar, lovely little bit. Oh, Zeta Space, thank you so much for the 7 streams. 3. Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it. Ducking and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Oh, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. Let me... 9% of 5. Cool. Here we are. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Yes, I'm counting that. Okay, okay. That makes sense, lovely Lith. That makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Is this the strat sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at like not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Oh, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. Okay, freeze the bitch. Oh, fuck. Yes! Bam! Let's do some showtime.
This is how I really feel.
This is how you really feel? So nice. Time for some murders.
Free. Now that's done.
Did I do that one? I totally did. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit through? Absolutely.
Hit the buttons. Hit the buttons.
We have so many songs and a laser! Ah!
Lizard.
Yes, I'm counting that. 4 hours ago! Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our His ass, yeah! Let me 9% of 5. Cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, this is one. That went from healing energy to killing energy. Tao with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go. That's a buddy. Ooh, woo. It's hard to do ooh, woo and sound British. Ooh, woo. Thank you very much for the ooh. Much appreciated.
You guys hear it too! What is it? There's a chipmunk voice? Uh-oh, this is not good. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Who gave me helium?
Hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome. Cutie Cacto! Wait, get heart. It looks like I'm hearting the semi, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Thank you very much, Asamasi. Oh my god. Okay. Can you tell that I'm kind of sicky? Sorry, I'm so gross. My apologies, genuinely. Asamasi, what's up? Dead approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Speak. Speak. Hey.
I'm here just in time.
All right. Let me see what you guys decided on here. You want to do Khilmori? Okay. Awesome. I have truly fabulous news. I forgot to start the download. Give me just a second. I'm sure it'll be quick. It'll be fast. Don't worry about it. Welcome back, beautiful bubbling. Oh, you got more Riz for me? I will definitely check it out. I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Take my infections is like a pleasing threat. Let me see how long this is going to take. Infections, I mean my, because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to. Some of these clips go back to my corner. Sorry, I'm just being. Okay, this isn't too bad. 20 gigs. Should be done pretty soon. I reckon. I'm gonna, let's do one more game of, you guys like that I was saying continue? Because I was like watching just to make sure that I was supervising the chat and stuff. And I was like, oh, why isn't this moving on? Like it's supposed to count down from 30 for the next round. And then I'm like, I'm pretty certain it's past 30 seconds. Oopsie. The ads start at the end of the break? Oh no, sorry, Cutie Slimer. It's okay, we're not jumping in anything just yet. I'm letting this install and then we will be playing some...
Getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was
I think it died on its own. That's fair. That's fair.
Appropriate.
I wonder if I should use a controller for Legend of Khilmori. For those of you who have played it, do you think that would be a good idea? Should we do that?
Why do you have? Oh, wait, there is a
or should I use?
I don't know why there's a voice mod on. To be honest, instead of the voices you pop on. What is the voice? Scary lady.
Alternatively, scary lady. Alternatively,
scary lady.
Welcome back, next my toast slice jam slice. I won the battle royale. That's cheating. That's cheating. Not fair. I'm so sorry, you guys. Welcome back, sweetest Sadie. Let me just go grab my controller real quick while this finishes downloading, and I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm counting that. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Alrighty, we got a controller in our hands. Oh my god, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed. Uh-oh. Just for my delightful hands disconnect from my PC. Fuck you! Alright, did you guys do... Oh no, the game over! It's okay. You got another break at least before we,
Okay, hold on. Let's try and get rid of this.
Okay. I'm gonna bring you guys over here real quick.
But I'm wide awake now with the pouch pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me.
Fuck! My hands! Hands? Fuck? Wait. Wait. Yeah, okay. A piece for you, Ozzy. Yee. Good, Ozzy. Lovely la. Bees. The paws. Hey, guys. Welcome on in. How are you? You guys getting flashbacks to 7 hours ago? Or 6 hours ago, sorry. I'm jumping the gun there. Amazing Umbra. Bees. Good Umbra. Hand online. Oh, that would have been much more badass if I didn't have googly eyes. Thank you, Bublin. You specifically, thank you. Uppies for you, beautiful Bublin. Good, Bublin. All right. This is about 50% of the way downloaded. So I'm going to just, everybody, are you guys seeing the, are you guys seeing that we officially, hold on. Yeah, that's fine. Are you guys seeing that we have officially switched over to the Legend of Khilmori, category? Sorry, I don't know words very well. Guess who got 3 hours of sleep? I hope it wasn't you. You need to be getting at least twice that, maybe 3 times that if you're me. Maybe. I assume you're seeing it in full HD because of the eyes. It's true, I do get better vision when you redeem googly eyes. We got to level 20 though. That is amazing. I actually kept on pressing continue. I was like, holy shit, they're invincible. That was amazing. That was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Oops. 1 second, sorry. Okay, all good. Thank you for the care package, City Spider. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. So, y'all sleep? Well, I hope so, darling. I hope so. I would like it to be known, I ate fish and chips, but it was literally a fillet of salmon and chips. It was not, it was, Nath was like, do you want to try the calamari? Do you want to try whitefish? Do you want to try this? No, sir. Not interested. Nasty shit. There was swearing in the VC while we tried to keep it going. That's amazing, you guys. Well done. Sometimes swearing helps, it's true. That's a study that actually did happen, where they were like, does that help to ease pain? In fact, it does. If you're saying, fuck, shit, god damn it, it actually does help to ease pain. True. Went into lurk 3 hours ago, and I am no longer in lurk. Take from that what you will. Cyber, go to sleep, please! Cow eating fish? Who are you? Listen, I will take the blame that salmon is good. As long as it's super, super fresh and doesn't smell at all fishy and doesn't have any bones in it and doesn't have skin on it, and I don't have to deal with its head, which is very scary and yucky, and yeah, that's okay. I accept that. Or raw tuna. Those are my two. That's my reason for living. Yummy. living with fish in this world, that is. Living with fish in this world, that is. Okay, we're gonna jump on over to Legend of Khilmori. I'm so thankful that our lovely new friend got that for us. Beautiful Bayek Wolf. Bayek. We have 10 seconds remaining, and allow me to launch the Let's go. You remind me I still need the Yeet Monkey Island. Oh, that's true. Yes. We could try that at some point as well. Okay. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? Hold on. Okay. It says it's going. Oh, okay. We got the round zoomy zoom. Oh, pretty horsey. Oh my God. I'm so excited about horses. I bet you guys are shocked, I tell you, that I am so hyped about these horses. You'll have to let me know how the volume is once it loads. More horse, please. The horses are not, is horse to Tau as train is to geeks? Yes, gorgeous geeks. Horses to Tau as train is to geeks. I will explain to you all of the inner workings of horses and why certain things are uncomfortable for horses and why certain things are good for horses and why bad things are not good for horses. Then I totally understand. Yes. Am I lagging the fuck out right now? Probably should have tested this before a stream. Well, not that was possible, to be honest, but a work of fiction. Ooh, bong. Ooh. German funding! Ah, yes, lag. Are you guys able to hear me clearly? We're compiling shaders, simultaneous to compiling my own shaders. Okay, Tau, gotta start my close. See you in 45 minutes. Sounds good, lovely. I'll see you then. Enjoy your clothes. Enjoy your clothes. Can't hear you? Okay, cool. I'm just frozen. Clearly? Awesome. I'll just be a radio play for you. This must be a heckin' demanding game. Oh, compiling shaders. That explains everything. Yeah. But I'm just watching myself over in the corner there like, whoa. Oh, press any key to continue. Aha! Oh, this game is installed on a non-SSD. An SSD is part of the minimum requirements and is needed for smooth loading and reduced studying. I love to test my luck on these things, you know. I don't want to reinstall it on an SSD. This is a work of fiction. Any similarity to horses living or dead is entirely coincidental. Tow's Horse 101 is now in session, pals. Everyone take a seat. Everyone, please sit down. Equestrianness of 101 is now in session. Advanced riding style settings? I will let them do their thing. Adventurer. Your horse is in the center. Okay, this doesn't look relative to camera, relative to horse. Let's give it a shot. Who cares? I'm so excited. We gotta ride horses. Tau no longer lagging the moment the compiling ends. Right, exactly. Picks up seat. Where shall I take it? That's a good question. I suppose you can sit wherever you want. Okay. New game. Start game. Play. Oh, sorry. Got it. I like Epona. This is Epona. Not quite Epona. Slightly lighter, but kind of Epona. 2026 and installing games on an HDD? Listen, you weren't actually supposed to see that. Missing string table entry is over there. Missing string table entry. Another missing string table entry. You guys weren't, I didn't want you guys to see that I install games on my HDD. Most of the time I start a game before you guys have to see that, but sorry. Oh, cargo, no more missing strings. At least it's not equus. What is equus? Horses. Horses can have different skills and attribute values, which can help you complete tasks. Is there voice acting? Or shall I do it?
My name is Nara, and I'm a Yam-Kor. It is my proud duty to carry messages and cargo for the scattered people of our land. A Yam-Korea must overcome many challenges and face many perils. We must be bold and well prepared. But the land is beautiful and my people need me. So I will ride.
Stranding.
I will master the land and its dangers. And I will bind my people together in pride and prosperity.
Cool. I like this horse. It's cute. I love Mongolian horses because they tend to be quite squat and like stocky. They're very cute. Okay, I'm gonna make sure, whoa, fuck, shit, sorry, oh my god. Sorry, I just wanted to put up a poll and see what you guys think of the game vol. Too loud, too soft, or just right, that Goldilocks zone. You got 2 minutes, please let me know. I'll gallivant around a tad.
Easy.
So that you guys can tell me. The gate looks great. This is one of my complaints that was that I have for pretty much every fucking MMO in existence that has horses, which I want. Don't get me wrong, I want horses in MMOs, but they do a very strange thing with their gates. And do you know what I did when I was playing World of Warcraft? I literally sent in a ticket saying, "Hey, you gotta work on your horse gates. They're not good." And I sent them a video of like horse animations and then like a video like of an actual recording of horses running, and they never fixed it. Not to my satisfaction anyway, but I did send that in. Teacher Tao, I got a question. When do we ride a horse? Right now! Is this going on YouTube, by the way? It is not, because I don't have a thumbnail for it. And Strat doesn't like when I play games and don't have thumbnails. Dearest Ducky! Hi, lovely Ducky. How are you? It's great to see you. When do we ride a horse? Never mind. Heard wow? You did, Cutie Cata! I sent a support ticket into Blizz to be like, your horses look weird. I remember you saying that one of your favorite games was RDR2. My brother and his friends couldn't get into it because, and I quote, it was too horsey, and now it all makes sense. It does. It really does, doesn't it? We're already riding a horse! Ta-da! Of course they never fixed it. Of course not. Okay, this is your horse's stamina gauge way over there. If you force your horse to run when stamina is depleted, it will take damage. Speed, terrain types, slopes, and cargo load will all make you lose stamina faster. You can walk your horse or give it treats to restore stamina. Fair enough. I'm trying to... I'm literally using the controller how I would to maintain a horse's gait, which is tap, tap, tap. Whenever the front legs come down and you feel that in your body, you can just gently, very gently, tap them to let them know they're going the right speed. And if you want them to gallop, you squeeze. And if you want them to slow. I love that they have like the actual language. Is it called Mongolian? Is that what the language is actually called? Kind of like how, unlike how there's Japan speaks Japanese, China doesn't speak Chinese, they speak Mandarin, you know what I mean? So I'm wondering. It's weird they get that wrong since their dragon animations are completely accurate to every dragon I've ever met. Same. You're funny. I know, isn't that so strange that they would fuck that up? The game volume is mostly perfect, but after I voted, when the music swells, it overpowers you just a little bit. Okay, that is a good point. I am watching it and I was like, that's why I was like, I wonder if you guys want it to be a little bit softer. I'll put it down there. Do I need to like tie him off somewhere? Do we have a boy? Is this boy horse? This is boy horse. Easy. Okay, well, I trust you, horsey. Don't move. Riding up a slope is more stressful on your horse. Slope drains stamina faster and reduces its speed. When you go up hills, up, you got to lean towards the horsey. It makes it easier for them to pull up from there. Wait! Tether! Come here! Don't you run away, horsey! Stop it! Stop it! No, wait! Okay, I was wondering where the tie-off was. Hold on. Oh, okay, I mustn't be mounted. Okay, dismount. Tao horse riding lessons be peak. I will talk your ear off about horses. I love horses. Have you ever ridden a horse? Yeah, on Namphone I actually had I owned a horse and I used to compete. I got quite a few regional and one national championship competition trophy. Yeah, I have a lot of experience. I used to be a competitive equestrian. I don't know how to talk to people though. I don't know how to talk to people though.
Nara, I'm glad you're here. The cartographer has been waiting for this ink.
Glad to help.
Speaking of which, I need you to find the Khan's cartographer, Batu. I'm short-handed on riders and can't go myself.
For a second, I thought this whole game was gonna become Tao chasing her horse on foot for the rest of the stream. What happened? Me too.
He rode west looking for a local woodcutter. He may have run into trouble.
Ooh, trouble.
I'll mark where to start looking on your map,
I love trouble.
The Tao lore be insane. That'd be so cool. Yeah, I used to do pole bending, calf roping, barrel racing, cross country, dressage, show jumping, and my favorite was stamina racing, long distance. Which actually is exactly what we're going to be doing in this, so I might be able to tell you guys some really interesting things about... I mean, I don't know if you'll think they're interesting, but since I was on horseback for, you know, like, weeks at a time, I might have something to say about this. Also, I did horseback archery, which I was taught by a Mongolian girl. Always make sure you're prepared before heading out. Visit the merchant and buy supplies for your ride. The music's so cool, dude. You like how I decided to get on my horse instead of, like, easy walk over here? I'd like to look at your
Sure,
wares.
I've got what you're looking for.
Thanks. And this is how I feel about trains, and I'm here for it. Drop your nerdy knowledge on us. Yes, let's go. The problem with me is I don't remember anything until, like, something comes up to, oh, he got bit by a horsefly there. Did you see him toss his head and pull his ears back? That was, ow! Never done anything competitive, but I've ridden saddle and bareback. My grandparents used to have a percheron. Percherons are beautiful. My horse was a an American Mustang quarter horse. He was a beautiful paint. Piebald though, he's piebald. If you would like to see what a piebald, hold on, I'm gonna show you guys what a piebald looks like. This is a piebald Mustang. He had blue eyes. Let me show you. Something like, well, that's his butt. Well, this would be like what his butt looks like, but this is very much what Thrasher looked like. He was very pretty, and he had some like brown and black in his mane and tail as well, so it wasn't like this pristine. He was a very pretty boy. Yeah, like this, but again, more brown and black in here and more white, platinum in here. I miss Thrasher so much, dude. He was such a pain in the ass, but he kept you on your toes. Okay, let's bring some, how much money do I have? Oh, wait, no, he's got 500. I've got 200. He's got the upper hand. The more I learn, the more insanely impressive and in shock at how talented you are. Oh, thank you, Umbra. I'm just a fucking horse girl. Everyone's like, ew, creepy, scary horse girls, which is fair. I am creepy and scary, but I love my horses. Previous D&D campaign, I annoyed my Scottish player with my bad Scottish accent. This D&D campaign, however, I annoy Tao with incorrect horses. Oh my god, if you incorrect horse, I'm gonna DM you and be like, hey, gorgeous geeks, I'm totally not trying to bother you or get myself murdered or anything, but that's not how horses act. The national win was for best horse butt. Very prestigious. Yes, save exactly. Enter the horse butt. Wait, okay. Into a competition. I'll finish that sentence. Fighter, artist, horse girl, streamer, and cult leader. Damn, that does sound like a cult leader's repertoire, doesn't it? I don't know what the pattern would be called, but mostly black with white on one side of the face and white socks on the legs. Mostly black with white on one side of the face. Sounds like a spot? What color was the rest of the horse? Sounds like maybe a chestnut with socks. He was a pain in the ass, but he was your pain in the ass. Exactly, Nix, exactly. You were not creepy or scary. Oh, thank you, Cootie Kata. People are just afraid of horse girls. Even Nate's friends were like, they met me and they were like, oh, okay, no, she is cool. But she's a horse girl? You know, it's like, oh, she's a 10, but she likes horses. Tao, I have met you. You are not creepy. Oh, thank you, Storm. You haven't seen me around horses, though. I become like this. I'm like, oh, you need to approach from this side. Make sure that when you're walking behind them, you need to place your hand on their rump, and you have to push your shoulder up against them. All black. The rest of the body, white on the face, was from the ear to halfway down the face. Sounds like it was a black. Do you know? Oh, black percheron. Black percheron. That sounds beautiful. Very pretty. Why are they scared of horse girls? A lot of people are scared of horse girls, I must say. I don't know how long the ride is. Happy hype, welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm gonna change our title right now. I'm gonna say horse girl plays with horsies. That's what we're gonna. That's this stream, you guys. Horse girl plays with horsies. Cool. All right, all set. Okay. Cherries. Yummy! Cowberry. Poison ointment. Do I have any of these? Does it say if we have anything here? Animal fat? Why are we whistling? Hold on. What's our crafting map? Crafting thing. Bandages and pouches. Pouches! Horsey girl playing with fellow horsies. Yup. Yes, indeed. Hi there, lovely hype. How are you? Siri is gonna be wrong about our breaks for the rest of the stream, by the way. I've confused her by doing things this way. Okay, we can craft this and this. Tasty syrup loved by horses, which restores the horse's mood. We get to measure the mood too, which is important. Horsies can be temperamental. Walk closely behind the horsey. No, I'm not stuck. I'm just being appropriate around my horse. Okay, is there like a... What's this thing? Losing your bearings. Find the cartographer? Yikes! I can't find my cartographer! Horse girls and train lads unite! Bound by our special interests being stigmatized. Actually, Gorgeous Geeks, considering you might actually like Red Dead Redemption 2 because there's a lot of steam-powered trains in it. You get to ride a horse up like next to it. So maybe you can be piloting the train, conducting the train. You can tell I'm very educated in trains, and I will gallivant alongside you. Dropping in to say hi before I get to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I'm sorry you have to go to sleep, but also I'm glad that you are getting some. Say no more. Horse and trains will install. Yeah, let's go, Gorgeous Geeks. The herbal remedy looks suspiciously like the heart container from Zelda. It does, actually. Is there like a... Is there... let me see. Where's... How do we tell with the... Is it that spot?
Damn.
I like how sweetly she talks to her horse. It's very fitting. Press M? Oh, I have a controller. Oh, it's that button. Oh, is this the cartographer? Is the... Oh my god, is the fucking cartographer over here? Yo, they're fucking far! Okay, that's fine. We can do this. You know, the train pilot. Give it more train power to make it gallop? Save, that's pretty much my understanding, at least, of, yeah, that's pretty much my understanding of trains. So have a good afternoon, night. All have a good one, Amazing Hype. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. I do appreciate it. Wow, that's so far away. I actually don't think it's that far away. On foot, that would be pretty far, but guess what? We got a pony. This is not a pony, this is a horse. Go, horsey. Ooh, don't go off of the fucking... Yikes. Okay, I don't actually know where I'm going. I must look at the map more. Where are we? Oh, we're over there. Careful. Careful, horsey! No, horsey! Okay, horsey should not have done that. Horsey is living animal, and impulse should be like, don't fall. Hey there, Outstanding Otendo, how are ya? Precious Politely! You had a 7:12 run today! Match my fastest, that's amazing, hun! Congratulations! Ooh, planning your route is essential to avoid danger along the way. Press and hold right bumper. You wanna drink any water? Here you go. Right bumper? That's run! Okay, we're gonna swim. I like when horses swim, they're very cute. They remind me of dogs when they swim, actually. Okay, press and hold right bumper is not... That isn't... No, do we need to... Okay, I think that's the wrong key. Right bumper is definitely what I'm pressing, but right bumper is also sprint. Do I need to dismount? Hold on. Is that what the issue is? No. Maybe, do they want me to do something on the map? And then that's a... Oh, okay, got it. Okay, let's go across here. We would like to avoid too much... What is our terrain like here? We're gonna have to go carefully over this. It's always best to stick to path if possible. And I don't know if this is like a river or like a gully or something. We're gonna approach from here. Okay. Okay, horsey. On the map, use RB. Ow! Thank you. Let's hope we don't run into a rock. We can always hope. This is actually very cool. So run in your field. Can I do the RPG thing and like lean down and grab shit as I am riding past it? No, okay. It's more realistic that way anyway. Ha! Okay, let's go. This is very cool. This is very pretty. Also, I love that they've programmed it so that if you're using a controller, the hoofbeats vibrate your controller. That's cool. Can your horse swim? Yeah, horses can swim. They're actually not bad swimmers either. Rabbit hunting ground. Can I shoot things? Bunny? Maybe I don't get to do that just yet. I have a bow on my back, so I assume there's like a hunting minigame. This is pretty. Oh, there's a little bit of practice over there. No, not the bunnies. That's muddy. You want to not be in muddy areas if you can. It can create some nasty swamp foot. Bunny soup sounds good right about now. Don't eat the bunnies. We haven't even killed them yet. RDR2! True! Easy. Difficult ground, yeah. Strain stamina increases the chance that you'll stumble and make your horse slow down. Right. Here. Is this muddy? Oh, we're in a muddy spot. Oh, I thought this was dry. I thought that's why it was hollowed out. Okay, then we'll just move over here. And we'll cross. Oh, no, sorry, that's the wrong way. We'll stay off the path because it's not a path apparently. It's just wet ground. Bunny? Why are we talking about Hayes? Please don't hurt him. I won't hurt Hayes. Don't worry. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Quick, 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 quick. Come on. I feel like Horsey could go faster than this. This is like, yeah, this is a canter. This ain't no gallop. Avoid the rocks, avoid the rocks. Babish recreated the bunny soup and bear soup from Red Dead. That's very funny. I can picture him doing that. That sounds like it'd probably be pretty good as well. Lean forward. Hold the button down to gallop was in the tutorial screens you passed? Yeah, but I'm holding it. Who's up here? Wait. Friend?
You're the cartographer?
Oh,
I'm
good.
Nara. Yisu sent me to find you.
A new courier? I am Batutzun, keeper of maps, at your service.
Well met. You look a bit lost.
A rather impolite bear ambushed me.
Oh,
my horse
shit.
bolted and got injured.
Oh, no.
I need to treat my horse, but I dropped my pack in panic. Could you retrieve it for me?
Gladly. Since I'm dealing with a bear, I'm going to need cloth and dung.
Yeah, I haven't dealt with a bear.
To craft animal
I dealt with a
repellent.
mountain lion, but I did not deal with a bear.
Here, take a strip of my torn garment.
Keeper of Maps is a sick title. That is very true. Oh, we can grab. Okay. Grab. Okay, we gotta craft a repellent. A repellent? Where's my... Oh, there we go. Animal repellent pouch. Ooh, we can make arrows too. Okay. So this... Let's make a couple of them. Okay, I'm gonna need some other stuff. Oh, no, but camping kit. That's cool. Those who are lost can be found. Not all those who wander are lost. I'm a little less talkative because this cough is starting to make me a bit irritable. Don't mind me, you are all amazing. Oh, Ozzy, I'm sorry that you're still sickies, hun. But thank you for being here, and I hope that you feel much better soon. We got another one of these? No. Okay, let's see. How does this work? Whoa, 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 whoa. Turn around. Horsey, I need you to turn back. Oh, there's more poop on the ground. Yay, poop. Poop. Okay. March, march, march. Is there more poop?
Someone needs a bath.
She's so cute. I wonder if this voice actress is Mongolian. Okay, all right. Boblin! Oh my god, where are you going? Come back here! What are you doing? Your horse is dirty. Brush it or ride it through water to clean it. What is our horse care stuff? Let's see.
토르근.
Pat the horse. Pat the horsey. Aw, kissy sounds cute. Oh, he's a bit dirty, isn't he? Okay. What about brush?
This will make you feel better.
This is so cute. Hi, Valiant Void. Welcome on in. How are you? There's more poop on the ground. Sentences that are fun in games, horrible when dealing with cats IRL. That is true. Does this game have throat singing? It does. I actually heard some in the town. Very cool. Master GM! Where did those googly eyes come from? Bublin put them on me.
You're all ready for the next ride?
Always gotta clean around the frog. Don't touch the frog with your pick. Not nice. Does not feel good. I love that horses scratch themselves like dogs, but more awkwardly because they're not dogs. Okay. Let's see. Where's the... Is this it? We got animal dung. Okay, I've done that. So... is the... Where's his stuff? Ha! Do I need to make another one of these? Is that... Do they want me to make 3? Is that what they're saying? Okay, do I have 3? Are you happy now? There's more poop! Horses do poop a lot, but I don't know if they are supposed to poop this much. Oh, okay, well... Craft items, got it. Yeah, I already did that. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I moved too fast. Oh, it used up my cloth that I bought! No! Fuck! Do they... Oh my god, did they need me to go and get more cloth because they didn't acknowledge that I already made poop? I mean, I didn't make poop. I made repellent. Thank you for the care package, Sea Spider. Yum, 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 yum. What is this pro-hygiene propaganda? Everybody makes poop, that's true! Oh, he's grumpy. Oyen is very grumpy. Oh, you can rename him too, that's cool. Okay. He's still not happy that I brushed him. I didn't do enough brushing, it looks like. Let me brush him some more. Oh, sorry, no. Sorry, okay, it's fine, never mind. Doesn't Uma Musume just mean horse girl? In which case, we already have Tao. That's a good point! Yeah, that is what it means. I am the secret Uma Musume. Could also ride him into a pond. That's true. That's true. The fact that it says that that's a sex-based term is, like, driving me crazy, dude. Ride him is a sex-based term. Okay. All right. We have 3 of them. Where's some, well, there's water over there. Oh, well, this is also water. I forgot already that there's water here. We'll just have Tao be a horse girl in space. Yeah, I'm gonna dirty up this whole area here. Are you happy now? Now you're wet and clean? Are we happy? Are we a happy horsey? Brush him in the water. I think he's still... Okay, no, he's happier now. He's happier now. What's in the box? What's in the box? I like... Do you want to reset your character to a valid position? Valid? Excuse me? You calling me invalid? Can I run in my human form? Oh, I can. Okay. Okay, yeah, they want me to get more. Okay, so I need fibers. What does fiber look like in this game? Horsey. Oh, horsey will come. Yay. Whee! Okay, where are fiber? Ah! Horse's health is low? Did you... Stupid horse. Sorry. I love horse. I do. But it just almost killed itself. It's hurting itself quite badly. You didn't have to do that, buddy. Okay. Bandage. Treat a horse's injuries. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Hold on. How's this work? Do we... we put poop in its saddlebag. Sorry, horsey. How do I use it? I have cloths here. It says that I still have cloth, right? So, do I have to, like, move the poopy up here to make some more poopy? Got more stuff in the saddlebag. Poison ointment time. Oh, fuck. Sorry, it hasn't been scrolling this whole time. Enter the horse spot! I made poop! Maybe horse curls are weird. Damn it, it's true. Tao is always valid. Thank you, Nix. You got more cloth from the box. Oh, is that what I picked up? Do you want to reset your character to a valid position? Is a sentence I'll remember and use in D&D. Geralt the Second! We can breed our own horsies. All done. Close. Time to head home. Time to head home now. See you in 20 minutes. See you so lovely, Lift. Ride safely, okay? For some odd reason, I just want to see the horse scratch its head with the hind leg again. It's interesting. Never ever thought they'd do that. They do! They have to be careful, though. Those are some hefty, sharp hooves. How makes me feel valid. And you should feel valid, sweetheart. You are so valid. Do I need to, like... Hold on. Okay. 1, 2, 3. All right, are you happy? Okay, now we can retrieve the cartographer's pack, but I need to heal horsey. Oh, I did not read whatever that said. Sorry, I'm looking at ways to heal the horsey. Heal. This? But do I put it on the horsey? Because I'm gonna use it on the horsey? Is that what I do? Do I put it on the horsey? And then if we do this... Is there a way to tend hooves, remove dirt and debris, share some affection to improve its mood?
There's only so many pets I can give you.
No, that's not true. There's only one person I know who thinks you're valid. Wait, what? You are valid, and if you ever feel you're not, we'll just reset you to a valid position. Horsey! Never! I shall ride backwards, upside down, with my eyes closed in the wrong lane with a sign saying, "Tao told me to do this!" No! Wait, is it go to horsey here? And then is there like a... Horse skills? I'm not gonna read that right now, sorry. I'm trying to heal the horse. I've got a one-track mind. That's cool, you got your gene set? That's sick. Horsey is not well. Horsey, how do I heal horsey? Because I have bandages. Am I dumb? Is there a way to, like, use the bandages on horsey? Apply or give. Use this. Why not use this? Is there a certain button I'm not clicking? Oh, X? Okay, it didn't even have a thing for X, but I just pressed X anyway. That doesn't heal very much. Yikes. Okay. More horsey heals! So, yeah, it doesn't actually say... Oh, no, it does literally say X. I'm so fucking stupid. It actually says it in this box. I'm just not reading the box. I'm reading I'm reading the keys down there. So it says A for move, L trigger, not trigger, L stick to destroy, R stick to split, and B for back. Where is the use? Where is the use? X. I'm doubting myself now. I just, yikes. How long till this game has a meta for horse genes? Oh, definitely already has it. Okay. Cute horse. I think it's not 100%, but it's like, you know, 80%. Okay, stop.
Easy.
We will look at our... Oh. Is that where it is? Okay. I want to stay out of the muck. If I can. Okay, I'm not gonna stand in the muck, I don't think. Thank you for that care package, sweet.
I shouldn't have let you get so dirty.
I fucking just brushed you! I love you, but damn! Thank you, Ozzy. Oh, what's this? This is glowing. Stop.
Down.
Oh. Is that... does it have a pop-up that says... Oh, cleaver. Cleaver? Okay. Getting called out by the voice line chirps, I know. Wow. I should not have let you get so dirty.
Easy.
Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, where's the... Am I not looking in the right direction, probably? Horse is spooked right now. Hold left trigger to wind up and throw R to aim. Where is it? Oh. Poopy! Poopy on you! Is it gone? More poopy for you, bad bear! Leave us! Oh, there it goes. Yay! Okay, okay. This is like adult Star Stable. This is great. Don't bring the horsey into the poo air. The poo air! I got it! Aren't you proud of me? Time to go see Mr. Cartographer again. Should read Clover. Oh, it definitely said Cleaver. C-L-E-A-V-E-R. Oh god, it's a poop grenade! You don't like poop grenades in your life, geeks? Definitely recommend this game to your... Did you say your cousin or your brother? Whoever it was that thinks that Red Dead 2 has too many horse things. Definitely recommend this to them. Okay, you should drink some drink. Have some horsey water. Oops. Yeah, some horsey water. Please? 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 Oh, it's already did it. Okay. I was like this. I'm waiting for the animation in my bed. I have one already. It's called Donut. That's a good point.
I've got your pack. Will you be alright getting home to Tuv?
I will now. Thanks to you. You're a credit to your trade, Nara. Remember that woodcutter I mentioned? His name is Kuchu. Yisu wants to add him to our yam roots. With my lame horse and my lame leg, could you find him for me?
I hear he's as stubborn as a goat, but I'll try.
So, you'll need to curry his favor. Convince him we're trustworthy. I'm told he's to the south, near a large copse of trees.
A copse of trees? Horse is running away. Bye, horse. Okay, we gotta go find our woodcutter. Can I... More poopy. Oh, I think we need to settle in for the night. It's getting late. Do you think that we could borrow this gentleman's, fire here? The face muscles move weird when they talk. I am the spooked. Listen, they did a great job on these horses, and I think they knew exactly what their audience was. They're like, the people don't matter as much. Suta! Hi, Suta Suta, how are you? Jokes aside, this does look like something I would happily play and finish once it leaves early access. Let's go! I would be so down to play more horse games. Horse is scared. Its mood will continuously decrease until you get clear of dangerous animals or other frightening things. Pet your horse to calm it down. Okay. Pet. 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 It doesn't say spook ball. Is that a... I don't know if I have the stuff needed to craft like a camp. No, I definitely don't. I need wood, stone, chesticles. Excuse me. Cutie bells for Sweeta Suta. Feeling great. Really, it's Easter and I'm thrilled. That's great. I'm so happy to hear that. Why do you keep the poop? In case we have to scare some scary animals. Thank you for the blessings, cutie patooties. I appreciate it. Bless you, and yours too. Thank you. Pets, GG! Hi, precious pets. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here, hon. Hello, precious pets. How are you doing? Okay, it looks like there's light over there. I'm kind of worried about, like... Guys, by the way, please don't canter or lope or gallop your horses downhill. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Is this a friend? Why? Oh, no, it's just a... Okay, not quite what I was looking for. Let me see. Find the woodcutter, but we're in the rain. Not very good for horsey. Oh my god, he's so far. It's fine. Doing good, thanks. That's awesome, precious pets. I'm happy to hear it. Do you mind me asking, how did you find us? Are you interested in this game, or were you scrolling through VTubers, or were we in your recommended maybe? Do you have to worry about bandits or no? I actually don't know. That's a good question. It doesn't look like it yet. I can't see shit past here. Let's get here, and then some of the fog of war will hopefully disappear. We're running into walls and fire. Oh, it's the game you're looking into, and I thought your model looked cute, so I had to check it out. Oh, that's amazing! Well, precious pets, welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in. I do appreciate it. Little intro about me. This is actually our first time playing this game. Very kindly, one of our precious pals, which you are now, got us this game. It was suggested by Storm Psych, who I think is still in the chat, but then someone else got it for us, which is very sweet. I'm also an artist, so if you come in about 8 hours ago, whatever time that is for you, you'll see us doing art. We're also playing through Persona 5 Royal for the first time on Sundays. We play Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, and Monster Hunter Stories 3. And yeah, and we have occasional other types of streams and stuff, but it's a pleasure to... Yeah, you're here! Okay, great, Storm. Yeah, Storm recommended this one, or suggested it. Some people have said that the weather effects cause frame drops, but it's raining and your game looks like it's running smooth. Isn't that so funny after it, like, nearly crashed stream at the start? Precious Pets, do you think you're gonna wind up grabbing this game? I'm so glad you like my model! Thank you so much! Okay. Sorry, I need to look at where I'm actually going. The opposite way that I should be, naturally. He's gonna need food pretty soon. I think I have Okay. Yucky, bad mud. Oh, sorry, horsey.
Easy.
Ah! Ooh, wait, stop. Time. We need more time, don't we all? Ooh. Cherry. Whoa. Oh, sorry? Wait, I want to do that. Wait, oh my god, there's a mini game to grab shit while you're gallivanting. That's so sick. Do you have to be at a certain speed to do it? Oh, release to collect. Oh, that's actually so cool. As a Mongolian rider, you can gather resources from horseback. Can't do that in the Southwest, baby. There's a bunch of fucking cacti everywhere. That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, fuck, I can't see. Ah, yes, the video game thing of collecting something.
Easy.
Ooh, did I get it? Collecting something and only getting one is the whole plan is sucked up. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm so bad at this. Hold on. That's fucking cool. I kind of love that. Ah, wrong side! Another one! Fuck. Oh my god, you guys, this is all we're gonna do now.
Ew.
Sorry, I'm gonna exhaust my poor horse. Oh yeah, wait, where are we supposed to go? That way. That way, my bad.
Cha.
That's very fun. But you only lean off the bright side, which I guess makes sense, but...
Ew.
You can also stop to collect. But that's not fun. That's not fun. We don't want to stop and collect, do we, guys? No. Oh, stop! Oh god, I thought we almost ran off a fucking hill. My bad. It's fine, we're fine. Ooh.
Easy.
Did you complete the game? No, but I collected everything. Yeah, it would be me. That would be me in this way. This is fun. I'm not usually as much of a collectathon goyle, but damn, I am definitely enjoying how to do that on this game. I like the zoom in. It's very dynamic.
Like that.
Okay, we gotta slow it down a little bit. Horsey's gonna get sickies. I see, so it's right in that center part. Is this a place to stay? Or is he getting hungry? What is this?
Ew.
Oh, wood! Wood. Well, we're out of the rain, at least. We need to feed Horsey. Let's feed Horsey. Cow, horse, derpy, tiger. Turns out games just need horse. That is what I'm always telling people, honestly. I'm like, man, you know what make a game better? Horse. What about horse? Just horse. Just need some more horse. Okay, eat this. Eat this. How much does this fill him up? Jesus, not much. I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but... More horse? More food for horse. I should have bought some more of this. Uh-oh. Okay, you get all of it. Have all of it. Yummy. Oh, okay, that's a bit better. Sorry, you can't really see it very well. Only I can see it. You guys will never know if my horse is about to starve to death or not. Okay, got more wood. Some more wood. Is that poopy? We're just gonna collect everything's poopy. What is that? I can't tell if poopy or if... Oh, no, it's wood. Okay. Ha! We shall resume our go. That was not very good, sorry.
Easy.
Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. What's this? I want this! Ah, fuck! I reckon if you do it right, you probably get more things with the Oh, okay, you do lean off the left. I was like, I'm kind of surprised, but... Perfect. Perfect! Oh, fuck. Fuck that one up. Yikes, there's a lot of spots here. I don't want stuff to eat me. What's this? Oh, more feathers.
토르근.
This mini game is fun. I need more games that let you have a mini game where you lean off of your horse. Pick up shit. Okay. Is this... Wait, do we finally... Actually, I think we might have reached the spot. Yes, the fog of war is gone. All right, let's go this way. Is there a shallow part of the river? I can't actually tell if this is a river or if this is just more like damp, gooey, muddy, yucky, blah, blah. Okay, I hope I don't run into anything. I really like the voice too. Yeah, isn't it pleasant?
자.
Oh, sorry. I did that too early.
Easy.
Horsey hungry again! More hungry horse! I have cherries. Do you want cherries? I actually gotta confess, I never did give my horse cherries. I don't know if that was... I don't know if that's a thing or not. Like, actually. Or if it's, like, only specific types of horses have, like, the gastronomic, like the gut biome to process them, or what, but I also didn't grow up in an area where cherries were something you gave to animals because they're expensive as fuck. Yay, I like the slide. Good slide.
토르근.
Woo! Yikes! Okay, slow down, slow. Hey, you're home safe, lovely Lith! Welcome home. Uneventful journey home, I hope. Okay, I chose a really shitty spot to put that, my bad.
What has you all worked up?
Uh-oh. Are there beasties around here?
Damn.
I don't want jump scares, man. I don't want them. Oh, there's a dude there. Okay, hold on. Let me feed horse. Horse is gonna die. Horse is starving. To be honest, I thought sliding would hurt the horse. Sliding can hurt a horse. If you're not... Yeah, I mean, and sliding is not great for horses in general, but it's also an issue of ripping up the flesh on the back of their hocks. It can get infected and stuff like that. So ideally, you don't want to be doing anything that requires your horse to slide. They can do it, but it is not good for them. Tathing question of the day. What is your favorite breed of horse? My favorite breed of horse is it is called a Gypsian horse. It's like an unofficial combo of a Frisian and I'll show you a picture. They're beautiful animals. They look like they're like fucking mystical. They're a Gypsy Vanner and a Frisian horse, which are two incredibly expensive and beautiful horses. I will show you what these guys look like. Here you go. They are so majestic, man. They are beautiful horses. This is a cute little pony one. Not pony, but here, let me put Gypsy Vanner Frisian. I did not spell that right. There you go. They have the athleticism of Frisians, which are beautiful, like I said, super expensive, like sports horses. And they have the like glowing beauty of gypsy vanners, which are these like, they have these the most incredible colors. Let me show you what a gypsy vanner looks like. Yeah, they look awesome. They are so pretty. Are there bears in Mongolia? I guess so. I guess so. Oh man, these guys, they're so gorgeous, dude. If I had one of these, I think I might stop streaming simply because I would just want to stare at them all day. You got hit by 3 cars, one semi, a drunk guy dressed up as a medieval knight with no pants on, but other than that, I was safe. Okay, that's good, Lith. I'm happy. It sounds like you made some new friends. Yeah, they are beautiful. Sorry, I'll look at horses all day long if you don't stop me. Stop me! A horse that knows it's pretty. 100%, precious pets. That is exactly what they are. Hi, lovely loner. How are you? Haunts. Also, hey, I'm right on time. You sure are. How are you? No, you'd stream 16 hours a day. Just do it with a GoPro and everyone can stare together. Oh, that's okay. That's a good point, Save. Oh, thank you for the sub. Oh, did you just see him? He just pawed at the ground. Wasn't that cool? Oh, thank you. Oh, googly eyes. That's very fun. Did you see him? He just laid down. He's so cute. It's just Coda on steroids, to be honest. I like horses, but I'm mostly into just breeding games, and most of those are horse games. That makes a lot of sense, precious pets. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much for my googly eyes, beautiful the bubbling, getting a flash forward in time. Pets, I think you'd really like this one then, because I haven't gotten into the breeding part of it yet, obviously, but I have seen a lot of things across my Facebook page being like, look at what I bred in Khilmori, and I'm like, that's a pretty cool looking horse. I just learned they released a new trailer for Monster Hunter Outlanders. Ooh, that's exciting. Busy as ever. I try to slide in whenever I can. Oh, lovely Luna, that's okay, sweetheart. I appreciate you even coming in for 5 minutes or less. Like, thank you so much for being here for any amount of time, darling. Oh, I'm not tabbed in. I was like, why is nothing working? That would be why. Okay, horsey needs 2 food. Needs 2 food! Excuse? Okay. Horsey, eat. More horsey. More food for horsey. Oh, look at all the people. Another cowbelly! If you exceed the weight limit, I assume the horse will walk slower or not move at all, probably. Maybe, but it definitely will weigh down your, I almost said your Pokemon. It will definitely weigh down your Pokemon. No, it will definitely weigh down your, actually, I wonder if they reward you for balancing properly. It looks like they do, actually. It says balanced unencumbered. I think that it will just, expend more of your horse's stamina. That's really cool. Okay, it is, I'm pretty sure that it does, you do have to balance your saddlebags, because you have to do that in real life, too. It's a little bit like how they have to, like, balance, when you are getting on a plane. They always have to make sure that certain pieces of luggage are on certain sides, assuming that you're, like, on a relatively small plane. That's very cool. Okay. Have some more. Yummies. Yummy! Yeah! Wait, cowberries! Okay, we finally found our woodcutter. Good. That does it. Tao's first horse from breeding will now be named Pokemon. Pokemon! With the hyphen! This is so pretty. Very cool game.
You there! No sudden moves.
Oh.
More than a few bandits have met my axe.
Okay, Mom.
Do I look like a bandit?
There are bandits here! That's been shown now!
Bah! You work for Yisu? Always interfering. What now?
I think we could help each other.
Perhaps. Can you take this load of wood to Usun? If you can handle that, then maybe I'll join you.
I'll do my best.
We'll see.
Lovely Lily!
Hi,
welcome in. Oh god, we got wolves to look out for. Okay, so we switched to bow. Okay, we get to do some archery. Left trigger to raise, R to aim. Right trigger to draw, right trigger to release. Okay. So... I wonder if they take into account, arrow, like the drop. Oh, it doesn't look like it, but I'm also pretty close. I wonder if they do a slowdown, like they have in Link and the Tears of the Kingdom. How has stream been going? Technically, you've been here all night. Oh, thank you so much for being here all night, hon. I appreciate it. Deliver a load of buttons. Click the buttons. Click, 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 click. Thank you for my song, Zelor. Welcome to Pokemon Racing. In this game, you can crossbreed your Ponyta with any of the other 1,024 Pokemon. God, it is that many now, isn't it? That's fucking crazy. Also, my horse is dying. Oh, God. Okay, all right. There's a lot of wood. A lot of wood. God.
There's my happy horse.
Oh, we're not very happy. We're not very happy. We're dying, actually. Horsey's gonna fucking die. Okay, I did not have enough food here. Oh my God! Thank you for the Valley Girl. Let me just run that for like 5 minutes. It's 10:25 now. I don't even know which one got added. Who knows? I guess we'll find out someday. Oh my God. My horse is gonna die. I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Oh no, my horsey's injured and quite sad. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, we got more raspberries. Hold on, babes. I'm totally gonna save you. Okay, is this like, is that like an evolution? What is this? What does it say? What is it? Severely off balance. Oh, right, sorry, we gotta move that over. That would be why. Okay, heavy but balanced. Right. Okay, we got 12 on that side. You're gonna eat this. Okay, fuck. Oh my God, this is not going great. I didn't realize this was a survival game. I just want to ride horses and be cute.
Hush,
oh my God.
You'll wear yourself out over nothing.
Oh my God, it's not. Horsey is like, fuck you, bitch. Seriously? To be fair, I would be too. I'd be like, wow, you've been riding me so hard, I'm starving, and now you're telling me to not work myself up over nothing. I'm gonna buck your in a fucking next week, bitch. Seriously. Did my job. I got transferred, and now the shift is 24 hours during the week. Oh my God, what? And 3 days on every other weekend until other people come back from vacation. That sounds miserable. I'm so sorry, lovely Lily. I hope that people come back soon. The number of Pokemon developed like One Piece episodes. They're aging to perfection. Is that what you would call it? Oh wait! Oh my God! We have a little knapsack. Okay, we gotta feed this poor animal. He's literally starving to death. I'm not really sure what to do about this. I can't find. You can only eat so many berries when you weigh like 800 pounds. He's getting like more hungry. Oh wait, that one did it. That one was a little bit better. Oh my God, fuck. I think he wants the cowberries or something. Time is not very on our side, I'll tell you what. Ellen, I didn't realize I said that, my bad. That was not really the proper way for me to like phrase that. I was, you know, role-playing as the horse here, that's all. And then I was laughing at the two. You're so funny! My horse is gonna die! You're all so funny! Hi, little Zenon. How are you? It's so good to see you. Sorry. Oh my God. Okay. Where are we delivering this shit? What's happening? What is this? There's a question mark here. What is this about? What is this about? Oh my God. Oh my God. You gotta go all the way over there. Oh, wait. Okay. Rest at campsite. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Gotta watch out for the wolves, though. Gotta watch out for the wolves. What's that? I don't know. I don't want to be a part of that right now. I find it funny that as soon as you went Valley Girl, you forgot how to take care of your horse. Very true to life there. I must confess, I never really did do a whole lot of Valley Girling when I was horse riding. No, that was not really my thing as an equestrian. gotta really embody the part, you know what I mean? Like, God forbid I voice some psychotic yandere girl and become her for like 30 minutes or an hour. I have no courier rank. That's a bummer. My horse is fucking gonna die again. We gotta take it super slow or else he'll expend too much energy. Okay, can we pick it up to like a trot? Thank you. No. You can slow down, babes. You can slow down. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. No, I want this. I want that. Fuck you. Wait. Raspberries. Oh, yum. Raspberry. I did that way too late. Oh my god. Okay, you can slow down. We'll just take it to a trot, babes. That's fine. City Valley girl, Tao does not know horses, but she always wanted a pony. So true. Oh my god, you read my mind. What do you mean again? Oopsie. Okay, I can learn how to take care of my horse again. Now hold on while I figure out what I'm doing. Okay, bring these all over her. Feed the horsey. More food for horsey. We will get there. We will fill this little pony up on berries and cream. Berries and cream. Oh, whop. Yummy. Okay, you say it's perfect, but then I only get one berry. What? Lever. I have this ideal in my head that since horses are bonded with their riders, elephants could be the same. Oh, absolutely. I genuinely believe that. I mean, elephants are some of the smartest land animals, aren't they? Oh, that's really cool. I love how it puts this like blue-purple glow over the land when the sun starts to rise. They get abused to be docile for tourist rides, but elephants are really intelligent. Right, yeah, riding them could be a bond and a wholesome experience if we just treated them right. Yeah, potentially, although I don't know a whole lot of animals that... Can I not grab that? Thank you. I don't know a whole lot of animals that would be that intelligent that would be like, yes, I will, you know, sentient being that I am, I will totally just decide to serve you. You know what I mean? Oh, I got distracted again and I lost track of where I'm going. Fuck, it's that way. How far am I going out? Oh, wait, actually, no, that's fine. We're just doing a different, way. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Which is, sorry, what direction? We're just gonna go in circles for a sec. Okay. Horsey gets very hungry quickly, probably because we have a giant piece of lumber on his back. 2 giant pieces of lumber. The fucking what? Sorry? I can't see past my horse's neck and that is not where you're shooting from. I'm gonna head out now. It's getting very late and I finished up studying. Oh, good, lovely lady. Thank you so very much for joining us for a while, darling. Well done on your work and studies as well. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetheart. Thank you for being here. Elephants would probably only bond with a caretaker and let one person ride them. One person they really connect with, but that feels like the right way to be. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, that was Thrasher for me. Well, sort of. He was kind of still an asshole, but I still loved him. I need more raspberries. Oh, we're in the deer hunting ground now. He's unhappy. Oh. Horse, eat, deer, go. Sorry, that is not where you want to shoot an animal. I wonder if they take into account that you need to be trying to like shoot through, like shoot into the lung. Which is like right there. No. It's just, they're just taking damage. Okay. Sorry, don't mean to just kill you and love you and leave ya. Dude, I'm such a psycho in this game. What is it about a horse riding game that's making me crazy? Why is the camera angle for aiming so low? That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, it is so hard to aim. Is that an issue on my end? Is that me being garbage at the game or what? Oh, fuck. This doesn't, also, I don't know how to tell, like I want a pop-up that tells me what things do. Am I doing something wrong here for that? Horse better than deer. Thrasher, I'm gonna assume that's not an elephant. You had a horse? I did have a horse, and yes, his name was Thrasher. Skill issue? Is there first person mode? Might be an early access thing. That's possible. He's starving. He's annoyed, so he won't jump and he won't train, and he's pissed. I am so sorry, buddy. Literally instinct aiming. Yeah. Hold on, let me see. Is there a controls thing here? Let's see. Camera sensitivity. Wait. X-axis. No, I need the placement. Not sensitivity. I need the actual. Okay, there's two things for camera sensitivity, and I'm confused about which is which. Rotating? Oh, that's rotating, and this is... No, this is all rotation. What does it mean? Guys, what does it mean? I think they designed it originally with being dismounted for bowing. Oh, that'd be silly. Mongolian horse archers are, like, famous. It's a shame the Nemesis system is patented by WB Games. I love Triple Arrow Deer the Survivor. To come back for revenge in 5 hours. I would love that very much. Can you imagine if WB was like, just for Legend of Khilmori? Never had a horse, but growing up in rural Wisconsin, my neighbor had some. Horses are funny. Except that one time I got my shin broken because I spooked one. Yeah, there was a rough 2 months of recovery. Yeah, it's quite... horses can be very dangerous if you don't know how to interact with them, for sure. I must go. My people need... Dramatically, it transforms into banana duck taped onto a rocket. To clarify, I only transformed into a banana. The rocket came out of nowhere. And blast off! Have a good one, lovely Lily. Thank you for being here, sweetie. Have a good one. That's dangerous. Made myself a thing. 1.5 ounce Sambuca. 2 ounces Kahlua. 1/2 ounce simple syrup. Mix and pour over ice. It's so good. That does sound pretty tempting. Ooh. You know, I just realized I need to turn off raids. We will probably go for about another. Let me see how long I can snooze Spore. I think we'll go for another. Do need to make sure I have a hangout with my friend in a little bit, so I just need to make sure they're cool. With me being a little bit late again. Hold on. Let me text them real quick. I wasn't trying to spook her, but I was petting another animal and stumbled, and I reached out looking for something to grab, and surprise, I slapped her flank. Ah, that is not good. She kicked the shit out of me. She would have. Oh, I'm so sorry, hon. That sucks. Okay. All right, let's go for about another 20 to 25 minutes, okay? And if I'm lucky, my horse won't die, but I might still not. That might not last very long. Wait, what is that? More cleaver. More cleaver! Can I just tell my horse to, like, eat some of this shit? Like, this is edible food, you know? We're, like, almost there, man. Come on, just push a little bit further. Campsite. Places of refuge scattered throughout the open world. You can rest and care for your horse at these sites. Often find vital resources nearby. Okay, Yes, horse desperately needs that shit. Okay, and I gotta be off of horse, which is why. Okay, I will... What about horsey water? This looks like water for horsies. Is there water nearby? Is there fucking food for horsey? Oh, wait. Oh, wait! Horsey is eating here! That's good! I was wondering why he wasn't eating anything. If you just stand still, do they eat? IRL they would, but I don't know if... God, it's hard to get a horse to not eat. IRL.
Do you need a drink?
I think he does, but I don't have... Oh my god, thank fucking god. He was gonna, like, keel over based on how low my food was there. Tau texting friends. Sorry, gonna be late, horses. That's almost exactly what I told them. But they know me well, so they're like, oh, horses, yes, of course, Tau. That is the first priority. Very, very patient being that one. Ooh, tea. Ooh, chesticle. Fuck. What the heck? I need... Okay, well, he's well, he's not happy. Maybe I'll... Brush.
You're such a good horse.
You're such a good horse. He is a good horse, isn't he? Her friends are probably used to messages like that. That is actually true. They mostly are. That's kind of like when they sign the contract to be my friend. I'm like, listen, you gotta understand.
Yeah,
first
you're
things
a good
first.
horse.
I am a horse girl. If there is a horse game or a horse ride or I'm drawing a horse or I want to run around gallivanting like a horse, I'm afraid that I will be late for whatever we have planned. Movie? That's okay. You go in and I will see you halfway through. Hoofs! Hoof time! Give me them feet! That is not a hoof. Excuse me. Not quite what I'm looking for.
Your hooves are looking alright.
Okay, he's just thirsty now. Let me see what's on the map. Okay, there's some deer. That's where that's where the Nemesis system comes in right there. Okay, where's some water, dude? Like, I would imagine that in some of these little gulfs there would be some, but I don't want to backtrack either. There's water up here. Okay, no, there's water up here. That's fine. Okay, let's go there. Horse! Okay, are you less unhappy now? Okay, let's get you to water. You can take a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink.
Lizard.
Oh, good. There's literally water right up there. Perfection. Fiber! I didn't pick that up well. I need fiber for more bandages in case we get eaten by a... I want to get eaten by a bear. Oh, no more done. I'm gonna have so much time, dude. I don't even know what to do with it. Priority 1, horses. Priority 2, Mori. Mori? What does that mean? Searches. Tau's priority 2 is just the Mongolian word for horse. Great, awesome. It's okay, my friends understand. Some of them even speak other languages, and then they'll be like, ah, caballo, and I'm like, yeah, see. Fiber! Ah, got him! I feel like that should be... No? Okay. What's this? Club moss. I've always wanted some club moss. Zungazar Lake? Okay. Whoa. We're navigating some, ooh, moss! Ooh, fuck! Oh my god, stop. Sorry. I didn't mean to... No! Water. Okay, now, if I let you go... You know what? No, we're gonna go save the spot. I think you're too dumb. Might be a little too dumb. Not a lot of self-preservation instinct on this program. Okay, look, aren't you happy? Drink now, please. No, don't faster. Sorry, wrong button. Horse care? Drink! Drink! Tau, remember Geralt! We'll make a Geralt in this game too, don't you worry. Okay, Horsey is now ready to deliver more wood. Some wood. Okay, I better like, What, in the middle of the water? The fuck?
토르근.
Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. Oh. Yummy. There's no rooster like a horse rooster. Send our donkey hole in a What? What? One of my D&D tricks to make things seem more fantasy is just name of that thing in another language.
Steady.
That's not gonna work if Tau knows horses in all languages. I do know horse in Uma. I do know horse in many languages, it's true. Don't try me. Poop! Poopy! Poopy, poopy, poopy. Dong. Hello, friend. Have you got fish to share with me? Just kidding, I'd rather starve. I'm just eating again. Or am I?
Hello. Are you Usung? I've got a load of wood from Kucho.
I am. But he's not the type to trust someone else with his goods.
I'm pretty cool, though.
I'm a Yam Korea. We take our good reputation very seriously.
Thank you.
We value the work you do. Please, include us in your routes.
I'll let
Thank
my
you,
captain know.
sweetheart.
I should be getting back. I'll see you soon. And take care. Damn.
Caballo. Is that, how do you pronounce caballo? Because in Spanish it is caballo, I think. But in Tagalog, where's the emphasis? Where's the emphasis? Caballo or caballo? Caballo, something like that. Okay, deliver the good news to the cartographer. Okay, so we're heading back over to the cartographer. Yam station! It's time for the yams! Okay, we don't need a whole lot of planning for that. Let's just, Oh, they're that way. I'm not swimming across. Are those wild horses? Oh my god, cute! I want to catch it. I want to catch it. Sorry, I got too excited about the horses. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Sorry. Oh, pretty. Oh, bloody hell! Thank you for the British accent, boy. This is perfect timing. Gorgeous Geeks is still here. Oh. Sorry. Okay. 5 minutes of the mum and British voice. Okay. Gorgeous Geeks is still here, though. Oh, bloody hell. I'm not really sure how to do this, Iru. We now officially have, like, 3 different things going on, and I will try my best, Iru. British mum takes on a Mongolian wilderness, Iru. It's true. I don't know if I'm going to be able. I am listening. I am judging. Please don't judge too hard because I'm afraid it's very hard to do a mum voice, a British accent, and an uwu baby talk uwu as well. Uwu. I'm going to cook uwu biscuits and tea. Would you like some tea and crumpets, uwu? I feel like I have a gun held to my head, uwu. This is very difficult, uwu. What is this combo, uwu? Cootsy British mummy? Cootsy British mummy? True, Boo-skit. Boo-skit. Can you handle this, uwu? I don't think so, uwu. Could you try British at Valico real quick? I don't think I can while I'm doing uwus and mum voice as well, uwu. Very difficult, too. This combination makes Tao sound like a completely different person. Bit of a speech impediment, I presume, uwu. I presume. I can't even figure out what I'm trying to say anymore, uwu. This is the equivalency of asking Chef Wamsy to not curse and baby talk. It's true. That is very true, uwu. Okay, I will try. I will try. Okay, can I catch this horsey, please? Do I sneak up and try to catch them? Uri? Can I jump on Montediado? That's not where we have this usually works, but who knows, Uru? Who knows, Uru?
Cha!
Horsies? Jump to horse. No? What happens if I get off of my horse, Uru? No? These horses don't seem to be very phased. I hope they don't bump me. They would though if they wow, maybe they're not wild horses. Sorry, hold on. You know what? I bet these experiments and voice redeems would be great to show off if you applied for voice acting jobs. I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a British mummy wooing. I don't even know where I am, Aru. Are those women's? They look like women's, and I grabbed them, Aru. No, they're not women's. I died. I didn't. I'm sorry. I don't know what words I'm saying now, Aru. Damn, if I get kicked in the face if I was that close to a horse, yeah, a wild horse you would do. You definitely would do. This is for a serious medical drama, Aru. No, not that specifically. I just mean it's good to show off that you have range. If you guys haven't, hold on, I'll show you guys something. I don't know how many of you have heard that, but I have an official demo now, thanks to your guys' amazing support. I actually do need to put it on a command, but here you go. If anybody wants to hear my official demo and find me voice acting jobs, go ahead, do it please. Do it please. You did pretty good in my opinion. Thank you, Woo. It's very hard to focus and do that at the same time, Woo. Wait, what are we going to... Oh my god, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way, woo. Ah, fuck. Okay, wait, we go this way, what the fuck? How can you highlight another swimmer's fun? You're doing amazing. Oh, thank you very much, Umba. Amazing, Umba. Okay, thank God. I have no idea how to do that. I'm so sorry. Usually I can combine two voices or accents, but I cannot do 3. I will always try for you, but I mean, they're your points. They're your points. Nice, GG. Thanks, sweeties. You're very kind. It is done, Tau. It is done. Let's not do it again. You were gonna implode. I definitely was having trouble figuring out how to play the game. Is there a way to jump? Does this horse jump, or does it just... Is it one of those where you have to run at a thing and then... I love that the British slips between posh RP and Cockney. It's hard when I'm not able to just, like, focus on one specific dialect. I find it really quite difficult. I'm actually quite a lot more comfortable with my more posh or RP accent when regarding British than I am with like a harsher Cockney accent. But it's really hard when there's other things going on. Never that again. I feel like I created something destructive. I'm gonna stick to British mummy. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I would have let you decide, but when I saw you go, yes, I was like, okay, clearly that is something that wants. Okay, we gotta go to the... Oh my god, oh my god, I'm gonna cut through all this fucking swampland, dude. Actually, I think this is probably the clearest bit right here. Right. Mushroom! Ah, fuck. Okay, horsey, gotta take it slow. That was worth the points. Honestly, when you do the British RP, you legitimately sound like someone else. It's crazy how large the difference is. It's kind of like, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to press that button. It's a little bit like when someone speaks a different language and then you're like, I do not hear the same total quality, you know? Like a couple of my Japanese friends, when they speak Japanese, they have a completely different voice. It's not just that they're speaking a different language. I'm just like, is that who I think it is? Is there an objective or story to this game, or is it just ride horse? Well, we're going around a different areas, I suppose. I think there is a story, but I think honestly the majority of this is meant to just be ride horse, breed horse, make better horse, be pretty horse, take pictures with horse. That voice thing was amazing. For a second there, I thought you were the really tall lady from Resident Evil. Oh, thank you, Lady D. Oh my god, I love her. She's psychotic. She's so good. The demo's amazing. Did you like it, Ryoko? Thank you so much. Please let anybody know who's looking for voice actors to reach out. Tao is British. Mummy is just Mary Poppins. I feel like I have to go a little bit higher for that. Perhaps a bit more positive inflection at the end. A bit more supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know? That might sound too young, actually. I think that sounds a little too young for it. Okay, halt! Stop!
Easy.
Whoa.
Run! Run! Hi, Dad.
I don't know if this is
Nana,
Dad.
did you find Kuchu?
I did, and I ran a delivery for him. We can add him and a nearby fisherman to our routes.
Sometimes it pays to get lost, eh, Batu? Nara, your horse looks tired, and Batu and I need to discuss our next steps. Check its hooves and give it a good brushing. There's hay near the stable, too. Come back when you're done.
And to take care of Horsey, a simple job. Finally done. And Horsey's wandering around. Need to get Tao in a seasonal anime or big video game, then I can tell people, oh yeah, that's one of my D&D players. Oh my god, I would love to do that. Just, obviously it would just be so that you could have bragging rights. I have no skin in this game. It's not like I want to be a voice actor or anything, but yeah, just for you geeks, I'll do that. Mary Poppins is definitely a dealer of some kind. All the stuff those kids saw, only explanation.
Not much further.
Don't take that away from me, the innocent childhood. Chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And our chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang loves us too. Me. That's not the same. I'm aware that's not the same, but no, that was around the same time. Thank you, Tao. I know someone who's been looking for VAs. Oh, please! Yes, please send it off. Send it off. Okay. Dismount. Look, is he? A spoonful of sugar, huh? Makes the medicine go down, the medicine go down, the medicine go down. Just for my bragging rights. Definitely not because you're super talented. We'll absolutely be in every game sounding like someday like Matt Mercer. Yo, geeks, you're so sweet. Thank you for your amazing encouragement. Thank you. Oh my god, little more. Thank you for the balding. Mongol song, isn't it cool? I wondered if we were gonna get some throat singing. It's pretty cool, isn't it? This horsey can use a break. This has been a hard horsey. Ooh, thank you for my pal hat, Nix. Ooh. Okay, we got a couple, horses kept at a different stable. What happens if we breed them? Cold weather horse, I assume? Is that what the... Cold lover, gains mood in freezing weather. Cool. Did my horse wander away? He did, he's over there. What are you doing? What are you doing? A pal hat to make sure you don't get cold. Thank you, sweetheart, I appreciate it. Okay, Heather the horse. Your horse becomes exhausted as you travel across Mongolia. Interact with your horse to restore horse health and mood. It can also remove injuries and other negative conditions. Caring for a horse at a stable provides the best results. Press B to care for your horse. I must confess, one of my bucket list items is to go on like a 2 or 3 week horseback journey across Mongolia. I would love that. Have you named your horse? Not yet. I would probably want to name a horse when we breed it and we're like, we love it. The Who introduced me to the whole Mongolian throat singing thing. I wonder if the OST for this is available somewhere yet. That's a good question, Gorgeous Geeks. But I really like the Who for that exact reason. They were the first ones that introduced me to Mongolian throat singing as well. And they're so playful. Like, they're such nice people. Even though it's kind of like, initially to my ears sounded quite intense, but like they're so sweet. Amazing Ezra, welcome on in. Thank you for that. Ah! Goat scream. All right, my darlings. Well, okay, last save 4 minutes ago. Is there a way to like save? What was that? Oh my poop pouch. Nix, Medusa, Jam Slice, Ubbies. Good, Nix. All right, cutie pies, it is time for us to finish up, unfortunately. This was fun. Did you guys enjoy this? Would you like to play it again sometime, perchance? Now, our next stream, my most darling and precious pals, will be on Sunday. It is Friday, yeah. Sorry, I had to think about what day it was. Awesome, Ozzy wants some ubbies. Good, Ozzy. First day of a 4-day weekend, and it began with a test stream. Best way to start. You're so sweet. Enjoy an extra helping of Mama's Sunday roast for me. Okay, Friday roast in this case. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna go see who we might go see. I'm lurking in my own stream because save rated. Speaking of, actually. Okay, I did not do this right. There we go. You guys, please go check out our lovely, lovely raiders from today. We had the amazing Ultimares, the wonderful Whitechapel, the sweetest save file, who is still here, and the magnificent Bad Arts treasures. Please do check them all out. They're amazing people in and of their own rights. And I will see you guys on Sunday. Remember, we will be playing some Persona 5 Royal. I'm really looking forward to it. Art and horses, and the art was horsey too. Oh, it was horse! It's true, our art this week was horse. Horseception. Let me see who we might go and see real quick. Feel like it's a good idea on our art days, even if we end with something else, to go to an artiste. Let me go find a new art person. Hold on. I'm very good at rating, you guys. I am super organized and definitely don't figure things out on the absolute fly. Oh my god, what a cute character. Hold on, I think I might have found somebody. Heck yeah, cute. Oh. Ow, sorry. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go and see. Ooh, okay, my whole entire, there we go. Sorry, my magnetic pop filter fell off. All right, cutie pies. Let's go and see this new person who is working on a very, very cute, like, anthro deer, I think. Very cute. We're gonna go see lovely Days of Rika, you guys. Thank you so much for joining me. As always, I really do appreciate it. Sweetie pies, if you're going to bed, I hope that you guys sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And of course, above all else, please take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. Have a wonderful weekend ahead, a wonderful Good Friday if you're just starting it, a fabulous Easter Sunday, and I will see you on Sunday. Yeah. So maybe don't have a good one without me. Okay. Love you. Bye. I'm organized.
Yummy.
Bye-bye.
Pretty lady.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. How do we do?
Pretty lady.